to go and find somebody.
I'm not shy, I'll say it. I've been thinking about you, baby. I'm a little faded. You look like Renaissance paintings. Big doe eyes, amazing. She's everything I've been praying. My heart palpitations. She looks like the type to break it. Me and your girlfriend playing dress up at my house. I gave your girlfriend some kisses on my couch. She cute, kawaii on her body, that excites me. I think she really likes me. As politely can I slumber body, slumber body, slumber body, slumber body.
It's getting hot in here. I'm the Nelly in the party with some rocks for ears. I'm a slave for you, baby, Miss Britney Spears. I'm a Clover, she a Taurus, bring it on for cheers. And I'm sexy like Christina when I dip below. Not an H-town girl, but I rodeo. Yippee, yippee, Kaye, welcome to the show. It's an all-girl party, clothing optional.
Me and your girlfriend playing dress up at my house. I gave your girlfriend some kisses on my couch. She cute, kawaii on her body, that excites me. I think she really likes me. As politely can I slumber body, slumber body, slumber body, slumber body. My girl look like Wednesday Addams. Eyes go black when she tied your back. She likes to stab them. My body she likes to grab. Matching pajama birthday suits. She tastes just like juicy fruit. She do that thing she usually do. Spell my name with her tongue like Me and your girlfriend playing dress up at my house. I gave your girlfriend some kisses on my couch. She cute, kawaii on her body, that excites me. I think she really likes me. As politely can I slumber body, slumber body, slumber body, slumber body. I'm shy. I'm so shy.
Lay your worries on the floor. Leave your heartache at the door. 'Cause baby, you need it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now take a step away from the glass walls anyway. And baby, you'll like it. Oh, oh, oh. Bless you now. You're caught up in a dream. Now's the time to let it go. Stop so you can breathe. Rejoice, rejoice. Baby boy, you know what I got is for you. Crazy boy, play with me. You get there before a ride, but stay with me for the night. All you want, all you need, don't think about it. All on you, put it on me, no way around it. Let's race to take on me, let's hit the driving. I can show you the ropes, baby, let's go. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down low, turn the lights down low. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down low, turn the lights down low. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down low, turn the lights down low. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down low, turn the lights down low. Take it down, you know that I'm ready for you, just lay it down. You got the touch, I wanna feel you next to me. Don't rush, you'll never get enough. All you want, all you need, don't think about it. All on you, put it on me, no way around it. Let's race to take on me, let's hit the driving. I can show you the ropes, baby, let's go. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down low, turn the lights down low. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down low, turn the lights down low. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down low, turn the lights down low. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down low, turn the lights down low. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down low, turn the lights down low. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down low, turn the lights down low. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down low, turn the lights down low. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down low, turn the lights down low. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down low, turn the lights down low. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down low, turn the lights down low. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down low, turn the lights down low. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down low, turn the lights down low. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down low, turn the lights down low. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down low, turn the lights down low. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down low, turn the lights down low. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down low, turn the lights down low. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down low, turn the lights down low. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down low, turn the lights down low.
The writing's on the wall, but nobody knows. We've gotta get away. I thought I'd try to call, but nobody's home. Must have been a bad day. You know I'm the guy that can make it work. This is what you like. You know what the word is. We got to live life that we can't hurt. Can't think twice. You gotta be certain.
I'm not shy, I'll say it. I've been thinking about you, baby. I'm a little faded. You look like Renaissance paintings. Big doe eyes, amazing. She's everything I've been praying. My heart palpitations. She looks like the type to break it. Me and your girlfriend playing dress up at my house. I gave your girlfriend some kisses on my couch. She cute, kawaii on her body that excites me. I think she really likes me. As politely can I? Slumber body. Slumber body. Slumber body. Slumber body.
It's getting hot in here. I'm the Nelly in the party with some rocks for ears. I'm a slave for you, baby, Miss Britney Spears. I'm a Clover, she a Taurus, bring it on for cheers. And I'm sexy like Christina when I dip below. Not an H-town girl, but I rodeo. Yippee, yippee, Kaye, welcome to the show. It's an all-girl party, clothing optional.
Me and your girlfriend playing dress up at my house. I gave your girlfriend some kisses on my couch. She cute, kawaii on her body that excites me. I think she really likes me. As politely can I? Slumber body. Slumber body. Slumber body. Slumber body. My girl look like Wednesday Addams. Eyes go black when she tied your back. She likes to stab them. My body she likes to grab. Matching pajama birthday suits. She tastes just like juicy fruit.
just in case I slip away. Even if I did, I'd be back another day. I never play around with you. If I was on your team, I'd never lose. If I was in your dreams, you'd never snooze. Cause I love the way that you do what you do, what you do. I love the way that you do what you do. I love the way that you do what you do, what you do. I love the way that you do what you do. I love the way you wake up in the morning. We can take a shower, take a couple hours. Now we on into the money, we just let it blow. Still in that simple outfit, take it slow, we take it slow. You ain't scared to take it fast, you ain't scared to crash. Got me feeling gas, looking at that. Yeah. Girl, you know you're sexy and you know it's true. And that's just you being you. Cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah. Cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah. Cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah. Cause I love the way that you do, yeah. Cause I love the way that you do, that you do. Yeah. Cause I love the way that you do, that you do.
Cupcake is literally smurfing right now with these hooks. He knows one right now, but they can arrest over the wall.
The counter engage for the Chiefs is way too good. There is nothing to be done for Gravitas here.
They're even well, but Kozio here, and that is the ultimate connected themselves into a false hold. Fight 20 minutes on these goals.
Only player to lock in this game. There is just no damage for the Chiefs. Raiden gets the first picture kill of the LCO.
Ladies and gentle nerds, welcome. The DoorDash LCO is starting for day number 8, and we're all damn excited. I'm Mac. I'm here to bring in the show, talk about stuff, and then ask very intriguing, thought-provoking questions to the rest of the talent on the show. But before that, we're finally at the end of the first round robin and about to head into the second. So let's have a quick look back at what happened yesterday and some of the sick plays that went down.
This is a little bit too much. Civil, he's already burnt that stopwatch, mind you, so going to be very susceptible to dying here. The rappel goes out, but now he's got Azonias, and he can flash and receive a Karma Shield to disengage away. The members, the Bruiser Boys of Mammoth, flashing to commit, but they can't find the resets, they can't find the kills. It's going to be a flawless ace for Legacy. Yet to see who that one might be, but Gunkrab is locked in place so far. Swave jumping in. The Ruthless Onslaught is absolutely huge, knocks up 4 people. But Gunkrab dies anyway, it doesn't seem to matter. The Direwolves are finding 2, only found 2, but it's a battle between both of these junglers who can get the uptime, who can try and turn things around, who can get the chance to be the hero on this occasion. A shot.
They've just started it.
Yeah, as soon as I see Chaz back in the base, he does have TP, but he has to respond to all those supers, looking to try and crash the game. He's looking for the poke, but he'll look for the execute too. Fate School comes out, Decoy goes the wrong way, but still somehow survives. Glacial Fissure locks them in place, and here comes the Void Rush, and there's a damage delete from Meccano, pouncing upon the enemy support player, looking for a kill. Forget the Elder, go for the fight and go for the game-ending play. Predator does find a kill, he takes out the jungler, but it is Kiyose that is just finding reset after reset. Predator sidesteps, but not for much longer. Gravitas are swarming the opposition with numbers, with damage, and just outright confidence, and will finally get themselves an ace to end this game.
That's a... Oh, they're diving.
Oh, Lisa just going to full-on commit. There's the depth charge onto 2 people, followed there by the Ruthless Onslaught, looking to lock in piece, and they're going to find them. Chungy's dead. They're going to find a second as Puma's removed. Violet comes up huge.
Well, some banger games coming up today. And to bring you all the action alongside myself, let's bring in who we have. Initially, who is it? It's Rusty. It's Elfish Guy. Welcome back. How you guys doing?
Hey, good. Yeah, good.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, thanks.
Just
Thanks for
what I
asking,
like to
actually,
see.
Mac.
Yeah.
Feels good to, be noticed.
Well,
Yeah, good,
you
man.
have been noticed. I hope you're enjoying my noticing skills.
I am. Yeah, I am.
What about you, Rusty?
It's a great
I
start
noticed
to
you.
the show.
Oh, you're wearing a scarf.
It's
What are you
cold.
doing?
but-
Look,
okay.
Mr. Fancy. Look at you, hey?
So it's cold, but it's not cold enough that I want a jacket on because I'm going to take this off, right? So I went tactical with the way that I thought about what I was going to wear. And during the game, 100%, I'm not going to have the scarf on anymore. So we're starting cold. We'll warm up as we go.
Okay, so which part are you going to take off? I think the people at home are going to be asking.
Well, I'm
that
going to keep the scarf on, Mac.
Okay.
Of course, the scarf.
Oh, now I'm disappointed. Anyway, let's move forward. Let's have a quick chat about where the teams are all currently sitting. Of course, we'll have a quick look at the standings. You got Chiefs up there, 6-1, Peace 5-2, Gravitas, Pentanet, and Order all on that 4-3. Then you got Legacy on 3-4, Direwolves in 7th at 2-5, and Mammoth still with that 0-7. And neither of you two were on the show yesterday. So, Rusty, tell us your thoughts on where everyone is and why it's surprising or why you already expected it. I don't know.
I think there's been a lot of interesting discussions lately and a bit of discord around that as well as to where everybody actually sits in standings. And I think, first of all, it's amazing how fluid our standings currently are. I think right now you can say that Mammoth is last and Chiefs are first, but everything in the middle is a little bit more muddled, right? And one that's very exciting as a viewer, and as a player, it's probably terrifying, but for us, we get to sit here and shop every day and say, oh my God, what a brand new change in the standings again. Didn't see that one coming because we genuinely didn't. And that's amazing for us, right, as people that get to watch that live.
And what about you, Jordan? You weren't here yesterday. Any thoughts on the standings before we move along and get into the meat and potatoes?
Yeah, look, I mean, I did get a couple of predictions wrong, Max, so I'm glad you've thrown me under the bus with that one. I was a little bit surprised with the Gravitas win over Pentanet. I'll be honest about that. I think Peace getting the better of Order, that probably makes a bit of sense, although I did predict Order, they seem to have sort of got their stuff together a little bit, Peace. So I guess, yeah, I'm a little bit surprised to see Pentanet that low down the list. I think, we could have said some excuses. We could have said this and that about them earlier on the last couple of weeks, but now it's starting to get to be a little bit worrisome maybe for Pentanet. So I'm hoping they're going to be able to turn their season around. Otherwise, I mean, they're certainly not looking like the team they were last split, so we'll see what happens.
Yes, so times seem to have changed at the moment, but let's have a look at what games we are going to be watching today here on the DoorDash LCO. Of course, 6 p.m. We've got Legacy going up against Gravitas. That should be a bit of a banger. Gravitas obviously on a nice little couple of win streak lately. Mammoth and Order going head-to-head. That should be interesting at 7 p.m. We'll see if Order can hold down the fort or if Mammoth can get that first dub on the board. 8 p.m. Chiefs and Peace going head-to-head. Can Peace finally get some revenge or take them down a second time as Chiefs are looking for, is it 7 in a row now? It looks like they're going to be trying to go for gold. And then at 9 p.m., Direwolves and Pentanet doing a bit of a dance. We'll see if Pentanet can lock things down because Direwolves are looking a bit shaky at the moment. Rusty, what's your game of the day out of this one?
You know what? I couldn't pick. I knew you were going to ask this question. I was like, what am I more excited for? I'm going to pick Peace and Chiefs, but I think game one's interesting in its own right because these are two teams that were definitely struggling in the first split that have found footing. So I'm really excited for that one. But Peace getting a win yesterday, showing that again they still have the players and the ability to take wins from anyone. Going up against obviously the first place team and being close on the standings to me is what I'd be looking at.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested to see how that last game goes as well to, really see if Direwolves are able to start to turn things around or if it's still, a little bit stuck on the uphill and not able to get the foot on the accelerator because that seems sort of where they are at the moment and, going into the start of this second part of the round robin, you'd expect that they would have started to work out the kinks, but so far, I don't know. Jordan, what about you? What's your favorite game looking at that?
Yeah, I mean, I think probably the one that draws my attention the most would have been the Peace versus Chiefs one, and I think that's probably for obvious reasons. It's the battle for first place, in a sense. Legacy versus Gravitas, I'll agree with Rusty as well. I think it's quite an interesting, intriguing one, but I sort of also have to throw my hat in the ring for the Direwolves Pentanet game. I think both of those two teams have been having a really rough run so far this split, and I mean, at least one of them is going to come out with a win, so hopefully that's enough for either Direwolves or Pentanet, as I said, to sort of start to turn their season around a little bit, because they are definitely in dire need of doing so.
Yeah, I guess we'll see once we do get towards the end of the night. But before that, Rusty, I heard you want to have a bit of a rant. We've got the key picks for today, and it's you ranting about the bot lane.
Yeah, look, I wasn't sure that it'd be a rant today. I really just wanted to talk about the bottom lane more in general. The first thing that came up, if you saw the leaks on LCO Twitter, was about Thresh. Thresh currently at a 16% win rate with 2 wins and 10 losses. And I was looking into the champion itself, right? Like, is there a particular team favoring it? Is there a particular matchup against it? And there was legitimately no data to indicate that it's been counted in any way. It is quite simply that the Thresh players are losing. They often have a good AD carry paired with it. It's not a case of a lower team against a higher team in the standings. So I was left wondering exactly what is going on with Thresh and why these teams are losing with it. Because globally, Thresh has a 70% presence, is the most seen champion in League of Legends right now, picked or banned, and has a 50% win rate. So there's really no excuse that Oceania is sitting at 16% with only 2 wins on the pick. And ultimately, like, first of all, let's just quickly say why Thresh is super good is because it's an all-rounder champion, right? It's a hook champion that can make plays, but also has a lantern to protect and enable unique AD carry options, make Varus more aggressive, make Aphelios an option in the first place, couples really well with Kalista. So I just want to see more from our Thresh players in the way of actually playing well and getting wins. And it could just be a case of we have no hands when it comes to playing Thresh, right? Nautilus, the second champion that I have paired with it, the reason that I put Nautilus there is because it has an exceptionally high win rate in a stark contrast to that of Thresh. I think it's about 65%, 67% win rate now. And ultimately, why that it probably is because Nautilus is like the brain-dead Thresh. You just throw your Q, and if it hits, you're going to win the trade because you're Nautilus, who has follow-up crowd control and an aftershock. So my solution to everyone in Oceania, right? If you've decided, I have no hands and can't play Thresh, play Nautilus. Look at Lisa. He's learning the role. He's like 3 days in and he picks Nautilus and they win. Piece of proven the recipe works. Kalista actually is one of the most oppressive champions that I've seen in bottom lane right now. If you haven't noticed, the trend is currently bottom lane. Kalista has a 75% win rate in China with a pretty significant pick rate and is 60% in Korea. So you can't really say the excuse of aggressive teams or regions only make it work. Kalista's just good. It operates extremely well into Ezreal, which has currently been pick of the litter for a lot of AD carries right now and is a great counter pick. There's a lot of evidence going against it if you think back to yesterday, Mac, but at the same time, I think that doesn't do Kalista justice. You can also build Wit's End, which is one of the big things that can bring Kalista in if they have a magic damage composition. So I'm looking for more of that pick. And Varus is best in role, I think, at the moment still. Blind pick AD carry, basically, right? You can pick the Thresh with it and be super aggressive. You can play on-hit Varus. You can play lethality Varus. We've seen mix-ups of that. We've seen different summoner spells. There's really no reason not to be picking Varus if it's available, I think. And the reason that I put Varus on this list is because we can put Ashe in the bin, please, and just pick Varus instead. Because I think Ashe is terrible, where Varus is kind of just the better version in almost every single way. In the past, they used to be basically on the same level. But right now, I think Varus is just the best.
Yeah, you forgot to mention as well that Nautilus has a bigger hook than Thresh too.
It is a big hook.
Yeah,
It's an unfair hook.
very wide, and it can drag him onto things. So, I've played a bit of Naut before. I just wanted you to know that, Rusty. So, you proud of me?
I am for playing the correct champion for an off-roll.
There you go. And it's easy because it's tanky too, so you don't die too much. For all you noobs out there, Mac, you noob-friendly noob. Just advice from Mac. Anyway, moving forward, we do have to talk about from the fans, mostly because we need to plug it more and let you guys know that we don't have any content to show you at the start of the show today because you're all lazy. Just send in your OPGG, send in your sick plays. It's not that hard to put a video up on Twitter and at LCO say, hey, check this one out. You know, obviously, we don't have Jubes here today yet, but we will have him. What? Yeah, exactly. What? You know. But if you do want to see Jubes on the show, you know, at LCO say we want more Jubes, and maybe you'll get it as well. And with a picture of yourself with the hashtag GroovyJuvie, and he might just appear at some point. Now, so no content other than that, but you guys could make some content. Speaking of content, we do have a solid video here to show you. So before we jump in, actually, if you two here could remove a champion from the game, which would it be? Rusty, you first.
Oh, is that even a question? Yumi has to be got. Eradicate Yumi from its very existence. Pretend it was never invented in the first place. I honestly, most champions that are cats in League of Legends can probably be removed.
So you hate Rengar too?
Oh my god, top 2. Absolutely. Rengar and Yumi are my top 2. Nidalee's just got the unfortunate third role. I don't necessarily need to, but I'm willing to say cats in solidarity.
Okay. What about
They're all
you,
good
Jordan?
options. I have so many, Mac. I was sort of joking about this before the show. I said, you know, it would be a better question to ask me, which champion would I like to keep in the game? Because there's just so many now that I find just obnoxious to deal with. I think I have to go with Lulu at the moment. I just feel like she's unfair in terms of you don't even have to really play the game. It's like the same vein of Yumi, right? You don't even really have to do anything as Lulu. All you have to do is follow some guy around, press E and press R every now and then. Sometimes you press W, make him run fast, and then he does the rest for you. It doesn't feel like playing the game. So let's get rid of Lulu. I think she's not very fair.
All right. Well, I'm going to say Alistair, mostly because he's more jacked than me, and it kind of makes me feel incompetent. But let's have a look at what the pros think.
Remove a champion from the game, 100% it'd be Shaco. I hate that character with a burning passion.
I would remove Yumi. No skill champ.
I'll probably say Olaf.
Viego, instantly. I don't even have to think about it. That champion, just, I don't even know. I don't have any words for it at all.
I would definitely remove Yumi, because Yumi, I think, is the embodiment of everything that League players find frustrating.
I would definitely remove Yumi from the game.
Shaco or Trinity, 100%.
I think as an ADC player, I have to say Yasuo. The wind wall is the most annoying thing as a ranged champion.
Oh, I want to say Janna. That champion is like, it's like, imagine installing League of Legends and then picking and playing Janna. I don't get it.
I think if I had to remove a champion from the game, I'd remove Yumi.
Yeah, Yumi for sure.
I think it's gonna have to be Shaco.
Shaco.
Another champion like more disgusting, but no, it's just Shaco. Just remove Shaco, please. Shaco above all others. This champ is so unskilled.
Akali, when I just play against Akali, I really hate because she has like so many dash.
Maybe Malphite, but I love playing Malphite. Like I hate versing Malphite, but I love playing Malphite.
I think it's Qiana.
Wukong. Just something about Wukong players, man. They're not very smart.
Definitely Qiana. That champ's overtuned. Mark Yeater, if you're watching this, I mean, you need to nerf Qiana, please. I can't play solo queue unless it's banned.
Well, Shaco and Yumi certainly looking like they take the cake there. So, we might be able to get an opinion from another person who we can bring in on the desk. Jubes. Jubes, you there? Oh, he is.
I've managed to find my way in. I've managed to weasel my way into another broadcast. Don't ask how, but let's just say I know some people behind the scenes. Let's just say that.
Right. And it's not because Nat was busy today.
You didn't have to do me like that, did you? Did you really feel the need to do me like that?
I just wanted to check.
I was trying to
clarify.
I was trying to be mysterious, and I was trying to make it, I guess, make people think the world works in ways in which I can control. However, I have no control over what Nat does, and Nat unfortunately couldn't be here, so.
Well, there you go.
I'm second choice.
Well, I think there are people out there that would have believed you and thought that you just threw Nat off the show. From what I heard about, you know, when you turned up last week too. So anyway, what's your least favorite champ and what would you remove from the game?
Oh, to be honest, I was not even expecting you to ask me, but yeah, it would be Yumi. I think there's too many elo-inflated Yumi players and we need to get rid of them.
Ooh, anyone you want to throw under the bus there?
Names? I think Rusty knows exactly who I'm thinking of. But no names. Friendly, it's a family-friendly show here.
I did see Pabu's been playing a bit of it when he gets that
Has
off-roll. I think so,
yeah.
Unless he was...
He's probably a good champ to play off-roll, to be honest.
You know who I'm on tumultuous ground with right now is Dragku, because he is a prolific Yumi player. And like that just really grinds my gears that he's a professional player and he's actively playing Yumi as well.
And
there you go.
I've actually been on comms with him before when he's playing Yumi and he's meowing the whole time. Yeah.
Well, that's interesting, and I'm going to change the subject to the game. Legacy and Gravitas. It's going to be a banger matchup. A few of us here have said it might just be the most entertaining game of the day, but let's talk Legacy first. Now, Jubes, you are the guest on the show. Tell me why you love Legacy.
Oh, well, because they're actually improving. week on week. They're getting better, and they're actually showing us the adaptability that we want to see in the league, right? They're diversifying their champion pools. Sybil's still going back to his pocket picks, and they're working. But for me, the biggest thing is that we're seeing Winterer actually expand on his pool. He's not playing the Azir top and hindering his team now, right? He's actually opting in for Karma, Lulu, and then when he needs to play a carry, he can. And obviously, this game was a little bit down to Fake Curcio, but if you remember to the start of this game, Winterer had a blinder. He started off the lane with like 2 or 3 kills, had a very solid performance. And I mean, this is against a Mammoth team who hasn't won a game. But in all honesty, this is where I was the most concerned for Legacy, because Mammoth were showing us a little bit of grunt, and they were improving week upon week and getting closer and closer to that win. But Legacy really just shut it down.
Yeah, and you were watching that one on the sidelines there, Rusty. So any thoughts on that Mammoth game against Legacy?
Yeah, for me, I think there's a lot of reliance on Gudo getting ahead early, and that's what I'm going to be highlighting through most of Mammoth's games at the moment. But they've already shown that they have the capabilities to team fight and get those leads. I guess we have high expectations for the man with a lot of pressure on him.
Okay, and now let's have a quick chat about Gravitas. Jordan, you want to take us through the star-studded up-and-coming lineup here?
I mean, I think you can kind of say the same thing about Gravitas as you can say about Legacy, right? They've been going from strength to strength this season. They've really impressed us, and I think they continue to come into like almost every single game as the underdog. I don't know that we've all sort of come around yet to Gravitas. There's a lot of predictions that are going against them, but they're finding themselves quite a few cheeky wins here. And in the first couple of weeks, I was saying, you know, oh, this is good, that's nice. You know, are they going to be able to do that on a consistent basis? And I think, well, now we're into to week 4. We're into the second round robin. They've got a 4-3 record, and there's no reason to imagine that they're not going to be able to continue this throughout the rest of the split. So, I mean, I suppose the real question that we start to ask ourselves now is Gravitas a playoffs contender team?
Yeah, that's the best sort of question you can be asking. And Rusty, because I know nothing about this game, how about you answer it?
I mean, for me, looking at Gravitas, they've got enough wins already to say that they're a contender for making playoffs. It's hard to say beyond just making playoffs what they would look like, but already in this split, we've seen a lot of adaptations from them, right? Where originally it was like, has to be Saffron Camille, and only when he's on carries do they look good, and now he's got Aatrox and he's teleporting to plays bottom, and they still look good. So they're starting to really round themselves off.
Well, head-to-head, who do you think is going to take this one, you reckon?
Ooh. Well, what are you asking for our prediction, Mac? Is that where we're going?
Not asking predictions.
Okay.
It certainly sounded like I was asking.
difficult to make an answer there, then, if you're not asking for our prediction.
Well, while you stew on that question, Juice, you got someone down on the sideline.
Sideline, I have Incurcio and Thomas Shen, probably, well, not probably, 2 of the fan favorites. And I'm going to start off by saying 2 of my favorite as well, and I'm going to cop it from Mac because I call everyone my favorite. But gentlemen, how are we?
Yeah, we're good. What's up?
Very good.
Oh, yeah. Good, good. Incurcio, a little bit of a tear at the moment. Even kind of expanding on that champion pool. I know we hype up the Katarina a lot, but showing us a little bit of proficiency on that Lucian now. Is that something that you've gone away and done? Worked on diversifying your champion pool?
I mean, yeah, we've been diversifying the champion pool, but I've always known how to play Lucian because I used to play ADC until like Season 7, and I got to Diamond playing ADC. And then I swapped to mid, so I've been pretty good with Lucian for a while.
And then Thomas Shen, what was that like winning? Yesterday, building on the win streak that you have. Getting the Gravitas glory about. And I know it was actually a bit of a spicy post-game interview from you. And how did that feel? Just beating, I guess they're not the Giants anymore, but they were the Giants.
I guess it builds a lot of confidence for the team because we've beaten Pentanet and Peace now. So it feels like we can go to playoffs with like a pretty good chance.
Well, Thomas, have your goals changed now? Have you said, okay, well, it went from maybe just scraping into playoffs to, does it almost become making top 3, top 4, top 2? What's it looking like for you now? And have you even had a conversation about it?
Well, I think I just want to make it as far as possible. I don't know if we can be like I don't want to say it too early and jinx us, but yeah, it's like just try our best.
Yeah, fantastic. And Incurcio, I mean, I'm going to almost ask you a similar question because you're kind of in the, I guess, same upwards trajectory as Gravitas. Has it changed for you? What are you looking to do? Because I mean, I was looking at your social media. I follow your streams sometimes here and there, maybe a bit of a lurk. And how a little bit sad early on into the season, but now you're very excited. You're up and about. Talk to me about, where your head's at.
I definitely reckon we're trying to go for more than playoffs. Maybe try to get even win it, get second, third, maybe, who knows. But yeah, definitely on a hype train at the moment. We're happy we're winning a lot more games, or hell, pretty bummed out we're losing at the start. But hey, it's turning around, so let's get those dubs.
Yeah. And then give me something like not asking for something spicy, but how do you feel coming up against Gravitas, right? Obviously, what they've done has been pretty incredible in the last couple of weeks. Are you nervous? What's the feeling like in the camp?
I reckon we're not super nervous, but it's definitely pretty sick. The beating PGG, they've definitely improved, so it's definitely a little bit how do you do, but I reckon we can still win it. It's good.
Thomas, are you favourites in this game? Is that how you're feeling? Are you favourites? Are you expecting to win? Does it come with a little more, I guess, added pressure now? Because maybe you're expecting to win, and you're like, okay, we actually have to make a statement.
Yeah, I guess now that we're kind of expected to win, it's pretty weird because we're always the underdogs, and yeah, we don't want to lose to Legacy.
I love it. Good luck, boys. Thanks for joining me for the pre-game, not post-game. But one of your teammates will be at the post-game. Good luck, guys, and thank you.
Thank you. Catch your jubes.
Oh, I got a catch your juice from Inkersia. I love that. Huh?
Yeah. Well, he certainly might catch you. I'll throw you at him one day because, again, you got to speak with two of your favourite players in the DoorDash LCO, so you must be stoked, Jubes.
I'm stoked, and eventually I'm going to get called out by the players. I'm waiting for the day the player says, you've said that everyone's your favourite player. Now, who is it really? Because then I will, if I get called out, I will say who my favourite player is, but until then, everyone's my favourite.
Oh, okay. That's big words. Hopefully there's some players in Twitch chat that can, maybe say something later if he's doing an interview with you. But I need to ask, Thomas Shen, he sounded pretty confident. Do you think that confidence is key here, or he might be getting a bit too big for his boots and he might trip over those big boots?
It's a good question to ask. I think one big thing that Jules was hinting at is definitely something that we've both felt is once you're expected to win, the way that you play, there's a chance that you're putting more pressure on yourself than anything else. And everyone's individual. It could be that the coaches sit everyone down and that doesn't exist. It could be like Legacy's camp, right, where it feels like Inkersia is just going to be happy no matter what. But a lot of these young players that come into the league, this is the first time that they may have majority of us even predicting them to win consistently. And that also means that the viewers may feel the same way, and that starts to add up bit by bit, and suddenly that pressure can be too much if you don't know how to handle it.
And on the flip side, Jordan, I want to ask you, how long are you the underdog, and how many wins does it take until you're the updog?
Well, I think in this instance, given where the two teams are sitting on the standings, we'd have to consider the updog Gravitas, right? Because they actually are doing a little bit better than Legacy are so far this split. That said, Legacy are running into a nice sort of purple patch. They've won 3 games in a row, so maybe their form would dictate that they're the favourite. Who knows really, Mac? I guess you'll just have to wait and see until you ask our predictions.
Well, someone that does know how to make content is Darantaris, and he's made yet another sick meme for us. So let's have a look here. Darantaris at Chiefs ESC looking pretty scary out there on the Rift, and that's no cap, but at LCO.
He's got a shield. You guys get it?
Yep.
Yeah, he's got a shield, and the Chiefs logo looks like a shield.
Have this stuff as like merch.
And Cap is also like the short name for Captain America.
I didn't know that.
And he's also wearing a cap too.
It's also
he's door dashing it. He's door dashing it. That's the best bit.
It's also one of the Chiefs sponsors too, right?
They have jerseys themed for superheroes, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. It's all coming together.
There's just too many layers.
That's it, mate. He's putting together some crazy mental puzzle, which we've managed to figure out. So maybe make it a bit more deep next time, Dar, and it'll be harder for us to understand. But thank you for making the content. I put out the call, and you've answered. And you're the only one that answers every week so far. He's gotten on the show how many times now? At least 6, 7?
It's the Darseg from now on. That's all.
That's what we'll call it. The it could be from the fans, but it could be from the Dars instead. So we'll think about that.
What about a post-season award, right? Like, we give Rookie the Split. Why not just make it the Darian Tyrus content of the Split award?
Oh, could do that. And he's made some really good stuff at the moment. Maybe he could have done the tree. It was falling on Mammoth yesterday, and looks like it's could have been falling on Gravitas today. But you know, you don't want to recycle the goods. But look, he's made some memorable ones, and especially I feel like we haven't shown all of the ones of Jordan yet, and he hasn't.
You
been
definitely
on the
haven't.
show.
There was a lot.
There was.
Well, I think we only showed one of the tweets, which was actually 4 pictures. I think there was like 5 or 6 of them. And in fact, in my opinion, the best one wasn't actually shown on the broadcast. That was the one where I was like eating with a rusty spoon.
Yep.
And I was having like mac and cheese or something for dinner, and then I had spilled my nat tea. I felt like that one was sort of like the best one. It involved everyone. It was sick. I like that one. Haven't seen that one on the show yet, though.
Well, maybe you need to have a dig at the producers, because I know them. I can get you a call with them, and if you want to have a dig, dude.
Yeah, if you could, actually, that'd be great, because I do want to have a chat with them.
Mr. Phillip just said in my ear, producer Phil, by the way, he said it's a long split, so we got time. We got time to make it happen. However, speaking of time, we're running out of that, so let's have a quick chat about the predictions before we jump into Champ Select. And once again, I've gone with Twitch chat. Don't know why anymore, because they've certainly dropped the ball for me, 17 and 11, picking all the favourites. Good job, but not really. Rusty, why have you gone for Gravitas here?
I mean, for me, I think they're just more stable. Legacy have looked good. They've shown a lot of promise, but the way that I see Gravitas is that across the board, they're just slightly better and slightly more stable. And again, this is a match that's kind of hard to predict because the early game could influence so much of it. But Gravitas showing me that they can end games cleanly with leads gives me a lot more hope for them.
Well, Elfish Guy, going to let you explain your reasoning when we get into the draft, because we are running short on time, so we'll jump over to the second page and see what everyone else has gone for. Juves, you're also on the Gravitas train.
Yeah,
Only
so
that for Legacy.
My reason being is that I think Kyosei's showed us a lot of discipline in the last couple of weeks. I think the one way you lose to Legacy is from a lack of discipline. You turn into that skirmish, heavy, Katarina reset type style play style, where Sybil and Incursio really thrive, and Kyosei's just said, nope, not today, and he's really developed as a player, so I think that's why.
Okay, and look, I am bloody starving, and I know you guys at home probably are as well. It's 6 p.m. It's prime time for dinner, prime time to exclamation DoorDash in chat, and save yourself a little bit of dosh. And looking here, you got Red Rooster with a deal with DoorDash at the moment. You can get 2 for 1 on your boxed meals. So make sure you jump over there and you can get yourself some dinner. Get your missus, your partner, your friend, your family, your dog some dinner as well. A little serving for the double for the one price. Whatever it is. Is 2 for 1? 2 for 1 deal.
I think it's 2 for 1, Max. Probably the one you're looking for there.
Yeah, 2 for 1's the good. Well, two for 1 sometimes is a little bit too much when you've got 2 max. But you just want 1 Mac. Maybe sometimes you want 0 Max. Champ Select isn't ready, but if it was, you'd have no Max, because I'd be jumping out of the screen right now.
I had a question just about the partner thing that you said, get one for your partner. I actually wanted to know, because I do play League of Legends quite a bit, what if your partner's Summoner's Rift?
I don't think Summoner's Rift needs food.
So I actually missed what you said, Jubes, but I did hear
How did you miss
producer
it?
Phil
I can't
tell
repeat
me
it.
the draft is ready, so let's jump into the draft. Goodbye.
Oh, let's jump into the draft. Save us from these 2 maniacs. Rusty, get those 2
He's
out
in
of
a
here.
committed relationship with Summoner's Rift, Jordan. I've heard everything now.
Yeah, let's keep it chill. Now, we do have Gravitas versus Legacy to kick off the day, which is going to be quite the interesting matchup. The 2 teams sitting in towards the middle of the pack at the moment, but at least in the case especially of Gravitas, if they win here, could push for the top of the pack. Now, the one thing that I want to instantly note off of this draft, and something that I was watching out for, was the LeBlanc ban to come through from Legacy. I know we've seen 2 games in a row from Kyosei with that champion. He's very, very good on it. So I'm actually quite happy to see that respect ban coming through from Legacy.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, he has looked good on it, and one of the biggest things that it does provide is that just ability in general to win 2v2s, right? So the LeBlanc ban does change the game plan potentially here for Kyosei. One other thing that we really do need to point out is the Lulu first pick kind of indicates the Jin Zhao second pick away from it. But Lulu is also a very big champion for Gravitas. Kyosei, we mentioned this last week, gets rank 1 playing Lulu Karma, top lane, and just in general, those two champions. So it's always a risk that it goes towards mid lane and is now an incredibly flexible first option for them. I would say it's unlikely that it goes into the hands of Safa. He seems more prevalent with the carry bruiser style champions. So just eyes peeled on how that flexes between Kyosei and Floppy and enables the aggressive Akano to put in work.
Yeah, we do get the Gwen locked in. I'm sure you're going to have a lot to say about that one. But I also want to talk about this Thresh. I know, obviously, you had your highlight focus on the bot lane. We have the Thresh again. What is it, like 16% win rate or something like that? Hopefully Legacy are going to be able to turn that one around. Haven't actually seen too much Thresh from ML so far this split. Only the one game from him. So see where that's going to be paired with. It was actually paired with the Varus last time. So not going to get that option here.
Yeah, Varus is going to be taken away. And so far this draft has panned out interestingly to me in that I feel like we've got some champions taken away from our opponents left, right, and center, right? Like we mentioned the Xin Zhao. I think you can take that away from a Lulu to get rid of some 2v2 strength and pick any mid laner you want with it to have good dueling. Looking at the Thresh pick down in bottom lane, not knowing the AD carry that can go with it, there's still Kalista, there's still a Philios. There is still, I guess, the Ashe, but that's something that Thomas Shen would play more than Styled, I think. We'll see where they choose to go because they have plenty of options. It's about the style of league that they want to play here, Elfish Guy. Is like, do they want to win bot lane? Or they just want to scale up freely, where I think Legacy as a team are pretty content just chilling bot lane and letting the rest of the map put in work.
I mean, if you look at the champion selections from Legacy down in that bot lane, at least as far as the ADC position is concerned, it's always been that sort of scaling champion that can sort of thrive in a bit of a nothing lane. I mean, you've got Varus, Senna, Kog'Maw, Ezreal. Those are the 4 actually that Styled has played so far. So I would be a little bit surprised if we don't get something fairly similar. I mean, I think Ezreal here probably could definitely work in the favor of Style, but we'll end up seeing what they do, opt for still one more ban to come through for Gravitas, and they've sort of focused more so on the mid and the top bans. Obviously, Incursio hovering the Viego at the moment, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it won't go into the jungle or maybe potentially even up into the top lane. So you do have a sort of hedge your bets essentially from Gravitas.
So I actually think this is going to Styled and they're going to play Ziggs Thresh bot lane. We'll see with their last pick, but at the moment, that's what I would be expecting to see from them. Ziggs has been seen a lot more in the bot lane position lately. It does work super well into champions like Varus that just want to slowly at long range poke you down and push the wave. You do it faster, right? You've pressure faster. You've constantly got them at their turret if you're the strong side of the map, and you can play that style of aggressive League of Legends from mid to bottom and start looking to take plates instead, not just threatening ganks. And it does provide a lot for a team. If you've already got enough physical damage in your comp, which they very clearly do with a Xin Zhao and a Viego locked in already.
Yeah, obviously the buffs coming through for Ziggs certainly factor in how his strength has improved. Yeah, always eager to see the Ziggs getting pulled out. We do have the Rakan locked in for Gravitas, so I think we can safely say now that the Lulu, at the very least, will be in either mid or in top. Obviously, if the assumption is that it's going to be mid, then Kyosei will be sending that Gwen up to the top lane, and we're seeing how things go with that. Although we have seen Gwen in the jungle a little bit as well, so it's still a little bit of a flexible situation, I suppose, for Gravitas. Do get the Rise as the final champion confirmed for Legacy, and with that, then we do now definitely know that you are correct in your assumption that the Ziggs is going to go down into the bottom lane. Triple teleport for Legacy, another thing to note. Obviously, with the Ziggs being locked in, you don't tend to see the heal coming through necessarily for the AP carries when they're locked in that marksman position. So we do have the extra teleport on offer for Legacy.
Yeah, and at the moment, Safa is going to be playing the Ghost from the looks of it. Ryze is a phase rush style of champion, so perhaps wants to just be able to keep that extra sticking power. Lots of damage actually here across the board, and a decent amount of scaling for both of these teams respectively. Once again, we find ourselves with a lot of reliance on junglers and supports for engage. And if I was to say, which type of composition I favor, I'm kind of looking at the champions in general on Legacy and saying that's a really powerful 5-stack of champions. But there's so much potential on the opposite side here with what the Lulu can do with a Volley Bear, right? For diving other lanes. If Lulu's able to get priority in mid lane, they go together to say top or bottom. The turret's going to be disabled. They're never going to die. And it's a really potent duo to send elsewhere and a lot of potential to snowball.
Yeah, I think there is a lot of that really on the Gravitas side of things. I particularly look towards the Gwen. I know we've seen Gwen a lot. Gwen's been such a talking point over this split and ever since really release. A bit of a threat up in the top lane. I think that obviously Ryze takes a little longer to scale, whereas Gwen, you know, obviously done a pretty good job from day dot from square one. And when you're able to sort of get those early fights, maybe around the top side, could well go the way of Gravitas. It'd be interesting to see how things go here, obviously, for Varus. I mean, you've got the 2 supports there as well, so it's not necessarily your traditional like 80 carry in that respect in terms of, okay, I've got a Kog'Maw, for example. I want to have a Lulu and a Karma or whatever on the same team. And, you know, Rakan probably doesn't necessarily tie into that quite as comfortably either, but I feel like 2 differing styles coming out from these 2 teams, and I am quite eager to see how this sort of all pans out. My one question, I suppose, for Gravitas is how do they deal with all that global pressure, right? Having that extra teleport, you know, even the Ziggs and the Ryze, the ultimates can kind of influence the lanes as well. So that's definitely something that Gravitas is going to have to be aware of and something that they're going to have to sort of play around.
Yeah, it adds a little bit more reckless abandon for someone like Styled on the Ziggs to just throw abilities at minion waves, right? Being able to cheat that recall with a teleport back towards bottom lane. You've got the Lantern to keep you safe, and again, this is something that you could say is enabled simply by having Thresh on your team, is the ability to run teleport, the ability to play more aggressively and look for those plates. Now, it isn't, like you mentioned, it isn't the Karma Ziggs bottom lane, which I personally enjoy because it's so oppressive and pushes hard. It's much more of a stable and standard type of lane. It's just a Ziggs instead of an AD.
Yeah, so we'll see how it does pan on out, Rusty. And while you have a bit of a relax here, I'm going to have a chat with Ceres. So it's nice to see you again, Ceres. I'll try not to ask you too much about your opponents today. Let's start things off with a bit of a discussion about Legacy and this. I don't even know what to call it. It's been a resurgence, I suppose, right? You've had 3 wins in a row. Things have been looking fantastic. Legacy's in great form. But I want to get your idea of, you know, what the catalyst for that really has been.
Well, generally speaking, when you're learning something new or you're trying to incorporate new ideas, I think the rest of your game will take a step back. And I think that we're the amalgamation of a lot of slow progress. And we've been steadily building towards a conclusion, and we're starting to see the results.
Would you say, and this is something I think that we've brought up a couple of times on the broadcast, that Legacy is a momentum-based team?
I think that's fair, yeah, for the most part. We're trying to, you know, trade momentum in favor of being more consistent, and that's something we're actively working on. But yeah, for the most part, I think that's a fair assessment of us right now.
Okay, awesome. And I guess, you know, to throw one in for this particular matchup, obviously Gravitas has been on a pretty similar sort of trajectory to yourselves, right? You both sort of had a rougher Split 1, and coming into Split 2, both teams have kind of looked like they are at least middle of the pack teams, maybe even pushing for playoffs and top of the pack teams on their day. You guys did actually lose to Gravitas in that first round robin, if I remember correctly. So where do you sort of see yourself sitting at the moment? Are they a big threat to you? Are you coming in as the favorites, or is Gravitas the favorite? Sort of what's your thoughts on this matchup just in general?
I think that Gravitas, a couple of their wins have been in very, very long extended games where they've managed to drag out the game and win a critical team fight, make a better decision in the moment, winning off in those kinds of one-off moments. And until yesterday, it didn't occur to me that they were actually consistently winning games through good play. But yesterday was kind of game changer in their really, really convincing win against Benton, and I think they're much stronger now. So yeah, I think it's a very even matchup. Obviously, I think that we're favored to win, but they're definitely looking good.
Yeah, awesome. I agree. I think Gravitas is looking great. Got to say, though, I think Legacy is also looking pretty good. So you've done a great job. Appreciate your time
thanks,
again,
mate.
Ceres. We'll leave it with you for that one, and best of luck.
Sure, cheers, mate.
All right, Rusty, a fair bit going on in the early game. I think, you know, Gravitas trying to influence things up in the top lane. Safa trying to get aggressive with that ghost popped early on in the piece. And then a bit of backwards and forwards going on in the jungle just prior there as well.
Yeah, there was so much that, like, it's always good to hear from the coaches, and I always enjoy Ceres' opinion on the game, but I really wanted to talk during a lot of that because there was just so much, like, intricacy within that. As we'll hold that thought for top.
Yeah, Kano going to force the flash on through. Does get that lockdown onto Winterer, who will be forced to flash away himself. But overall, no real harm done. Winterer does have teleport available and should theoretically just be able to come straight back into this lane.
Yeah, so let's just do a mini recap on it. You saw the ghost that happens top lane. That was a result of Winter replacing a ward at the blue buff. I hope you two just trade and don't all in. And what happens here, right, is Sybil is looking to do blue to red to potentially the enemy blue buff and be aggressive. But because that gets halted, right, just through the play of Gravitas, he looks towards top lane, gets spotted on a ward, walks towards mid, and even though Kiyose is postured, clearly knowing that Sybil is there, he walks through mid, doesn't make the play happen, and then just continues to make the play. So as a result of all of this time that Sybil has ultimately wasted through pretty rough decision making, and I'm being nice when I say rough, because to me it was obvious, and I don't know exactly what they were seeing. He's very behind in the jungle role. Even after that gank that Akano puts top, Sybil is hovering and protecting, so he's just still falling further behind.
Yeah, level 3 versus level 4, and fair chunk of CS behind there as well. You do see that force, that push coming through from the bot lane of Gravitas. They'll look to reset here. This will be one of those things that they need to sort of be on top of, is when their resets are going to happen, and if they're leaving a door open, a window open for Legacy to get some chip damage on that tower, how quickly the bot tower can fall. Obviously also noting that Ziggs is one of the stronger pushers in the game. So if he gets the opportunity, he's going to just shove that wave in quite quickly indeed. But looks like Legacy will take the opportunity to send ML back, while Styled more or less just freezes the wave in the bot side. Same thing happening up in top. Winter are quite happy to just take this prolonged, slow gameplay to Safa, who doesn't really have an avenue of attack when the wave is at this kind of a position.
Yeah, I'd say in general, Safa very rarely has an avenue of attack besides using the ultimate for the slow to close distance with the ghost. Winter being phase rush can just sprint away, but Akano very nicely positioned here, maybe the way around that fact.
Well, you're thinking about how far Winter is stepping up, and as of yet, Akano hasn't opted to push forward. A couple of pings coming through now from Legacy up in that top side. I think they've seen the volley bet, and they've also noted that means they can go towards the dragon, grab that for free. So he managed to grab it early on in the piece, just before 7 minutes ticks over.
And they're about to see the volley bear again at the tri-bush as he walks past a control ward. They have total knowledge of what Akano has been doing, and again, you think about the time that he has spent top, and you could say wasted. The wave is still terrible for Winter and does need some assistance, and the perseverance of Akano could result in a kill at this point. But he's spent so much time here that Legacy have almost just got an advantage simply by existing elsewhere on the map. So well played to Winter. Credit to him for being able to survive and for being vigilant.
Sybil might have overcommitted here a little bit. Akano forces the flash out, but Sybil ticking away. The flash forward from Kiyose, auto to finish it, but now that opens up the door for Incursio as he steals away the Lulu life. Akano tries to turn it, but surely can't get enough done. Incursio, a double kill, and you have to say that is bad news indeed for Gravitas, because it feels like a lot of the time Incursio is a bit of a barometer for this Legacy roster, and when he's doing well, Legacy is doing well.
Yeah, and why is he doing well, Jordan? It is simply because they flash forwards to try and get themselves the kill onto Sybil, when I think they should be content with stability. You've got a Lulu mid lane that has cheaper item spikes. It's going to be relevant at one item. You don't have to flash forwards and make a trade like that. And I guess Gravitas just assumed, and Kiyose just assumed, he'd be able to get out with his life. I believe even had the ultimate, maybe didn't have enough mana. We'd have to watch that back. But because he goes down, it gives the resets in Curzio 2-0, and ultimately a huge mistake from Gravitas that didn't need to happen.
Yeah, especially giving 2 kills over to a Viego, a champion that can snowball. Nice fancy footwork from Kiyose, but I'm not sure it'll save him. Wild Growth heals him up a little bit, but Incursio looks for more damage, won't have enough in the end. Nice little stutter step really from Kiyose to dodge the death sentence.
Yeah, great little juke, and thankfully has the ultimate this time around to be able to survive. That's something that Viego did not have. Safa currently using his ultimate there as well to push the wave in. He's also going to miss himself the cannon. That feels terrible. Winter now with priority in this lane, and we have seen this a lot already. He's been controlling and winning trades pretty nicely in top lane. So this is clearly a premeditated draft strategy here for Legacy. And I've said this before. I said it during the draft vaguely, and I'll say it again. I really do like Legacy's draft more in general. And we're starting to see a semblance now of some really good mid-game team fighting from them with the strengths that they're starting to garner. You know, the stability bot lane is still going to favor a Ziggs who gets that one-item spike and becomes huge in team fights. Mid lane being 2-0 and Rise being the counter pick for top lane, holding his own. And the amount of time Akano has spent up there just to help Safa exist is doing wonders for Legacy.
Sybil, once again, going to be hanging around mid. They don't know exactly what they're going to do just yet, but Sybil decides to go over the wall. Akano fairly healthy. I think he does smite away the Raptor. Not sure who that went to, but Akano put a smite in, so I'm assuming it went to him. Sybil trying to put some more shots in onto Kyosei, but again, with Wild Growth available, Kyosei very safe in that mid lane. Difficult to dive, especially for two melee champions, and so Kyosei walks away unscathed.
While it may be difficult to dive a Lulu, it is still priority given to the Viego, and you've already seen a lot of the trades that are happening in mid go his way. So Incursio doing a lot of good work here, having the Merc trades as his first item, going straight towards a Vamp Scepter, means that he has an insane amount of sustain and limited damage from Kyosei. Now they're going to grant him the Rift Herald summons as well, so lots of pressure building through mid lane. The exact place that Legacy want to win the game through, and here comes a Ziggs.
Doesn't quite get that fourth plate, but
And
Styled
bang.
certainly will be able to. And that is the first turret for Legacy, opening up mid. I mean, it's the best turret to get at this point in the game, isn't it? You know, side lanes is nice, but getting that mid turret really opens up the jungle for them on both sides. Just get so much more presence in the river as well, and so Legacy are in a great spot.
Yeah, it pushes back the point of safety for Kyosei by thousands of units, right? Which means thousands of units of vision that they have to cross through mid unnoticed. It's extra time that Incursio has to go from mid, or in this case, it could be Styled and Emelg, to leave mid unnoticed and unseen. It requires extra vigilance and vision control from Gravitas to handle it, because this early in the game, to lose that mid lane out of turret is pretty devastating, to say the least.
Yep, it's going to make contesting the Dragon a little bit more difficult once Legacy shoves this wave in. Mid Prior certainly going to be going their way. Little greeting of Gravitas in the river, setting themselves up some wards, getting some vision. Legacy don't seem to be particularly interested in the Dragon here, which is interesting, actually.
I guess, you know, the total vision that Gravitas had is pretty scary. They're going to at least get that priority first and the timing first. They're currently playing towards top lane. My thinking is because you've got... Oh, hold on.
Yeah, there is a teleport coming through. That's going to be through from Winterer as Incursio gets the lock-up onto Floppy, but whoa! What is that damage coming through? The volley bear just lands right on top of Incursio, says, see you later. Safa's on the chase, trying to catch Winterer. Ultimate doesn't quite connect, but he might have enough still, not quite to survive, but the kill comes through regardless for Gravitas. So a 2-for-1 trade overall for them. That said, what's happening up in the top lane may make it not necessarily so worthwhile, because that'll be another tower for Legacy.
Yeah, that to me was so unnecessary from Legacy to teleport in there. Just accept that Incursio is on the weak side of the map, that he has the teleport to help top lane, right? They just took the Dragon. Everyone knows that Gravitas is on this side of the map, and while they're pushing top to get turret plates, they choose to make this play bottom. Now, Winterer does his best to try and survive, and I think the shield from Safa had to have been close to being available once again. But he does get a trade at the very least. Realistically, the goal was always a top lane out of turret. So my question remains, what were Legacy thinking? Trying to make two plays and do too much at the same time when they were already winning by pushing top for turret plate gold.
2 plates, or rather 2 towers, 10 plates even. I mean, I guess 11 if we consider that there's a plate loss in the bot lane as well for Legacy. So far, we do see about a 3k gold lead, which I imagine is primarily coming from those plates. The CS numbers are a little bit favorable as well on the Legacy side of things, so doing a pretty good job of keeping things ticking over. Gravitas are quite happy in the knowledge, though, that they've at least managed to get at least the one Dragon. Thomas Shen forced to flash. Bit of an awkward position for him. Now Incursio up into the top lane. We'll have a look at Safa. Some good damage coming through.
Safa losing half of his health just to try and get that last plate, though, as it ticks over to 14 minutes and the plates will go away. This does mean that while there's less gold on offer for Styled, it's so much easier to actually take the turret. and this will drop very fast. You can see the priority from the rest of Legacy already. While Winterer has wasted that teleport prior, he did get a kill from it, but doesn't have it to join now, so Incursio is going to be just turbo weak-sided. Doesn't matter, because they're still going to win here.
Or rather, another tower, I should say. Force-styled. Plates have obviously disappeared already. I'm really enjoying just watching Styled walk around the map, kill towers. He doesn't necessarily have to try too hard at the moment. He's just having a good time, farming up, killing towers,
Playing
doing what
his own
Ziggs
game,
does.
man. Everyone else is playing League of Legends. He's just playing Farming Simulator with turrets. What a
Who
life.
needs creeps when you have turrets? Sybil's quite deep here, outside of vision as well. Kyosei not going to make the mistake of walking through that bush. And so Legacy will look to continue to put pressure on those turrets. And this is going to be a mid-tower, a mid-tier 2 tower at 15 minutes from Legacy. They are just dominating the map at the moment. Gravitas will opt to try to respond by getting themselves a Rift Herald, but there's numbers here for Legacy. Nice blast cone from Safa will get him out, but the death sentence from ML connects, and you can bet your bottom dollar that's going to be 2 dead Gravitas members. Those 2 kills donated over to Winterer, who is now 3-1, and starting to become a pretty scary looking rise.
I'll tell you what, right now, it is looking like Legacy are the actual playoff contenders and not Gravitas the way this game's been going.
Yep.
It's been pretty much a comprehensive handling of their opponents from go to woe. 15 minutes in, you can see the gold difference is absolutely stretching out of proportion. The decision making is, for the most part, pretty much just favoring Legacy overall. They've had a very good read on the map. They know what their opponents are doing. They're besting it. They're handling it with ease.
Well, it's going to be another Rift Herald for the Legacy roster. Their second, of course, from this game. And with the Infernal Drake starting to become a factor, 45 seconds, that Rift Herald will be quite useful in shoving a wave in, causing a bit of a distraction maybe for when that dragon does pop. Overall, just seems like Legacy haven't really let Gravitas play this game. That's kind of the sense that I'm getting, is that Legacy have walked around the map doing what they wanted, kind of continued to keep pressure in all 3 lanes, and Gravitas have really tried to respond to those threats, but that's really all they've been able to do. They haven't been able to make too many decisions of their own.
It's basically a case of you've got Legacy playing towards the Zig side of the map, right? So he's always the strong side that has numbers and has support. And then you have Gravitas responding by vertically playing the map. Instead of matching a strong side and like staunching the turret taking attempts, they've really just been suffering to it. And I think a lot of that does result to mid-priority and what that means for the state of the map. You know, Gravitas give 2 kills to Incursio. They suddenly lose a turret to a Ziggs W with a Herald that's taken as a result of the mid lane priority. And the game genuinely blows completely out of proportion from that, because they just send Ziggs to places to press Satchel Charge on turrets, and it's an extra 1,000 gold going their way. This is stretched to 5,000 as a result of turrets, more than anything else, and just playing the map well.
Yep, 5 turrets down. You got to remember, for Legacy, 2 of those turrets were when the plates were still available as well, so it's a lot of gold going over to them just by virtue of the objectives they've been taking. Winterer and Styled are the greatest benefactors of that, but Incursio's also got a fair chunk of change, so all the money going over to the people that you'd want it to be on. And it's a really slow burn, I think, as well from Legacy in this team composition. You're looking at a Ziggs. Once he gets a couple of items, he just becomes... like, he's always a little bit obnoxious to deal with, but once he gets 2-3 items, once he starts to get to that late game situation where 1Q's doing who knows how much damage, he starts to become really, really unappealing to deal with. I mean, the same can be said for Winterer, right? The longer this game goes, the more difficult he'll be to deal with. And even Viego, right? With those resets, with the ability to just sort of jump all over the place, do whatever he wants.
There's
it's a ticking time bomb, isn't it?
As well, though, right? Like, imagine you are Gravitas. You've built a composition that feels like it's going to be Lulu Varus, right? Is your late game team fighting duo. Maybe Gwen Lulu, but let's just say Lulu Varus. He's gone the on-hit build with lethal tempo. You're now trying to hit someone that pretty much can all kill you in terms of damage. You've got a Ziggs zoning you, you've got a Thresh Hook zoning you, and you're playing the low-ranged Varus. You're not playing the lethality poke Varus. You've just increased the difficulty in this game by giving them this early snowball, and that's not something that'll go away for the rest of this game. So you've increased the difficulty of execution for yourself now that you're playing from this deficit.
Particularly when Infernal Soul is what's on offer for Legacy. Now that's probably still a while away, but it's a factor to consider. Never a fun time to be going up against a high poke champion in the same vein as Zeke's when Infernal Soul is on them. So again, it feels like the clock is kind of ticking against Gravitas here a little bit, and they'll have to start working hard to pull things back. But they don't even really have great control of their jungles right now. You can see that Legacy are happy to be walking through the blue side here and sort of doing whatever they want, leaving Winterer down in bot to just continue that split push. And there's so much vision here for Legacy that for them to get caught off would be quite difficult, I'd imagine.
Absolutely, it'd be pretty hard. Legacy are going to prioritize that mid lane priority and play towards bot lane. They've got teleports for this as well. Style does not, but I mean, they've just committed to the 20-minute Baron, losing minimum an inhibitor here, you would say. That is incredibly bold and potentially inting.
Well, Winterer is going to grab himself the bot lane tower. Legacy are going to grab themselves the mid lane tower. This could actually be 2 inhibitors for a Baron, and I'm not sure the Gravitas will be too happy with the trade they made. They're going to try and force something here, though. They kind of have to force something. The teleport out from a couple of the Legacy players. Oh, they're in all sorts of problems there, Legacy. But they do at least manage to get Sybil styled and ML Galt. I'm not sure if that was a miscommunication or what, because I almost feel like if Legacy tried to turn that, they would have stood a better chance than doing half and half.
I mean, there's a chance they could have taken the fight. They were opting the safe route regardless, which I think is totally fair. You've got the mid lane inhibitor, play for top and bottom and split the map. You know, you've got your teleport advantages. Ryze ultimate does get everybody else to safety, and Winterer choosing to sacrifice himself in effect instead of going in the ultimate because they could cancel it if he was in that proximity. So at least we'll save the life of some of his teammates. But the cost was high. Gravitas get shutdowns. They break the mid lane outer turret. You would say that was pretty good for Gravitas overall, given the amount of gold that they just got from that trade.
Yeah, sort of even things up a little bit. It was about a 5k deficit, wasn't it? And now it's just around 2k. So definitely a swing from Gravitas there. And now they'll have Baron to potentially help them out to challenge this Dragon. It is up in 37 seconds and they all just reset. So I'm not sure that they'll get there in time to fully establish themselves, especially looking at the vision control that Legacy have already got here. That'll be tough to deal with.
Just got really interesting. Considering that the mid lane inhib doesn't break open a game, it's the easiest to defend, and the Gravitas have the Baron buff to defend it anyway. It's effectively giving free money to them for the rest of that duration of the inhibitor being gone. The question is the Dragons, right? If this one goes the way of Legacy, they could threaten the snowball, but I think the Baron buff has once again granted them enough access and control to at least get here first. Legacy are looking like they might want a bit of a biff, just not in time.
Yeah, they're not posturing enough, are they? And so Gravitas get themselves another Dragon. Looks like Gravitas want to find a fight here as well. Shirelia's Reverie, rather, is popped. Winterer trying to get out with Realm Warp, but will have to go golden. It's an absolute mess of a fight. The front to back seems to be working out for Gravitas right now. Kiyose surviving inside of that stopwatch. And all of a sudden, it is starting to look like the tables have turned. Legacy were in control, but who is now?
What could have been 2 inhibitors for a Baron trade has resulted in a 5,000 gold lead being equalized from Gravitas in the span of minutes. It's an incredible Baron power play from them. And now they're almost, you would say, in the driver's seat. When it comes to team fighting, they're showing clearly that they can excel. The fact that Safa lives here is almost illegal. You know, you've got Thomas Shen just dishing damage. Not a single person touches Thomas Shen. This is an on-hit Varus that doesn't even need a Lulu shield, Jordan, because that's going towards saving the teammates, as the T Shen himself just pops off with his positioning.
Yeah, definitely very difficult to get into the backlines of this Gravitas roster now. I mean, Floppy, he had a good ultimate there as well. Quickness sort of helping him not only to get into that fight, but just to lock the couple of players down right at the start that started to swing things in the favor of Gravitas. After that ends, you obviously see Okano diving in as well and sort of locking them down even further. And Legacy didn't really get the opportunity to play that fight at all.
It's just so surreal that we're where we are. How quickly it turned, right? Like, that could have just been an inhibitor in mid and a disengage, and Legacy have just made a trade, right? then you just start to pressure. Because what does the Baron buff give you if you've reset appropriately? But like, they gave 750 as a shutdown over in kills. They gave so much money suddenly, and because they were 2 members down.
Rossi, oh, you missed it.
What
I hate to interrupt you, but there was a cat being petted in the back of Floppy's player cam.
Mid-game, he was petting a cat?
No, not him. Someone off camera. Look, there's the cat.
That's impressive. I was going to say there's no way mid-farming or playing Ricard, placing wards, just goes to have a cheeky pet of his cat. That would have been 300 IQ.
But yeah, I mean, what you're saying is exactly right. Legacy have seen this game sort of not necessarily fall apart yet, but it's in the process of falling apart right in front of their eyes. That gold lead that they had, which was 5k, went to 2k, and now it's about 1k, and starting to fall by the wayside a little bit for Legacy. Bit too preoccupied in mid, so the reset comes through from Safa. We'll be able to make sure that none of the Nexus towers do go down.
Yeah.
But what will happen here? This is what's interesting, because Legacy looks like they're about to be cut off.
Ghosted.
Safa forces the ghost through. Sybil and Winter are standing on top of a blast cone, but they can't go anywhere. Gravitas is all around them. Floppy charges forward.
Oh, Sybil's alive.
No way! Don't tell me they get out of this one. Sybil, he's just absolutely swindled them. And so is Winterer.
The cat burglars have escaped somehow. My God. They've both just achieved the Mission Impossible disengage. They split. You can see Sybil's laughing after that one. They've just robbed Gravitas of 2 kills. Those 2 kills could have once again continued to help open the map up, because they stole a bot lane inhibitor with a Rise ult. They needed to be punished for that one. And just the absolute thieves.
Well, that's the classic, oh, I think they're already dead, someone else will kill them, I'm going to go chase the next guy. And then no one kills the first guy, and they both get away. Nice flash. Coming through there from Sybil as well, just to get himself out of dodge. All said and done, Legacy pretty happy with that passage of play. And again, another twist and another turn in this game. It feels like we're on a bit of a roller coaster ride. Baron's up. So is Dragon in a minute.
Yeah, and this Dragon is not necessarily worth taking as a point of priority over the Baron. Right now, you would expect that it's something that will be contested by both of these teams. They've situated both of their top laners on the opposing side of the map to the Baron, so it's clear where their priorities lie. Safa is decent at clearing supers. You can see how much damage he does to them. It's kind of insane. So not too much pressure belongs to Winterer down here besides the minions just being pushed. If I was Legacy, I would keep 4 people of priority towards the Baron buff in mid lane, and then I would just send a Rise to the Dragon and try and take that one for free solo.
Look at all the vision around here for Legacy. Control wards galore. Sybil standing on top of one still, even despite 2 of them being cleared by Gravitas.
The Scheibel with a turbo flank. It's just an insane angle.
Yeah, this is massive.
Do you Rise teleport to Sybil's positioning here?
I mean, I think Winter is just trying to take that fight down in bot. Not working out too kindly for him, so Legacy will need to make this fight work. Sybil gets locked up as he tries to dive in. The turn is through from Gravitas, and right now Thomas Shen is still looking healthy, but for how long? Sybil's on top, covered off cleanly by Akano, and Thomas Shen survives with a sliver of HP. All said and done, Gravitas are happy with that fight, and Legacy, oh, their hopes and dreams of a win in this game are starting to fall by the wayside.
Yeah, this is now 2 Barons and a teamfight victory this time. Winter is just going to Rise ult his way to safety, and anything that I suggest just does not happen here, does it, Jordan? We've resulted in just chaotic League of Legends. And Legacy are the ones faltering when it comes to the chaos. Much more cohesion on the Gravitas side. There's been moments of brilliance that we can definitely celebrate from Legacy, but this has been the opposite of clean in the way it's been handled once it became chaos.
Oh, not really sure what to say about this game anymore. Legacy have got themselves a Dragon, but it doesn't seem like a fair trade for the Baron that Gravitas have got. That said, it does put them on soul point, so it's not super relevant right now, but maybe in 5 minutes it will be, if they can survive that long.
It's just not... It's not a Camille split push angle, you know? It's a Rise. There's only so much that a Rise can do, and it feels like right now Legacy's options have become split push to victory, and that's it. Because ultimately, And this is, you know, we haven't given enough credit to him beyond his laning phase, which I think there was the clear flash mistake from Kyosei. But his shields have been on point, right? He's been playing Lulu perfectly. He's been able to shield allies while staying alive himself throughout all skirmishes. Thomas Shen's been doing great work in these team fights, but Kyosei is the unsung hero of the squad right now. He's been really making up for lost time with that early misplay.
All right, well, this is where the pressure really starts to mount for Legacy, as we do start to see inhibitor turrets taking a fairly sizable chunk of damage. You got 2 siege creeps there as well, and Gravitas are going to have them continue to fire in onto that tower. It ticks below 25%. Safa keeping some presence in the mid lane as well, trying to pull players across. Incursio flashes forward, ultis onto Safa as well, and tries to do what he can. But what he can is absolutely nothing. Safa just turns it right on his face. Gravitas have an inhibitor down now. Sybil forced to ult to try to survive, tries to turn it back on top of Floppy, but realistically speaking, not the target that you want here. Still options available for Legacy as they try to make this chase happen. Sybil again diving in, but won't get there.
Safa's still going though in mid lane. At the end of the day, this is still a huge win for Gravitas.
Emil is going to follow that death sentence right on top of Safa. Again, maybe not exactly what Legacy would have wanted here. A 1-for-1 trade, better than nothing. And then Curcio goes forward once more. Floppy caught out in no man's land, cannot be saved by the stopwatch. And so Legacy, I mean, all things considered, they defend well, I guess. Losing only the 1 inhibitor there, it looked like it could be very much worse than that for a moment.
It could have been a lot worse. It could have been potentially better. At the end of the day, they put 3 people worth of resources towards trying to keep Safa down, and he almost wins a 1v3 trade. Is able to continue to push mid lane. Gravitas are the ones who take an inhibitor and then overstay to try and threaten the end of the game, because Safa was obviously fighting 3 of them, so it makes sense. But the positioning after that point, you know, when Legacy do disengage, they're caught. And then they go mid, and they continue to push. So just not knowing when to quit is a key tenet of this game so far. That definitely is something that both teams will need to look at very hard in the mirror and say, at what point should we be disengaging? But at the end of the day, that was still favorable for Gravitas. They break their first inhibitor of the game. Mid lane is now exposed, and they're able to push top. You know, you've got 2 minutes until the Infernal Soul is potentially there for Legacy, and that means you have 2 minutes solidly to work with.
Do you think Infernal Soul actually turns this game back on its head for Legacy? I'm just not... I don't get the sense that it's enough.
I think Infernal Soul would be enough to help them win a team fight, because then Ziggs could literally 1v9.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it'll come to that. The way that Gravitas are playing, they may threaten an end as a trade for an Infernal Soul.
Well, there's another tower down for Gravitas. It's funny to think that 15 minutes ago, we were talking about Legacy having so many towers. I think it was 5-1 at one point. Now Gravitas are the ones that are actually in the lead as far as that objective is concerned, 8-7. And they'll start to pressure the top inhib once this tower does go down, which is really a formality at this point for Gravitas. Turns out they're not too interested in the inhib. Perhaps sensing the priority is there for Legacy. All fairly chunked down is Gravitas.
Sybil wants to stop the bases, and hopefully he doesn't die for okay. Ooh. Whatever you like, Thomas Shen. They're stopping the bases. A fight's going to happen.
Well, the fight is going to happen, but I'm not sure that Legacy wants it right now. Styled is not there. He's taking a long time to jump on in and starting to only now put damage down. The fight most certainly is going the way of Gravitas. Styled, he did peg 1 back, even a couple now with the tick coming through onto Floppy. So overall 2 for 2.
Okay.
I suppose you take that for Legacy, given how it started.
You absolutely take that if you're Legacy. You've got all 3 people on Gravitas recalling. Styled just hits the ultimate. We're looking at the Ziggs, but the ultimate hits. So Akano gets cancelled. Now once again delayed even more. 10 seconds until the Drake spawns. He's going to be late. You've got maybe a Lulu and a Varus there to defend this one. And you've got teleports from the side of Legacy to get here and hit it straight away. I mean, they're just chucking everything at Gravitas and seeing if it works, but eventually it does.
The only thing I have to say here is that Sybil is still on respawn. So if Legacy commit to this dragon, there's very much the possibility of a steal available. Looks like Akano's not even going to go for it. So Legacy will be given the Infernal Soul, and now we'll get the answer to my question. Is Infernal Soul enough to save Legacy in this game? Well,
I am looking we're all looking at a volley bear with flash and smite available against a no smite legacy hitting the dragon. So they're trading. Sybil's got to go for it. It's Sybil.
100%. 15, doesn't really matter. He was way too late. Akano gets the Baron, and Sybil forced to flash out.
Gravitas have put themselves on a clock, right? They've said, you can have the Infernal Soul, which will exist for the rest of the game. It also opens up an Elder Dragon, which is kind of unnecessary, I think, for Gravitas, who are feeling confident. They've given that option available to Legacy for the choice of the Baron buff. So the window is, can you actually close this game out on the Baron buff? Or are you giving another chance to Legacy? They've just reset Kiyose with Teleport. He must have an item available now. They made sure he got that wave. They do. It's the redemption. They're fighting fit. They've got 3 open inhibitors and 3 open lanes to contend with here. Surely they find an avenue of entry before it's too late.
Yeah, how the tables turn looking at the total gold charts there. Gravitas with the top 2 players. Earlier on in the piece, it was Legacy with 3 out of the top 4.
You know what's going to happen here? There's so many teleports of, unfortunately for Legacy, on cooldown. Never mind. Never mind. Sapphire's just built different.
Yeah, I don't know that Winterer can deal with the side lane pressure of Sapphire right now. And I say side lane pressure, it was Winterer trying to push the base. So maybe it was the Legacy side lane pressure more than anything else. But I don't think he wins that 1v1 right now. That's the second time we've seen Winterer get shoved out by Sapphire on the Gwen. That'll be a free
That's 3 inhibs.
And I was going to say, free triple inhib probably for Gravitas here.
I feel like Legacy have, in essence, lost the game through their playing of a side lane. Gravitas looking for the end.
Well, Legacy's going to have to do something about it. Mega Inferno Bomb goes right on top of Sapphire, but he was safe. Didn't take any damage, and I just don't see it coming through right now for Legacy. Nexus is open. Gravitas looking for it, looking for another win on the board, and there they have it. Legacy will move to 3 and 5, and Gravitas to 5 and 3. Thomas Shen looking a bit stressed after that one, but they've got it done. No need to be worried.
I mean, I feel like, and I'm sure I'm not the only one that feels this way, they stole that game away from the hands of Legacy pretty convincingly there. There was a point where 2 inhibitors were potentially open, and they were 5,000 gold down at 20 minutes on the dot, but they turned that within minutes, right, to being an even game. And once they had control, like we mentioned before the game even started, Gravitas do feel like a more cohesive team and have shown that they can end through multiple ways now. And they really have brought their squad together. That shows here, but it was still Legacy's game.
Look, Mac, if Gravitas can turn around Split 1 to Split 2 and do something like that, maybe you can turn around your ranked form as well. Hopefully things are going to improve in that respect.
What do you mean turn around? I'm going, well, we're at Silver 3 now. We're on the come up, hey?
On the come up. Maybe we can get gold this season. What do you reckon?
I reckon if I play more, I haven't been playing a lot over the last couple of weeks, I must say. Oh, couple of weeks, yes. This particular last week, not too much. But that's not what we're here to talk about. Gravitas, another W on the board, and now that's going to put them up next to Peace on, what, 5 and 3 at the moment. So that is big. Legacy doing a lot of good work throughout the game, but again, you know, you've mentioned that they did prioritize certain things when maybe that wasn't the key at said point. Hopefully they can go back and learn from that as they go and move forward throughout the split. And there was some moments of brilliance and moments that, yes, made Gravitas really scared, but Gravitas, it just seemed like their focus always seemed to be that little bit better in the team fights.
There's a couple of things here for me, right? It's one, Legacy seemed to be capable of only really putting all their eggs into the team fighting basket.
Yeah.
And the second they tried to do other strategies, it started to fail for them. And two, Gravitas have shown that they're willing to make snap decisions, that they can play around more than just team fighting, and that the growth they've shown has been outstanding through just the course of this split alone. And that basically gets them across the line, because the comp here for Legacy, Mac, is quite simply Ziggs chucks damage at them until they get a Viego reset and the game ends. But they just never got it to work.
Yeah, well, they got a wriggle on. It certainly was working very early in the game. You know, 2 towers with full plates for the Ziggs. That's certainly something to write home about. But then the gold diff went back in the other direction. So, Gravitas, 8k in the lead, or more 7k if you have a look at it, you know, when we're going ifs and buts. But, Jordan, what do you take away from these numbers here?
Well, a lot of damage done by the Ziggs. That's probably the one takeaway. But I suppose when you're playing Ziggs, you do tend to inflate the damage numbers quite a bit. I thought it was a really good game played by Thomas Shen. You know, he's got a difficult task dealing with the likes of Viego and Xin jumping on top of him and the Ziggs doing all that damage from range. And we sort of spoke to the fact that he's obviously not playing that that longer range style of Varus. He's playing more auto-attack based with the build that he's gone for here. So he's able to sort of dodge up, dip and dive and do all that sort of fun stuff. And I think, did he end the game deathless? We don't see it on this screen, but I think he actually went quite far through that game without a death. So it's a pretty impressive result if so. Overall, I think that's probably my takeaway. Great work from Thomas Shen.
Yeah, well, Thomas Shen doing really good work. I don't think that is who Juve's going to chat to, though. Juve's down on the sidelines. Come on. Who you got to have a swiggity swag? A little chin wag? Yeah. True. Yep. Who is it?
Okay. I don't know if my... Okay. Sorry, I was just a little bit confused. Not because I was confused, just a little things in my ear, but all good. I got Safa. Safa, let's go. Yes. Safa, mate. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Little bit of a win streak coming together there for the Gravitas squad, and I must give you a compliment before I give you a question. I think if you really had a much improved split 2 and been, you know, a big part of the resurgence of Gravitas, talk to me about that early game. Were you getting a little bit Monka-esque?
Yeah, look, I'll be honest, there was a whole lot of nothing going on for like 15 minutes. I think, I can't tell if we were like scared or like worried. I think maybe Sybil just has that effect on people where like he just, it's like, oh no, is he here, is he there? But like at one point we were just like, you know what, like just do it. Like just do something, go in, team fight. They can't stop, they can't peel off Rakan, they can't peel off Volibear, just go at them. And like from that point forward, we just started to take the game back over.
And that's what I thought. Watching it back, I was like, this is not the same Gravitas that we saw yesterday, just pulling the trigger time and time and time again. And it almost felt like it took a little bit of a deficit for you guys to pull the trigger. So who's behind that? What's behind that? Who's making the call? Is it just everyone trusts everyone now? And as soon as someone says something, it's go time? Like, what's the feeling like when you're playing the game?
I think for me, look, typically I would run the shot calls for the team for like the better half of the game. It's just usually Akano will definitely run a lot of the early game. But I think as soon as I got out of lane and I started to like take back like the leader position into the later parts of the game, that's when I felt a lot more in control. And that's when I was able to say go. I said, look, Thomas Shen, look, if your ult is up, I don't care if it's Thresh, I don't care if it's anyone, just ult something, just go. Like I don't care, just do something and we'll blast them from there.
And you're becoming a little bit of a side lane demon yourself, bit of a solo bolo late game in the bot lane. It wasn't actually seen on camera, so unfortunate for you, but nevertheless, what's it been like for you pivoting from, you know, playing solo queue now to diversifying, being able to play the Gwen so well, the Aatrox, the Camille? How do you think you're tracking along as a player, you know, to date?
I think it's like kind of like a rebranding. I think a lot of the time I would just pick, like I used to just pick my comfort champions and I just pick it into anything, and then depending on how it affected the game, like I guess I never realized how much easier it is to play the game once you just play for like what the comp needs and like what the meta is. If that makes sense. It's just, if Camille sucked or if Camille was good, I just lock it in.
100%. Well, congratulations on the game. Go celebrate, enjoy yourself. You're probably not playing on Friday, so I was going to say don't get too crazy with it. But nevertheless, thanks for joining me, Safa.
No worries, no worries. Thank you. DoorDash is taking care of us here.
Yeah, is that okay? Love to see that.
That was a smooth save. I got to be honest. He's done well.
I was wondering where that was going. I was like, what's he about to say, huh? And,
you know what stood out to me, Juves, just quickly, was the you understanding what it means to play for the comp. Because if you asked me from Oceania who's like the 0-10 comp player, it's you and Carbon that stick out. Because you had to do so much for the team, and a lot of it does involve dying just because of the champion you chose.
Yeah, you either got to be down in a deficit, whether that's 40 CS or whether that's 40 deaths. Fortunately for me and Carbon, you could never get reported in competitive play. The actual function didn't work. So it never got reported by my teammates.
Well, lucky for you, and also lucky for someone else, we do have the DoorDash player that delivered. And of course, it is the man that altered whatever he wanted to. It's Thomas Shen. So big congratulations to Thomas Shen down in the ADC role, down in that bot lane. 5-0 and 11, 84% kill participation, and has the ADC 21 wards placed. Rusty, how excited are you?
I mean, I'm excited to watch him play, and there was one team fight that stuck out to me in particular in mid lane. I know that wards are always the place that I usually start back, but just the way that he was team fighting was what stood out to me the most, honestly. To be able to position in a team fight where a Lulu doesn't need to shield you says a lot when you've picked a Lulu Varus type of composition. And then there's 21 wards on top of that as an AD carry, which is kind of insane, by the way. Because that's about 21 more than my average AD carry purchases. So that's very impressive from T-Shed.
He also didn't die. So we did get that confirmed 5-0 and 11.
Yep, that's what you guys were asking for. So Thomas Shen seems to be a bit of a hero for the moment. Let's see who is going to be the hero for Mammoth or for Order, as we do have match 2 coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go too far. DoorDash LCO has more on the menu for tonight.
This could actually be 2 inhibitors for a Baron, and I'm not sure the Gravitas will be too happy with the trade they've made. They're going to try and force something here, though. They kind of have to force something. The teleport out from a couple of the Legacy players.
Gravitas looking for the end.
Well, Legacy's going to have to do something about it. Mega Inferno Bomb goes right on top of Safa, but he was safe. Didn't take any damage, and I just don't see it coming through right now for Legacy. Nexus is open. Gravitas looking for it, looking for another win on the board, and there they have it. Legacy will move to 3 and 5.
I'm not shy, I'll say it. I've been thinking about you, baby. I'm a little faded. You look like Renaissance painting. Big doe eyes, amazing. She's everything I've been praying. My heart palpitation. She looks like the type to break it. Me and your girlfriend playing dress up in my house. I gave your girlfriend some kisses on my couch. She cute, kawaii on her body, that excites me. I think she really likes me, as politely can I? Slumber body, slumber body, slumber body, slumber body.
It's getting hot in here. I'm the Nelly in the party with some rocks for ears. I'm a slave for you, baby, Miss Britney Spears. I'm a Clover, she a Taurus, bring it on for cheers. And I'm sexy like Christina when I dip below. Not an H-Town girl, but I rodeo. Yippee, yippee, Kaye, welcome to the show. It's an all-girl party, clothing optional.
Me and your girlfriend playing dress up in my house. I gave your girlfriend some kisses on my couch. She cute, kawaii on her body, that excites me. I think she really likes me, as politely can I? Slumber body, slumber body, slumber body, slumber body. My girl look like Wednesday Addams. Eyes go black when she tied your back. She likes to stab them. My body she likes to grab. Matching pajama birthday suits. She tastes just like juicy fruit. She do that thing she usually do. Spell my name with her tongue like Me and your girlfriend playing dress up in my house. I gave your girlfriend some kisses on my couch. She cute, kawaii on her body, that excites me. I think she really likes me, as politely can I? Slumber body, slumber body, Kiss the morning, breathing in the dawn, finding a way into this great beyond. Feels so abstract, we're floating this calm. Cloud covers all gone. Rising slowly, just going with the heat. This restraint is building me complete. Ready to fly, we've got all the wellness
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is time for match 2. But before then, we of course have been having a slumber party. I hope you all enjoyed the song from Ash Nico, who has just lyricked up a storm.
The song slaps, man.
That was a good one, Mac. That was a good one.
Yeah, I had to think about that one for a second. It is a banger though. I was grooving here on the chair in the break. I don't know if you guys were. I think Jordan actually got up, took his headset off to dance.
That's right. Yep.
And then Groovy Juvie, you better believe he's just got the moves as well.
I didn't want to be the one to say it, but now that you've called me the Groovy Juvie, there's a few videos of me floating around on a night out.
I've seen those moves in person. It stuck with me, Juves.
I taught Rusty not how to dance. I taught him how I dance.
Aren't they they're in the Send It video, right? Someone's found him and put him in there.
Briefly.
Yeah.
Didn't know that was filmed, by the way, so oops.
Oh, oopsies. Well, hopefully we can film some more. And if you too would slumber party with Groovy Juvie at LCO, hashtag slumber party with Groovy Juvie for finals. And we can make it happen. One lucky individual, I might fly up out of my own pocket because I have not discussed this with anyone. But I could also not do that and save some money. Now, let's talk about the game. We've got Mammoth taking on Order here. And we're thinking Order are probably the favourites. If you look at the leaderboard, Mammoth's still yet to get a W. So let's talk Order first and talk about their strengths. Someone that is very strong on this lineup is Kevy. Keeps on getting that Vi through, and it seems to be getting them some Ws too, Rusty.
Yeah, it definitely does. I think Kevy's unique champion pool is an innate strength for the boys at Order at the moment because he is kind of the wild card in the team. You've got Chungi who can play to carry but seems to have a preference to being more supportive as well and does enable Kevy to shine. And so far, you've seen a lot of capability from the Order gang. You've seen a lot of potential from the Order gang. It hasn't been consistent enough to be able to chalk up wins against some of the better teams, and they do seem to be reliant, as do a lot of teams in the LCO, on getting those early leads. And I know I've said that a lot, and the meta actually does involve a lot of getting ahead early for what it's worth, but Order has shown, maximizes improved day to day. He's sick of just being a support. This Camille game was no different. At the end of the day, it was just that Peace were too powerful, but Order still have the tools, and against Mammoth today, lots of potential to just get that win.
Well, who is their strongest tool, Juice?
The strongest tool of Order would have to be Puma, I would say.
Yeah.
I think that he's a very solid player, and he's probably been their most consistent, even when all else fails around him. So it's just, I think the important thing for LCO in general is Mr. Consistency and having that player on your team. And for me, that is Puma.
Okay. Well, if we talk about Mammoth instead, Jordan, who would be Mr. Consistency on this lineup? Because we've seen a couple of newcomers that have really drawn a lot of eyes.
No, man, I think it has to be one of the newcomers. I think a lot of people have been keeping their eyes quite firmly peeled on Goodo recently, and he's been having a pretty good time. I remember last week looking at that Diana game where they almost got the win. I thought that was really going to be the first one for Mammoth. I can't remember exactly who it was against, but it certainly seemed like it was coming together for them, and unfortunately didn't, in the end. But I think Goodo definitely has been sort of a beacon of hope really for this Mammoth roster that has obviously struggled. They haven't found a win so far this split. They didn't have too many of them last split, but I think, we're getting a better brand of Mammoth than what we did last split, and that's kind of what we can really hope for, I mean, it's the same thing that we talked about for the likes of Gravitas and Legacy. It's that not necessarily do we want to see them come out and be the #1 team in the region for this split or anything like that. We just want to see that improvement. We want to see them be competitive, and I think Mammoth is kind of looking more competitive, in my opinion, than what they were last split. despite not having those wins.
Well, if you two want to see how competitive Mammoth are looking, you can see him down in the side lanes because Juves has the pre-game interview.
Juves with the pre-game interview in the side lanes, got Maximize here and Shinky. First of all, very honored to have Shinky here because I believe this might be your first interview, so I'm glad I can share this experience with you. First of all, Shinky, talk to me about this game today. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good today. I'm just excited to face Changi once again and get my revenge, really. That's pretty much all.
Is there a rivalry between you two?
Yeah. Yeah, we had like a little banter, really. That's all. In the past, like, couple weeks and stuff, but yeah.
So you're going to roam mid maybe like 5 times pre-level 6?
Yeah, who knows? I might buy movies, just send it mid a couple times.
Send it?
So
very good, very good marketing ploy there. Very good marketing ploy. Max, I have to ask you about today's game. I did see one of your tweets, and it was, I'm not gonna like throw you under a bus or anything, but you did say you could have carried the last game. Tell me, what's going on through your head? VOD review, maybe just a quick TLDR. How are you feeling?
Look, yeah, I definitely felt like the weight was on me last game to carry, and with the early lead that I had, I definitely should have. I've chucked my glass on today, so hopefully I can be a bit smarter with how I play in the late game, and hopefully we can get that double on the board.
So maybe it was just a vision problem as opposed to anything else.
For sure.
Sorry, dude. I've been there. I've done that, and that's the reason I went and got my eyes checked too. But so can we expect anything different from you? Because I guess we're starting to like label you, or at least I am, as like the LPL sort of team, right? The drafts that you have, very skirmish, very focused, very eager to use the teleport to help wherever you need to go, even if it's at the expense of your lane to a slight extent. Is that something that we can really look forward to for weeks on, or you kind of want to take a back seat, slow the game down?
I think it's very dependent on the situation. I think last game with our comp, we really wanted to skirmish a lot early game. So when the situation arises, like we'll happily go for that. I think we have like really good mechanical players, so taking those skirmishes like often favors us. So yeah, I think that is something fans can look forward to.
Well, gentlemen, thanks for joining me. Shinky, great to have you. Fantastic. And Maximize, best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Juves, for providing the interview without telling them that they were your favorite players. So I don't know if you forgot to or if you just hate those two. Which one is it?
I definitely don't hate Shinky. I think he's actually an admirable young man. He was very polite, very friendly. He actually threw in a cheeky little marketing ploy there. Might have to hit him up to get him a part of the marketing team. Who knows? Don't know if there's an availability there yet. Again, I'll talk to some people. And then Maximize, you know, good bloke, man. To be honest, his glasses on, I was a bit shocked. I didn't expect it. He still looks good. This, that, whatever. He's my friend.
Can I just say, they look surprisingly similar to Rusty's glasses, just a different color.
Yeah.
And
I don't remember if they did.
I wonder if he's just trying to steal some of your power, Rusty.
Yeah, crazy.
I mean, there's not a lot of power for him to steal, mate. I'm retired from the game. He can take what he wants.
I don't know.
I thought you were an international, international player at one point. You know, that's pretty impressive.
Let's not check the calendar for when that was, but yes, I was at some stage.
Well, something else you are, Rusty, is winning predictions. Let's have a look at the predictions and see where everyone has lent for game number 2 of the day. Of course, Twitch chat getting me 1 on the board. Thank you very much. I appreciate that greatly. Finally.
By the way, can I just say it was by like 2%. It was 51-49 when I saw it. So you're lucky,
wow.
mate.
Wow.
Yeah, 1% diff. Okay, well, the 1% that got me over the line. Thank you very much. Now, Rusty, you've gone for order here. Why? And is it going to send you over to 25 Ws?
I mean, I think that ultimately it's similar to last game, and I liked the point that Juves brought up before as a way of explaining it. Like, Mr. Consistency, I think that is something that exists constantly for the side of Order. They've got a base level of skill where I think Mammoth have potential, right? They have a ceiling that could be above that level of consistency, but we've never seen more than one of them do that at a time. We've never seen it more than once in a row from that person that does it, and we just need a little bit more from Mammoth. So I don't have enough faith to predict their way, even though they could. I have much more faith in Order.
Well, let's see if anyone had faith in predicting Mammoth. If we flip it over to page number 2, Nat has. Okay, so Nat's gone for the underdog pick. So, Juves, you're doing Nat's role, so can you tell me what Nat's thought process was?
Can I genuinely say what I think it was?
Yes.
She's not having to sit here to defend herself, so she's gone very outlandish with the tips.
Well, there you go. And I'll happily take that one. Now, before we jump into Champ Select, you got Mammoth and Order. Nothing too curious in terms of what we've seen from them so far. Maybe a couple of random picks thrown in there. Any expectations, Jubes? Anything that could be too crazy?
I actually want to see Order fall back to something slightly more meta. I think like the Vi and stuff's fantastic when you pair it with the Galio, and I actually understand the idea and I like it. But I think I'd like to see them just to fall back to a staple, get another win on the board, get a little bit more confidence back, because whether they say it or not, like losing that game to Peace in the fashion that they did, it's going to hit them a little bit in the confidence department. So I would like to see them kind of just fall back on what works for them and just go again what they're comfortable playing. Because Kevy even said himself he hasn't played much Vi, but it's not that hard. I mean, if that's where your mind's at when you're going into a big game, not so sure about it.
Well, this is a W that Order needs to stay towards the top of the table. And, gentlemen, Champ Select's ready. So, we're going to throw this one away. It's Mammoth and Order coming up right now.
Thank you very much, Mac. I mean, I've actually seen Mac playing a little bit of Vi, so maybe that was influenced by Kevy. But either way, we'll put that one by the wayside as we do jump into Champion Select here. Look, already got a Ziggs coming through for Order. Now, you were pretty confident that was going into the bot lane last game. Where do you think it's going this time?
I think the fact that it's picked in the first two makes me feel like it's flexible. But ultimately, I would expect the bottom lane. We did see it be pretty successful. Now, you have to remember what you're contending with on the other side. So the way that, because we've skipped a couple steps here in this draft, here's what I'm expecting. Because Lulu and Karma were both left open. They chose Lulu. Order go for the Ziggs. You're expecting the Lulu Cogmore, and then you immediately go Ziggs Karma into it and just push them in constantly and win the lane. That's what I would expect, because that's what I would have done if I was coaching Order in this situation. The Lucian third pick, to me, is an interesting spanner in the works here from Mammoth. Way clearly wanting to have some power in lane. I'm not sold on it, but I think Lucian is just a good pick to enable Goodo's jungle champ pool.
So what about a center? That would have been interesting. We do actually end up getting the Leona instead. So that'll obviously be going down to bot for Order. We know that much. But does that leave the door open then, obviously, for Karma somewhere else? Or are we just not going to get the Karma straight up here from Order? In which case, what does Mammoth think about that?
I mean, Maximize has been seen to play support champion, so that's theoretically possible, but I don't know if that's what we will see. Right now, looking at Order's composition, that should just be the bottom lane. Keep in mind the flexibility of Ziggs to going mid lane. So, again, I just said what I would have done. It's not necessarily locked in here for Order's side. They could still pick another AD carry down in bottom lane and play kill lane. They could even just do Ezreal Leona and play for roaming Leona and just have an Ezreal get pushed in and exist on a weak side. So, plenty of options still available for them. And that Braum ban is an indicator, perhaps, that they're not sold on the Lulu going bottom lane. They want to perhaps force it there.
Yeah, we'll see what this final ban is to come through for Mammoth. Do you like the idea behind the Mammoth composition so far? It's looking pretty nice. Always a big fan of the Cogmore Lulu. Feel like it's very difficult to deal with. And then obviously with the, the insurance of the Lucian there as well. If the Cogmore goes down, there's always still a target to sort of buff and assist. We do get the set ban through from Mammoth. So, still not entirely sure exactly where either of these two team comps are going.
I'm not sure if it'll be a jungler pick here as well, but I would like a laner if they're keeping the flexibility of the Viego jungle up. Definitely still a viable choice in that role. And one of the most amazing things as well, I don't know if you've considered this just yet, but Viego into Lulu Cog comps is hilarious. Because if you manage to kill the Cogmore, you become the Cogmore, and you honestly just rinse them. It is one of the most satisfying feelings in League of Legends because you're killing them with their own weapons.
Yeah, look, I mean, I have a lot of things to say about Viego, and some of them not so nice. But anyway, we'll hold that thought for the moment because we do have the Gwen locked in, which is actually, funnily enough, Rusty, my permaban. I did say I have a lot of champions that I would like to see removed from the game, and there's your one. So we'll see which one we do end up getting. I feel like we're getting a bit of a troll through here from Shinky. He's just going through the list of champions that have a name for themselves within the LCO so far. We actually get the Sejuani. Nice, interesting team composition. A lot of beefiness in that front line. I mean, I feel like Gwen is just inherently beefy by virtue of her abilities as well. So good front line for the Cogmore and for the Lucian. So interested to see how this one does pan out for Mammoth, and some shenanigans coming through for Order here as well.
So as an aside, Kane is actually very good into the Sejuani. I just wanted to plant the seed that Sejuani can be flexed to top lane with Gwen jungle. Just wanted to plant that seed. Probably not going to happen this game, but it's possible. Kane being picked is almost exclusively because you see a Sejuani top lane, Sejuani jungle, and think you're just going to have a free time. This is a pick that we used to go for in 2019 when Swaith was my jungler, because Sejuani clears slow, and at the moment you can full clear to 4 and accelerate yourself to level 6 clears just with how fast you are, and you really give yourself a lot of agency with where you want to gank the souls that you want to get, because you're just so far ahead of Gudo in this case on that Sejuani. So it's something that I think we'll have to keep a keen eye on, but at the same time, not getting stacks, not getting your transform, pretty devastating for a Kane comp, and you've paired it with a Ryze who does need time to scale, who does have a bit of reliance on the limited mana pool that you have early, so scaling even in just the tier stacking is a pretty big deal.
I gotta say, I'm actually a bit of a fan of this Mammoth team composition. I feel like it's quite a straightforward one to execute, which for a team that is at the bottom of the ladder is probably a good thing. You know, they have a very straightforward objective in mind. You've got that Cogmore. Let him get rolling in the team fights. Keep Sejuani and Gwen in front of him, and then sort of let Wei on that Lucian sort of do whatever he wants. If he can find an angle, if he can do whatever, something, that's fine. But as long as you keep Cogmore alive in this team fight, it could be a definitely, you know, a tough run here for Order. And I look at that Order team composition and I find myself thinking that if they don't find the right engage, if they have a bit of an awkward engage, a bit of an awkward fight here or there just isn't quite going to be the legs in that fight for them in comparison to the Mammoth composition. So I just feel like Mammoth have got an easier to execute comp than what Order does. What's your thoughts there?
No, I think that makes sense, and it's definitely true and something that Mammoth should be looking at, right? But I want to once again bring a caveat that we've seen Frost and Shinky play this duo, and we've seen a Lucian with it in mid lane, and they were winning the game, and they team fought really poorly as a duo. We had a frontline Cogmore that was not holding or using his flash appropriately, that was kiting away from his Lulu. So there's a lot that we would have watched in that game that said needed to be worked on, right? They've had time, so I'm hoping that what we see from Mammoth is a more refined use of the Cog Lulu composition, and that could be what gets them their first win in the LCO.
All right, well, this might be an interesting segue then into interview with Calvin from Order. We'll get a bit of a discussion with their coach, which is always nice. And I first sort of want you to pick your brains, I guess, on that topic. I'm sure you were able to sort of hear what we were talking about just there. Obviously, Frost's getting the Cogmore here and Shinky on the Lulu. I mean, it looks like a pretty big threat, right, for your team composition. Do you see it the same way that I do, or are you quite comfortable in your team composition's ability to sort of deal with that bot lane?
Hi, Samson. So yeah, I think for us, we're not really scared of the Cogmore Lulu. We expected them to just 1P Lulu into Cogmore because, you know, for the past 7 games Mammoths have played, they've either played Cogmore Lulu or they've played Varus Thresh. So you know, with Thresh being banned, we were expecting the Cogmore Lulu to be picked up like almost instantly. So that was completely expected. What we didn't expect is the fact that they actually gave us Ziggs, because we think that with how Mammoth usually drafts, like their comp really doesn't have any tools to fight against the Ziggs. Like Ziggs will just hit this point where he will be able to just clear like 1 or even 2 waves at once, because his ultimate is going to be down to like something like 34 seconds cooldown. So I just don't see Mammoth's comp, you know, having that chance to even like contest us into the late game.
Yeah, I mean, always an interesting little champion to sort of see coming through in that bot lane. I'm quite sort of keen to see how you guys are going to use that Ziggs. I want to take this in a different direction, though. Obviously, yesterday you guys were obviously having a rougher time, I suppose, against Peace. Has there been much of a discussion around that? Or, you know, are you bouncing back from that okay? Or is this something that you're sort of going to leave until after the week to sort of discuss?
Yeah, I mean, like against the you know, quote unquote better teams in the league. You know, when you look at last Split's results. We're trying a different style. We're trying a different approach. So we're expecting a bit of like a turbulent gameplay, and we can see that against Cheese. We see it against Peas, and we're completely fine we're completely fine with that because this is a triple round robin split. So I think for the first round robin, we're happy to just test out things and try to fish out okay, what is good against the teams and what isn't.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously you got the long game in mind for this squad, which is probably a good thing. The final question I had for you, obviously sort of surrounding the split so far, is that it has kind of been a bit up and down for Order, and I just wonder if it's been difficult for you guys to sort of find momentum, right? Because there's been weeks where you've gone 1-1 and you've sort of had a win and then you've had a loss and then you've had a win and then you've had a loss. So how's this split kind of feeling for you guys at the moment? Is it just a bit awkward in that respect, or again, are you sort of just thinking more so long term?
Yeah, I mean, between Split 1 and Split 2, the biggest problem that we identified is that stability, especially around the mid game, and this is something that we've been trying to work on a lot. And to be fair, I think this Split's gameplay, I mean, I'm pretty satisfied personally. I mean, obviously we're still confident of games a little bit, around random fights. However, if we look at the Peace game, if we look at the Chiefs game, we were ahead in the early game, and if we're able to just stabilize it, we're able to just stick to our gameplay, we would easily have a 6-1 or 7-0 split. I mean, around robin.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's the goal, isn't it? And I think that's something that you can look towards for the next couple of round robins. Either way, great to have your time again, Calvin, and thank you very much for the chat.
Thank you.
Awesome, Rusty. A couple of little insights there from Calvin, but nothing too untoward going on in the early game.
Yeah, nothing really exceptional or crazy happening in the early game. Mac's going to have his order prediction there. Thank you to the Twitch chat for that one. Overall, we saw some odd pathing, I'm going to say, from Kevy. There was a lot of vertical jungling and swapped areas of priority on the map. I think Mammoth with priority down in the bottom lane that were pushing in didn't go with Gudo to try and secure the enemy blue buff. Leona had the first move for that one, so there was a world where it was a 3 buff or, a big advantage gained potentially by Gudo. Not going to be seen this time around, as the look-ins, the opportunities and the prospects were nothing doing in the end.
One thing I want to note is
what was that minion doing in the end?
I'm not sure, but
hey,
what's going on?
It stole a minion.
Where?
Look at that ranged minion. He's stuck.
It's all right. He's going to die soon. Put him out of his misery. In fact, actually, I'm in the game right now and I can see the players talking about it. They've noticed it as well. A little bit interesting. Anyways, Dragon is going to be started off here for Gudo. Oh, it's a bit of awkward timing because Kevy has just arrived. Frost and Shinky are now in this awkward spot where they're kind of sandwiched, but they do actually manage to get that prior coming through from the bot lane. So first mover's advantage, I suppose, for Mammoth here as Gudo should get the smite. Kevy goes for the flash, ends up looking a little bit silly because he doesn't quite manage to land the smite on the timing. Well done from the Mammoth squad to finish things off. In fact, I think Kevy actually was the only one to get the smite through there. Gudo didn't, but I think Mammoth still got the dragon anyway. And it's a 2-for-0 plus a dragon for Mammoth.
I mean, I'm going to take a stab here and say I think that he used smite at about 470 HP. And it was as Gudo was about to auto smite to secure it. He flashes to mistimed smite the first Drake of the game. He dies for it. Ryze ults in to assist, and he also dies for it. Puma has 0 mana, and so the rest of the lane after that skirmish is bad for Order and in need of a reset as he doesn't have teleport. That is not just a series of unfortunate events, that is really tragic for Order and something that they 100% could have opted out of.
Definitely not the start that they were looking for. On the topic of teleports, this is something I wanted to bring up before the dragon did pop. Frost has actually taken teleport here for the Cogmore, and Shinky's taken heal. So interesting summon a spell to go down in that bot lane. Maybe just expecting to see teleport through from the Ziggs and wanting to sort of match that shoving ability. Either way,
that is basically what it is, right? Like, I personally would like to see more of a combat summoner. Like, even the Exhaust is an option for someone playing the Cogmore barrier if your goal is to stay alive. But I guess he said, we have so much damage in our composition, it's not the most important thing that I stay alive. and teleport to match that tempo and just keep the farm on the board is what he's deemed to be more important. Teleport is kind of OP, so yeah, I'm never going to dislike someone going for it if they can get away with it.
Plus he has a Lulu behind him, so, you know, Lulu plus heal should be enough to keep him alive if he's positioning correctly, although we have obviously talked about that at length prior to this. Either way, it seems like Mammoth's having a very good time controlling the map at the moment. In particular, Gudo in that jungle. You know, we obviously highlight him a little bit when we're talking about Mammoth, and he seems to be off to a great start again. It was the first Dragon that went his way, now contesting this Rift Herald. There is a collapse in from Order, and it seems Mammoth might just start to shy away. They recognize the danger with Beats having roamed up, and Shinky just a little bit behind. Won't be able to have that same kind of presence. So it ends up being a 4-on-3 around the Rift Herald, and that one is going to go the way of Order. But Mammoth have set something up here in the mid lane. The Sejuani ult goes straight on through. Way with the culling, says thanks very much. That's going to be a kill. And they at least trade something for it.
Oh, Frost wants to have a crack down here.
I'm not sure that he does. Mega Inferno Bomb not quite landing on the center. Frost avoiding that, but he is very low indeed. All it takes is one Q, and that's Puma to find the solo kill, which, to be quite frank with you, is sometimes a little bit difficult with Ziggs.
I mean, that is a difficult skill shot to hit. Safe hands, though. The AD carry of Order, Mr. Consistency, that is Puma right now, is able to find those Qs. Wins a 1v1 that Frost enacted, and is able to keep Flash top.
Not sure which way this one's going to go. Maximize just survives. And it's a heartbreaker, really, for Nectar in every sense of the word, because that's what keeps Maximize alive.
Yeah, Max able to win that 1v1 again. He's able to keep the Summoner spell, and that's against the Ignite of Nectar. So full credit to Maximize for putting in the work. And this game starting to swing more and more in the way of Order, even though things started so promisingly for Mammoth. You know, a couple of good skirmishes, Wei having a blinder for the moment. Mr. Inconsistency is what I would probably call Wei in contrast to Puma.
Yeah. Well, I think sometimes Mr. Inconsistency can win you a game just as easily as Mr. Consistency can. We've seen some big performances from Wei in the past, and he's definitely on the way to getting another one.
It does seem like his Lucian in particular is something that he's very comfortable on, more than the others. I think he was also playing Lucian in the Peace game, so...
Yep. Do expect that, though. Lucian obviously intended to be a powerful laner, so if he was behind, if he was struggling, then probably raises a few more eyebrows than anything else. But either way, he's doing pretty well for himself, and so we'll see how things do end up panning on out here for Mammoth. There's exchanges happening still down in the bot lane. You're sort of seeing Frost starting to get zoned a little bit and having to use the living artillery to farm, which is never a fun time. Chunks through your mana pretty quickly on the old Cogmore.
Now the Dragon is probably going to be the point of focus. We've seen Order pretty much at every single objective. Contesting it or not contesting it, they've had a crack. They had the numbers advantage for the Herald play, so they timed that one nicely. And they're able to secure the objective before any kind of return response was there from Mammoth. This time around, Mammoth posturing, not aggressively, but definitely hunting to see if they can get some vision down. It does seem like they're looking still.
Oh, Gudo, Glacial Prison right over the wall, and Wei looks to follow up again. It's the exact same combo. Wei very low on HP here, though, and Kevy will dispatch of him. Was quite happy to use the Umbral Trespass and wait inside of it quite a while. Overall, a 1-for-1, but Kevy is sort of forced out of the river. And
it's still response. A tower in mid, right? You've got Ziggs and a Rift Herald. We saw this last game. We're going to see it again. Credit to Order, because I think this is still a better outcome. But if you consider that the first Dragon went the way of Mammoth, and this one is going to be secured, that's a very early 2 Drake start to this game for the blue side gang. Which is not a bad transaction overall. I still favor if I was Order in that case, however.
Yeah, that Rift Herald actually got a second charge off as well. And so the tier 2 mid tower is one-shottable for Puma, who has actually opted to teleport down into bot. Mammoth taking the safe route into the Tribush. We're able to avoid that relatively comfortably.
The teleport to bot is a clear sign, I think, at this point. You know, he has completed the Leandri, so is starting to ramp up in strength in this game. Even little pot shots, if they connect, are going to be significant. And Frost has actually gone for the correct build this time around. He's going to be rushing the Wit's End. So Wit's End giving a bit of extra AD in its item changes is pretty important. You've got a Lulu to support you as well, so your damage and sustain is high. Now you're just going to be an absolute beefcake frontliner. Pretty hard to deal with. But Ziggs can deal with most things pretty well by just being non-interactive.
Yep.
The question remains, however, how will they go at actually breaking structures when you've got a tank Kog'Maw to contend with?
I think they have a few options right now, and one of them is Kevi starting to work his way down towards the bottom lane. I can't imagine they want to go for a dive here. I think that's a little bit too...
I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it, given that they've got double teleports on both solo laners. Now, there's obviously a response available from the other side. But threatening the Ziggs side of the map is the obvious choice, so being able to try and snowball a game out and get leads. So even the pressure, right, knowing that they have teleports and could make the play, and Kevi's able to staunch that side of the map, it could be one auto attack on the turret, right? But that's one closer to a Ziggs W execute, so... You can see the results now.
Yeah, it sort of forced some degree of response from Mammoth. I mean, Frost and Shinky just backing off.
Was that plates, by the way? You're in spectator.
Oh, I'd have to go back and have a
look
look quickly.
It would have been very close timing-wise. I think that was like at 14 minutes that they got the last hit on that turret.
Let me have a quick little gaze. Oh, it's actually coming down to the barest of margins. I'm going to have to go back and look at it in slow-mo for you.
Oh, Jesus, all right. Well, I've set him off, so we'll just talk about the rest of the map state while he goes slow-mo mode. We've got Rift Herald spawning again in a couple seconds. You would really like that if you were Order, because again, you've got your Ziggs composition, so Satchel Charge the Herald on a side lane turret. A bit of extra money in there as well on patch 11.13.
So
definitely look forward to.
The tower dies exactly as it ticks over to 14 minutes, which I think means they don't get the plates.
That's really sad.
But they did get, goodness me, can I get my words out? They did get 4 out of the 5 plates on the tower regardless.
Okay.
So it would have just been 1 extra plate. Anyway, we do have the Rift Herald being contested here by Mammoth. Again, they're the ones to start it. This time it seems like Order are not in the position to take much of a response. And so Kevi will just spend the meanwhile clearing out their jungle, which will put him ahead a little bit. We'll get a red buff out of that.
A slight disadvantage through mid lane, and by slight I mean significant. Not having a mythic there at all for Chungi is something that has delayed him quite a lot, and maybe a factor, right, in influencing, do we contest these objectives? You also have no teleports from Puma. Frost.
Yeah, I don't think Frost is going to be lasting too long.
What are you doing there?
Not sure he has the answer for that one, Rusty, because he is going to be spending a bit of time on the grey screen now.
Might have forgotten that his outer turret was dead. Now the inner is going to go as well. Frost definitely missed positions. Is well picked up, however, by Order, who definitely have control of the map, though they lose their Herald. They still are the ones who get a kill on a turret from it, and even getting Chungi involved, because like we were just about to mention, that no teleports there for 2 members of the team does start to limit the strategic options, but a Rise Ultimate can circumvent that well.
Dragon about to spawn, 20 seconds for that objective. Do have 2 teleports to the 1 available right now. Mammoth with the advantage. Doesn't look like they're going to be utilizing that. Nectar and Wei are just going to be heading in the direction of the mid lane, looking to clear things out. It looks like Mammoth are more than happy to play as 4 or 5 even. Group themselves up. Dragon has begun for Order, but so has the chase for Mammoth. They haven't actually pushed them off of that Dragon just yet. Mammoth not too eager to push forward here at all. They've got no vision control. Ooh. Solar Flare not quite going to connect as required, and Zenith Blade skims past the head of 1. There is the Rift Herald down in mid for Mammoth, and so they will trade the Dragon for a turret.
And it is just going to be the full disengage on the top side of mid lane. You probably see the resets as they've earned their money, they made their keep, but they've lost the Dragon. So the the early Ocean Soul is no longer going to be as earlier in consideration. Max still starting to run away with his side lane, something that we haven't really touched on too much. He's developed a 40-odd CS lead as well as that solo kill that we saw before, starting to add up to be a very big deal. And any side lane concerns that exist get exacerbated only further by a Ziggs poking his head around to these places and just throwing a satchel there. Very similar to last game in that respect.
Solon said he wins the race, seems to be the mantra for Order. Wei spending a bit of time up in the side lane himself. Which is probably where you want to be seeing him now, that he does have Gale Force completed. A lot of 1v1 potential on that champion, but what about 2v1 potential? What about 2v2 potential? Because Gudo has now arrived. Glacial Prison very close to coming off cooldown. Wasn't available.
It is a blue cane, Jordan. We didn't really get a chance to talk too much about that, but he's opted into the Assassin build. He's also gone for Duskblade, presumably in... Oh, hang on.
Gudo seems to have caught Beats, but Beats is able to jump back over the wall with the Blast Cone, so no harm done. Leona's a fair and balanced champion. She does just press Eclipse and takes 0 damage.
Yeah, quite tanky, but quite a low cost.
Yeah,
but definitely is able to just get out there thanks to that Blast Cone. And again, I believe that we might be seeing Kevy go Assassin Blue Cane simply because he can build Serpent's Fang with this build. You could, in theory, go Red Cane with a Serpent's Fang, but it just doesn't feel right. You're an Assassin, you may as well, like, if you're going to build lethality, go the Blue Cane, so you're still useful. The Serpent's Fang's obviously going to be quite good into a Lulu composition. It's definitely one of the main reasons that I would have done that if I was Kevy, more than anything else.
Yeah, we'll see what he does opt for, but certainly headed in the right direction. Nectar could be in a spot of bother here, but Maximize, he did already invest. It's done a little bit earlier on in the piece, so didn't have it available.
It was the ultimate by Nectar nonetheless. They at least forced the ultimate out of him. One of the downsides of Gwen, particularly against a Viego and a Kayn, is that there's no point even using your W. You're not going to be immune to their damage, really.
Yeah, they'll be on top of you regardless.
Yeah, and your only crowd control is your ultimate. So chucks that one out, pot shot to hit the slow, and that's an ult missing. So can't fight. Even if you couldn't before, it's worse now.
Well, a shove going on in top as well for Order. They're controlling the entire map at the moment, pushing in top, bot, and start to see Puma headed in the direction of mid to clear that wave out as well, as Ziggs does best. Kevy lurking around in the top side jungle, looking for any opportunities. Hasn't found too much just yet, but certainly making his presence known, and that's keeping Mammoth on their toes.
There's actually been a lot of time here where Order have started to slow down the game. They broke the bot lane in a turret. They're looking to break this outer turret. At the very least, this will drop. And the pressure still definitely exists in the way of Order. But you have to consider, again, how much time is now going to be spent farming, where that is time that Mammoth are going to spend for a Cogmore farming. It's dangerous. That's all I'm saying, is you might be adding risk if you slow this game down too much. Wei is already 3-1, already has those 2 items completed, so he's going to be pretty prolific when it comes to team fighting anyway. And now they're just giving more and more space for Frosts to do his thing. And similar to Nectar, actually, because it was a 40 CS lead, it started to shrink more and more.
Seems to be coming together a little bit for Mammoth. Still a decent 4K or so deficit in terms of the gold. A lot of that is thanks to the turrets that Order picked up earlier. We saw how quickly that can fall by the wayside in the previous game. Dragon on offer in about 20 seconds or so, but Mammoth are headed in the direction of Baron instead. Haven't completely cleared out the vision. There is a control ward in the pixel bush that it seems that they will not even see. Surely Wei doesn't go past this without clearing
Surely he walks in the bush.
No one has. So that's giving Order a lot of confidence right now, and I'm not sure that's going to be what Mammoth wants. Nice solar flare, the combo there for Kevy, right on top of that Lulu, who is still surviving. Gudo also very low on HP, but out onto the outskirts of the fight. Maximize did actually get 1v1 by Wei, so all things considered, a good fight for Mammoth.
I mean, it's amazing that we can say that's a good fight for Mammoth. There's no way they're going to be able to contest the Drake here at all, just looking at the health deficit that existed. A forced reset for most of Mammoth. But at the end of the day, that was just a 1-for-0 and absolutely robbed of kills. You would feel like if you were Order, many blinking health bars limp away from the team fight and disengage, and Mammoth get themselves a free reset. Oh, we get to see the 1v1 there. Okay. Maximize just flashes straight into the culling.
That's going to happen, I guess. That's what's going to do ya. If you don't have any mobility and you're standing right in front of a culling, you're probably dead. So Mammoth have opted to go straight onto the Baron here. Interesting play considering Order had all 5 players available. Maximize forced to TP. So was Chungy by the looks of things. Overall, not too bad of a passage of play there, I think, for Mammoth.
Yeah, that in a way is like soft punishing that the Drake is never going to be theirs, right? The reset comes out from Mammoth. Their decision, knowing that Order are going to walk from the Baron pit to the Drake pit, is to use that time to their advantage, try and start the Baron, and now mid.
Oh, Glacial Prison doesn't connect onto Puma, but it hits Beats, and now looking for the turn from Order. Won't quite get it. We're talking about the frontline Cogmore. There it is for you. Frosts can't survive with Kevy inside of him, and all things considered, Order get their man.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the Serpent's Fang coming into effect there from Kevy as well. Not enough shielding to try and keep Frost alive. Again.
That's not good. Face checking a bush like that when you know Order's there, or were there. Free kill, really. Not good news at all, and this will probably be Baron for Order.
I don't know if that's Wei saying I will face check because I have my E and Gale Force, but he just walks straight into a Rune Prison and dies. Massive mistake there from Mammoth and from Wei if it was communicated that he would go first. Kevy gets low, but he's going to be able to secure the Baron. At the end of the day, this is still huge for Order. Mammoth trying to make plays, but they've also got a cross-map Gwen split pushing while they're face-checking bushes. Oh, I don't know if that's enough to actually... It's just not the play. It's just not the play.
Certainly not. Big swing in the favor of Order. It's now out to about 6k gold. And they do have the Baron buff. So where do they go with that? They seem like they want to continue with the same sort of play style as what we've seen in the last couple of minutes, having maximized down in the bot lane. Bit of a 1-4 split. Maybe Kevy sort of roaming around, seeing what he can find. But everything seemed to be working in the favor of Order at the moment. Nectar on the other side of the map, doing a little bit of janitorial duty, just trying to shove this wave out so that that's not a factor. Seems like Wei might be caught out here. Mega Inferno bomb, and Kevy goes golden for a moment. Wei, can he survive? Through with the culling. Doesn't do enough damage really to do too much. Everfrost locking him down. Shinky is in trouble. And Kevy picks up another one. Nectar looks like he won't last long here either. A lot of Zhonya's hourglasses and stopwatches invested into this fight. Kevy won't survive, but overall, Order get what they wanted, and that is going to be their first inhibitor of the game.
And just the capitulation of Mammoth here, realistically. You've got the push from Order. They are just winning comprehensively. They're going to push in for the Nexus and try and end the game here as well, it looks like.
Yeah, might actually be the play here for them, considering they do have a Ziggs. Remember how much quicker these turrets are going to go down. Maximize, trying to be that front line, but they just don't seem to have enough, considering Wei's up in 5 seconds. Shinky having just respawned. The defense will be there in time for Mammoth, but that is again, another really rough one to lose for Mammoth. They lose so much off that.
Yeah, they've in effect lost most of the game here. 7k is not an insurmountable goal difference, but it's really difficult to deal with their opponents at this state of the game. You've got a frozen heart for your Rise, as well as if they needed some extra armor. You know, things are going from bad to worse. We even saw the most useless stopwatch from Kevy, but it doesn't matter, right? Because he's done the damage, he's hit a W, he gets in there once again and is targeting. He's being a serial pest to Shinky, who just cannot deal with him.
We might get cut off here by Maximize, but can he do enough before that happens? Chungy drops, but here comes some retribution for Order. Wei gets executed, and it's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, really easy response there from Order, and if your play is to desperately go for this side lane onto Chungy, I mean, he was 1 and 3? What's 1 and 4 for the tank-built Rise when the rest of your squad is just dismantling them? This inhibitor is very easily going to drop here.
Not a whole lot that it feels like Mammoth can do about it. Frost's just starting to come across, but he's got barely any mana to speak to. Helped out maybe by having a red buff to just give himself a bit of extra peel, but in the end, the lads from Order just decide to back off a little bit, recognizing Dragon might be up here. That could be the angle.
It's a lot of respect given to the side of Mammoth here by Order, though. They're going to keep Maximize at least in the top area. He was considering a reset there and may still do so. The Dragon's free, right? The inhibitor is something that they might have considered contesting, but you do have a 2.5 item Cogmore with a Lulu still up to deal with, and you were missing a bit of the free entry, right? You don't have a flank angle when it's inside their base. It's a bit harder to be Kayn without a flank. So they might just be opting for the safest possible way to close this game out.
Triple Ocean for Order. That is a lot of sustain. Here comes Maximize, and I was about to say there goes Wei. In fact, maybe it's about to be there goes Maximize, because he's now in a bit of trouble. Wei doesn't quite have all the damage through, but forces the flash out from Maximize.
I feel like Maximize knows better than to use his ultimate there. Very loud noises from that animal, but Maximize definitely knows better than to use his ultimate. Now has to flash his way out to safety and scrape away with a sliver of health. But, you know, you win the first trade. That's not the reason I say that is it's not the first time he's done that. He has dueled way before to the death and was the loser of that trade, and that was almost deja vu.
More pressure coming through from Order now into the mid lane, into the top lane. They continue with the 1-4 split that's been working for them so far in this game. Frost, 265 CS, has actually finished off the Immortal Shield Bow as his second item. So an extra bit of sustain and survivability for him, but does that keep him alive against the 4-2-2 Kevy, who, as we've mentioned, does have the Serpent's Fang, and actually now has his third item completed as well. Bit of poke coming through, tower starting to get lower and lower and lower, and remember, we're just waiting for that magic point at which Puma can one-shot it. Depends on what level his W is, but it's getting close. Not quite there yet.
Okay,
feels like maybe it's one auto away.
Frost has hit the big 3 here, Jordan. It's maybe the last bastion of hope for the side of Mammoth.
Well, they're going to need to make something happen. It's Glacial Prison to start the fight off, and immediately Frost gets stunned, forced to flash away, still in the back line, still surviving, but his front line is not lasting much longer, and he hasn't had that much time to actually auto. I think he's fired about 2 or 3 of them so far in this fight, and that's an inhibitor down. Wei doing the lion's share of the work at the moment for Mammoth, just on the side, on the flanking angle, but also not being able to find a kill himself. That's all well and good for Order, although they might have overstayed a little bit here. I think Beats should be going down. Goodo stunned up for a second. In fact, Order just walk away safely.
Beats is able to survive here from just the sheer zoning capabilities of Puma. Just throwing minefields down, satchels down, bombs left, right, and center. And there's so much respect to Ziggs being paid by Mammoth. They walk the long way around every single time he throws spells. And now Order are able to reset, teleport straight into the Baron buff. No time wasted. Basically gone.
It's going down fast, especially considering they don't have an AD carry. And here is the contest, though, from Mammoth. Maximize staying on. The steal is in from Goodo. Kevy was out of there. He didn't have Smite available. Miscommunication maybe from Order, but that could well be the big throw that Mammoth have been looking for. Order, what has happened there?
I mean, Order maybe just not expecting the aggression and the timing. You know, there was no hesitation from Mammoth. They teleport in, they say, we are contesting this. And Kevy just doesn't have Smite. I don't think he was worried about whether he had Smite or not initially, because the Baron was free in their mind. And Goodo comes in. Maximize continues to hit while Kevy's looking to disengage. He even flashes out of the pit. So there was absolutely no threat besides Goodo. It's a free Baron. They've literally given a free Baron to Mammoth.
It looks just like pure miscommunication, to be honest, because Kevy is out there trying to zone Mammoth away from the Baron before it's even below like 2,000 or 3,000 HP. So there's no world in which he's looking for a Smite, obviously, because he doesn't have one. But was that communicated to the rest of the team? And in that case, why is Maximize and Chungy still hitting the Baron? If they all turn at the same time, I think Water still wins that fight. If not, Obviously, we saw what happens. Either way, an avenue of attack here now for Mammoth. They have the Baron. They have it for 1 minute and 45. So, what can they do with it?
That definitely felt like a case of varying opinions. I think the communication of no smite's obvious if you've got Kevy running out of the pit, because he is disobeying rule number 1 then, if that's the case. But nevertheless, this is going to be time purchased. This Ocean Soul is still game-winning strong, so Mammoth can't just sit in their base. They've already teleported way in just then to push mid-wave out, and they're going to threaten the Ocean Dragon. You've got Maximize threatening split push as well. That top lane inhibitor should die as a trade for this. There's a chance that he gets 3 inhibitors, and there's only 1 Nexus turret left alive.
Well, Nexa is headed back to base, and so Maximize just opts to
Mammoth
disappear.
Have just picked a bush. They have picked the smallest bush.
Well, they waited patiently for the Dragon, and now they've got it. See if they can actually secure it. This could be a big for Kevy. Mega Inferno Bomb combined with Kevy's Smite results in an Ocean Soul for Order. And that Baron buff is ticking away ever so quickly for Mammoth, and maybe Wei's life will be as well, because he's just been left high and dry. No teammates there at all. Wei's dead. Mammoth, well, they had Baron, but you wouldn't know it.
Well, nobody outsmites Kevy when he actually has Smite, is the lesson of the day. They're going to be able to secure the Ocean. It's very hard to deal with the Ziggs ultimate and Smite coming in. High damage bursts from the opposing team. You can't coordinate that on your own. It's a true 50-50, it feels like, and Kevy's the one who comes up trumps. Ziggs ultimate is so low a cooldown as well with this Leandra's build, by the way. It's already ready to go again. You just constantly throw it at this stage. It's really insane. And that's going to be 3 inhibitors minimum.
Might be the game, Rusty. It doesn't look too good here for Mammoth. They're getting pushed in on all sides. 2 waves already starting to crash. The mid wave with Super Creeps is headed in that direction as well, and that is the final inhibitor falling for Order. Solar Flare lands on top of Shinky, and look at that damage! He's just dead, he's just gone, there's nothing he can do. Maximize into the back line alongside Kevy. They're fighting hard, and Nectar's surviving as best as possible. Does go into the Zhonya's, and it looks like Beats is going to be on zoning duty while Puma and Chungy try to hit the Nexus. There's some damage coming through, but is it enough? Well, it looks like it will be. Puma gets those empowered autos through and gets it done. Order will find the victory. Mammoth maintain a winless streak. I'm not sure that Order's looking too pleased with themselves, all things considered, but hey, a win's a win.
A win is definitely a win. I mean, Mammoth have gone a full round robin +1 now without being able to find a victory. A couple of times it's looked like they've had the potential to, and even with moments of hope in this game, like consider how it started, right? Such a good little first Dragon play, teleports in, 2 kills, you've got a Lulu Cog with kills on the board. Like, you're feeling so good. And then immediately Order just flick the switch and turn on their best, right? And are able to completely snowball the game out of control.
Oh, we did see a Smite steal there on the Baron, and we do have a Smite steal Baron aficionado in the, in the talent team. Mac, you're pretty good at those. What do you reckon of that one?
I don't know if that was a compliment or a stab.
How was that a stab?
Yeah, no worries. You've forgotten, so everyone's forgotten. Now, moving on. Yeah, great game. Mammoth almost getting a W on the board, but Order, got another W. So it's them that have to be walking with their heads held high. Look, you said they weren't looking super happy with themselves, but at the same time, Mammoth almost beat Peace as well. So it's one of those situations where, Order, they lost a piece. So coming out of this, they needed this W just to keep in contention with the top of the leaderboard, and they got there. And also, it was interesting getting to see Kevy on the cane. I heard what you guys were saying, that it was good into the Sedge, and I believed it and let it happen, and I was very glad that it did happen, because it did enable Kevy to just run around and really farm up a storm, especially towards the end of the game when he got very powerful as the blue cane. But again, what the hell's going on here? Goodo jumping into the pit, just free Baron right there. 1 smite is all it took.
Yeah, no team's perfect at the moment, Mac. That's one thing that we're learning for certain in the LCO. And the other thing is, while Order may not be super happy, a win's a win. And that's the other lesson that we basically have at the moment. You take every win that you can bloody find at the LCO right now, and you just work on where you're going wrong, because everyone's got issues.
Yeah, there was a few times as well where Wei looked really good, and then there was a few times where Wei sort of might have made a move wrong or two, and unfortunately didn't go his way. As well as, Order with the Ocean Soul, with 4 Ocean Drakes as well. That was just, you know, a bit of a uphill battle from that point when the Soul did go across. But of course, that Dragon, its health went from 2.4k to 0 in a matter of a millisecond. So it was just so much burst damage all combined at once. And there was not a lot that Mammoth could have done in that situation. However, look, the almost 10k gold lead for Order got them across the line into the end. And again, Ziggs, we're seeing Ziggs back-to-back in games today, Jordan.
There we are. Seems to be making a bit of a resurgence. We got to see a little bit of Ziggs here and there, I think, last split. But yeah, I mean, I'm quite eager to see what Ziggs can do. I know he's obviously had some pretty recent buffs, and they don't seem like massive buffs on paper, but I think they're really just kind of quality of life. It makes him feel just a little bit nicer to play. So we're starting to see him sort of pull through a little bit. I think he's got his, you know, niches, I suppose, is probably a good word for it, but I doubt it's going to be a mainstay. I think this is probably more of an anomaly than anything.
Well, someone else that we know and love as an anomaly is Juice. Let's bring him back into the conversation. And Juice, as an interviewer, is also a bit of an anomaly. Who do you have down on the post-match for the winners' interview?
I've got my main man, Chungy, in the mid lane. Now, we're going to start this one off with the congratulations on the win, and you looked more relieved than happy at the end of that game. Talk to me what that game was like for you. It looked like a bit of a rough start, but you managed to pull that one through with the tankier Rise build.
Yeah, that game, it just felt like we were just better players in the end. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, we out-macroed them, I think. But, like, obviously the early game, their champions were stronger than ours. So we just didn't respect, like, the early skirmishes that they had, which we got behind from.
And can you walk me through, I guess, the communication surrounding that Baron flip? Because that was flipped like some of the burgers I had for lunch. And let me tell you, it was a good burger, not necessarily a good Baron.
Yeah, so Kevy did call that he had no smite, and Max zoned out. Like, I don't know what it was doing, but he just kept hitting the Baron. So then I just kept hitting the Baron. And then, yeah, like 3 of us ran out of the pit while me and Max were still hitting the Baron. Like, I was confused as well because Kevy called no smite, but so, yeah, that just happened.
It was like a chain reaction of like one person zoning out, and then you're like, well, if he's committed and zoned out, I'm also going to commit and zone out, and then it's just like chain reaction until it became a bit of a, I guess, competitive game after that. But where to from here? Where to from here? What happens now? Because again, your win rate is looking quite slick. It's looking good. You know, slowly climbing up that ladder. And I mean, I feel like I asked this question a lot, but we seriously got to consider now. You know, the narrative is like happy to make playoffs and then anything can happen. But after today's win, obviously it was against Mammoth, but are you really looking at maybe taking Peace's position or Pentinet's position? Because at the moment it looks like the Chiefs. Then what is it? Is it going to be Order?
I honestly don't know. Like, our goal as a team is to just like get better individually, like find our own identity as a team. Wherever we place on the ladder, like just results from our performance. So like, obviously we won first, but yeah, it's just results. Like, results speak.
Hey, first isn't too far away though. I just want to throw that one out there. So if you want to set your eyes on first, go for it. I've got to let you go. So thank you for joining me again. And honestly, though, the best response I've ever gotten was that Baron communication thing. So I really love that. Thanks for telling me.
All good, all good.
All good to have a beautiful little insight into what's going on or what might not be going on in the mind of a top laner.
Is that not the best insight ever to a Baron call you've ever heard?
It's just so relatable as well, right? Like, he just kept hitting it, so I just kept hitting it, and then it was gone. And I just don't know what happened. Yeah.
No one else hit it, though. It needs to be the whole team on the same page. If all 5 continued to hit it, that was gone anyway, and they would have had it. So, look, hindsight is 20/20. And something else that is $100 in DoorDash vouchers is the DoorDash player that delivered. But who gets it? That's the question. It's your boy Puma for going off in the bot lane, 6-0-6. Again, we've got a second Deathless DoorDash player that delivered today, 75% kill participation, 14 wards. You know, the numbers speak for themselves, but I'm sure his gameplay does as well. Doesn't it, Rusty?
Absolutely. I mean, 6-0-6 doesn't do justice to the amount of work that the player has been able to do, right? Saving his teammates on top of all of that. 40% damage share is very significant when you've got a lot of damage dealers on the squad as well in your draft. and definitely was a major part of the team's success with the Ziggs pick. The ability to pick it first and know it's going bot lane does speak volumes for the confidence of the player.
I'm loving the finger guns pose coming out from Puma there as well. There's a few interesting player shots that we've managed to get so far here on the DoorDash LCO, especially for these the DoorDash player that delivers.
It's not cool when you do it, Juice.
Put him up, put him up. No,
do my face. I got to do the face like Puma too. Ready? It's called Blue Steel.
Oh my!
You can't just blue steel. You have to look from the side to the front, right?
Yeah, you got to go from the back. So quick, do a 180. Quick 180.
Wow.
Oh my!
You guys like that?
I think you just did Magnum. You went the other way. I thought that was.
Do what I want.
I thought you
do
were
what I want.
Someone's going to turn that into a meme. That's
Do
all
what
I
you
need to
want.
say.
Do it
Someone
all
has
day.
to do that.
He does it all day. I heard that as well. Well, we've got half of a day left. And to get there, we've got to go to a break. But Peace and Chiefs is going to be coming up just after that break here on the DoorDash LCO. Exclamation playlist in chat. Enjoy this 6 song, Slumber Party by Ash Nico.
Especially considering they don't have an 80 carry. Here is the contest though from Mammoth. Maximize staying on. The steal is in from Goodo. Kemi was out of there. He didn't have Smite available. Miscommunication maybe from Order, but that could well be the big throw that Mammoth have been looking for.
Disappear. Pick the bush. They have picked the smallest bush.
Well, they waited patiently for the Dragon, and now they've got it. See if they can actually secure it. This could be big for Kemi. Mega Inferno Bomb combined with Kemi's Smite results in an Ocean Soul.
I'm not shy, I'll say it. I've been thinking about you, baby. I'm a little faded. You look like Renaissance painting. Big doe eyes, amazing. She's everything I've been praying. My heart palpitation. She looks like the type to break it. Me and your girlfriend playing dress up at my house. I gave your girlfriend some kisses on my couch. She cute, kawaii on her body that excites me. I think she really likes me as politely can I. Slumber body. Slumber body. Slumber body. Slumber body.
It's getting hot in here. I'm the Nelly in the party with some rocks for ears. I'm a slave for you, baby, Miss Britney Spears. I'm a Clover, she a Taurus, bring it on for cheers. And I'm sexy like Christina when I dip below. Not an H-town girl, but I rodeo. Yippee, yippee, Kaye, welcome to the show. It's an all-girl party, clothing optional.
Me and your girlfriend playing dress up at my house. I gave your girlfriend some kisses on my couch. She cute, kawaii on her body that excites me. I think she really likes me as politely can I. Slumber body. Slumber body. Slumber body. Slumber body. My girl look like Wednesday Addams. Eyes go black when she tied your back. She likes to stab them. My body she likes to grab. Matching pajama birthday suits. She tastes just like juicy fruit. She do that thing she usually do. Spell my name with her tongue like Me and your girlfriend playing dress up at my house. I gave your girlfriend some kisses on my couch. She cute, kawaii on her body that excites me. I think she really likes me as politely can I. Slumber body. Slumber body. dry earth, they always crumble. But I pick up where I left myself, do an about turn, then blindly fumble. Give me strength, give me worth, give me gratitude for all that I have. My fate is placid. Is that what it's supposed to be like down here on this dry earth? I'm gonna make a list.
It is time for the third match of the evening. Peace and Chiefs going head-to-head. And it is a battle of the top of the table. Peace, if they do get the W, can get towards the top and tie up there with Chiefs. Of course, going head-to-head, they will have the advantage. But even so, it's very early in the split. So maybe it won't matter. Maybe it will once we get towards the end. So this game could be of the utmost importance. And from what we saw from Peace yesterday, are we expecting them to look a bit better today? I guess we'll find out shortly. Before we talk about the teams, we got some content from the fans, from you guys at home. Of course, there's one in particular that I'm going to get on the screen right now. It's from Davo Erlo. Who wore it better is the question. And Jubes, look, you're having a good time. Who actually did wear it better?
Can I, like, no disrespect, Rusty, I think Homer's got it covered.
I think the slacks with the scarf, man. Like
That's what
I'm
I'm
actually
saying.
envious of that fit. Like
Yeah.
I'm not saying that he's got better hair game than me, because I think we're all going that
don't think
direction
he's
in
got
the end,
any.
aren't we?
Well,
But,
yeah, in that photo, I think it's when he actually shaved, hence the dots and not the hairs on his head.
Yeah.
So he's gone full bald without
That's
the three.
it's like a
hairs he had.
Peaky Blinders fit. I like it.
His beard game's slightly better.
Yeah, true. It's
Where is his
very
beard,
clean
you know?
outline.
That yellow, that creamy chunk on his mouth is his beard.
Yep.
It's just looks like a beak.
Well, anyway, Rusty, I admire your beak sometimes too. But let's
I guess
jump
that's
into Memo number Tuna. Tuna? Speaking of tuners, Ocean. David Hasselhoff, what's going on here? Mao Nizzle, if I order a meal from LCO.gg / DoorDash, how long until it gets to California? And LCO replied that we'll swim it over. So, I don't know. Who's going to be doing that?
Probably Jubes.
I'll put my hand up.
I'm pretty sure you don't need to swim it over. It's just they have it there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they do.
Why make things easy though? You know,
Yeah.
when you can do it the hard way.
When you can do it the hard way and make some sick content at the same time, you know, I could have a GoPro or something on my head and
Better
swim
start warming
across
up.
the Pacific.
You know, you're
gonna
going to have to
be
get
sick.
there and back by Friday. You know, we can't afford to miss you for any show, Mac. So you don't have much time. Probably have to
Well-
leave straight after this show.
I could do it on, if I leave at Friday at midnight, then
You'd have
if
to
I
get back by
swim-
Tuesday.
I don't know if I'd even make it to New Zealand by Monday. But
I don't reckon you would.
I could give it my best bet, my best attempts, and worst case, jump on a plane, which would, in this day and age, probably be really illegal. So let's talk about logistics off stream, and let's talk about the games now.
Or
So
not
it
at
is
all.
going to be Peace and Chiefs going head-to-head. Let's talk Peace first, because they finally got another W on the board yesterday, and it looked a little bit more convincing, didn't it, Rusty?
I mean, it definitely looked more convincing. It felt like they had hard defaulted to what we know works for them, which is let Violet do everything and just enable Violet to do everything. Very successfully getting ganks off, very successfully giving kills to the young ultra-Violet AD carry down there. And Lisa did get the DoorDash player of the game, even on his first time playing support, hits the Nautilus clutch hooks, and that's not even considering that Appy had a pretty good performance overall, particularly once we started hitting those team fights. Very good timing on me saying that, wasn't it?
Yes,
but nevertheless, I'm higher on Peace than I have been in past weeks, just from what we saw from their ability to team fight, miraculously almost, given the roster change.
And Jordan, you were on the sidelines yesterday watching this from the the rafters, I guess. What did you think of the game?
I'm not sure why I'm up on the rafters. Anyway, that's an aside. I was pretty happy from what I saw from Peace. I mean, it's been a really weird split for them, hasn't it? It's been a bit of a roller coaster. So they've obviously had some roster changes. We know that there's some more yet to come. That was announced on Twitter earlier today as well. So I think they're sort of in this transition period where whatever they can get out of this week is going to be a pretty good result. And having already found themselves a win, you're going to be happy with that. Can they find a win today against Chiefs? A Chiefs that's looking like the top contender this split. I think that's a tough ask for Peace. But overall, I'm sort of saying like job well done already at this point for them.
Well, that is the question. Chiefs are at the top of the leaderboard, and they're there for a reason. They've been getting dubs. They've been looking good. And Juves, what has been their key to success?
I think the big key to success has been Kisei and Swaif, their newfound synergy, their the dynamic duo, featuring, like, you know how you make a song and it's a duet and it's Swaif and Kisei, then Draku just features on the album, because I feel like he's done a very good job in facilitating their 2v2 and making it a 3v2, right? But no, everyone on the Chiefs, in a serious note, has done a fantastic job just improving individually. And then when you combine that with what has been a more cohesive unit, they are just like what is the scariest team in the LCO right now. And it's probably a lot of buzzwords. Like, it doesn't mean anything until you see it, right? Or it's like, you know, it's very vague statements with not much substance. But I mean, it really just has been each week a new person puts on the carry pants, and a new person is the guy to 1v9 the game. Like in this game, it was Sway. You know, and then in other games, Mboma may not have the flashiest scoreline, but I would argue that to be a weak side 80 carry and come out of lane even or ahead, that's a 1v9 in my books. Like, you've literally enabled the rest of the map to carry the game.
And look, only asked for the snip, Rusty, and we did see Swathe certainly deliver it. So do you think that was the best Gwen performance we've seen so far in the DoorDash LCO?
You know, the interesting thing about Swaith is that when he latches onto a champion, he usually becomes the best at that champion. You know, Shania, and I think he might have just found his new thing with the Gwen. There's a chance, and only foretold it and may have regretted that shortly afterwards.
Yeah.
And we definitely saw one of the best Gwens that I think we have seen, yeah.
There you go. And we have two players waiting for you, Jubes, down for the pre-game interview. Do you want to take us down there?
Yeah, usually I go down to the side lane, but we're going to do this one in the mid lane. I got DragQ and I've got Lisa here. How are we, gentlemen?
You good?
Yeah, good. Thanks, guys. One of you responding, I appreciate it. Maybe I should have called out a name. All good. Lisa, what was your first game like playing support? Personally, I think you had a bit of a blinder, some fantastic hooks, really good aggression. How did you feel?
Not gonna lie, that game I feel pretty good because I was playing Lotus. Like you said yesterday, like as a jungle player, Lotus has like all the things like jungler wants to be doing. I can engage, I can like protect my support. I mean AD, Violet. I can like start a fight very easy, so I enjoyed the game playing Lotus.
Okay, firstly, you are genuinely my favorite player because you actually listen to me when I cast, so that's fantastic. DragQ, obviously on a bit of a tear, on a bit of a win streak, coming up against Peace. How are you feeling about this game?
Well, I guess we're really confident, but we still respect Peace, and all 5 of their players are pretty good. Especially Lisa. Lisa surprised me actually. He's actually, I would actually put him in the top like 4 or 3 maybe as supports for this split. Like no cap, he's actually not even that bad. So I think, yeah, we're just gonna respect them and we'll just try our best. But last time we threw a 5k gold lead, so.
Oh, are you telling me that you're going to not try and throw the gold lead this game?
For sure. If we get a gold lead this time, we've actually improved for the last 3 weeks. We're just constantly improving. So, you know, justice for Aladoric, we're just gonna hold the gold lead this time if we get a gold lead.
Okay, fantastic. Well, thanks for joining me. I'm excited to see this. It's my game of the week. Best of luck, gentlemen, and yeah, give it all you got.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow, that was
Can I say?
Yes?
Can I say, sorry for cutting you off, every time I interview DragQ or he talks, he has this grin on his face, like you know something is coming. Like you know, you're waiting for him to build the confidence up to just let this dime piece drop. And like you can see it coming out each time. Like the grin gets more and more, and he's like, he goes from like this, and then he drops it, and then anyway, that was just my story about DragQ. I swear, I see it coming every time.
Well, good to know that you've noticed his tendencies, and you should be a coach, Jubes. You should be a life coach as well.
I actually did coach Draku for a little bit.
Oh, there you go. Well,
Same.
someone that's also been a coach is Rusty, and he's also in the lead with the predictions. So let's have a look at the predictions and where they currently sit now after last game. 25-5. That's a pretty good track record there, Rusty. And it looks like I got another one on the board too. So thank you, Twitch chat, for predicting the correct team. Anyone want to let us know why they're going for Chiefs here? Rusty, you first.
I mean, yeah, I can tell you why I'm going for the Chiefs. It is because they're currently the best team in the league. And the margin with which I'm saying that is starting to grow every single day that we watch them play. Their consistency has surprised me. And again, I feel like they're a team that has a pretty known recipe. And this is always the matchup where I think they have the highest chance of losing just because of the way they play. They are usually a weak side bot lane team, and Peace usually hard win bot lane. So while there is a high chance they lose this game, I have a lot of faith in Chiefs' consistency overall compared to someone like Peace, who are just playing around Violet.
Okay, and Jordan, tell me why you've gone for Chiefs as we do jump over to the second page here.
Yeah, look, I think it's for the same reasons as Rusty. I'm sort of feeling that Peace is still a little bit volatile. I think it's hard to predict for them when they've only just had this roster change, bringing Lisa into the support role for what will be his second game in the LCO in that role. That already screams to me that there's going to be a bit of a vulnerability there. And considering the fact that Chiefs have looked very, very consistent, very, very good for the last 4 weeks, I don't see any reason why you wouldn't predict Chiefs here. There is obviously always the possibility against a side like Peace that there could be, a game dropped here by Chiefs. But overall, all signs are pointing towards a win for the Chiefs. So why not throw the prediction their way?
And look, I'm very interested in which way Twitch chat decides to predict this one. Either way, it is time for the draft. But before we do jump in to Champ Select, we're going to have a quick powwow with the Chiefs.
We aren't a team that's really bound by rigid rules or meta. We're willing to experiment, we're willing to try new things, and we're willing to catch our opponent off guard.
The audience should be excited to see our early game skirmishing. I think that's one shining light about our team. We just take a lot of skill check fights.
Such a beautiful flanking angle. He has everything. Flashes, hits the ultimate, knocks the ball in place. Combine that with a sign. You're gone. It's all over.
Some of the other teams have had players that have played together for years. So just building up that synergy over the off season has been the main thing that we've been working on, I'd say.
Everyone on my team actually has started lifting. It's everyone actually talks about the gym and anime actually. Space is the only one that doesn't know anything about anime.
And we'll go down for first blood. That's opener for the Evelyn.
We don't like to get super hyped. There's some players, I think Draku. Draku likes to get quite hyped before a match, but I think the rest of us like to stay kind of cool, calm and collected.
He's a lot of the energy and the heart behind the team. When he gets fired up, I think everyone else gets fired up too.
I guess what fires us up is just the thought of winning on the LAN stage, 2 worlds eventually, as a team, with the boys,
I don't really have that mentality. It's verse other teams and beat them.
The recall is unsuccessful. 1 kill into 2. Snap back and get 3. Swaith is huge.
You can't really sugarcoat it. It is an absolute shellacking.
I think we're pretty good at playing from behind at times. We kind of look for whoever's strong on our team or whoever the win con is. And we sort of give them a chance to carry the game.
I think all of us have pre-game rituals. For me, I do some push-ups and stretch. Matt meditates. I don't know what Swaith does. I know Ron just comes late, so I don't know if he has a ritual.
The Chiefs take down the victory. 26 minutes on the clock, and they take down Legacy.
Very clean victory from the Chiefs. No hiccup at all, really. If you had to review that game, they have to be happy with that.
I guess for Peace, we want to get revenge because Peace knocked us out last split, and Pentanet obviously won and went to MSI. Pentanet, we sort of want to get the chance to play them because we never got to play them in the best of 5 last split. I'm also jealous because I felt like we could beat them and I wanted to be achieving what they were achieving. I wanted to see the volcanoes in Iceland.
I would say my attitude hasn't changed, but my experience definitely has. Coming in Split 1, I was coming back from a year break from playing the game at all. Just playing a whole split, playing with the team, just really refreshed that for me. So I feel really renewed in my figure and mindset coming into the new split.
It's a game that you absolutely hate to see if you're on the receiving end of it right now.
Definitely don't underestimate us.
Watch your backs as soon as the game starts.
Don't underestimate us. We'll fight to the death.
We'll probably win, so good luck.
Well, don't underestimate us seems to be the prevailing theme right there, Rusty, and I don't think anyone's underestimating Chiefs anymore. They're 6-1. They come into every game as the favourite. but maybe that's not something that they're too used to after the first split, and I wonder if that is going to prey upon their thoughts. We get another Ziggs hover here from the Chiefs. Was I wrong? Was I wrong in that this was not going to be...
is that type of player, Jordan. I'll give you that. So
That's
you
true.
may be wrong in that, like, they've opened a can of worms. Scrims this week have been something else, I'm telling you. If every team... Because usually what happens, right, is you've got your 2 opponents, maybe 3 opponents this week. You scrim the other teams.
Yeah.
So often you, like, develop your own meta and they'll do their own thing. But everyone's playing Ziggs. So clearly the whole world has seen this all at the same time. It might just be the best bottom laner right now.
Guess we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I mean, it definitely makes sense when we're talking about Mboma. It was probably not something I would have expected from the other teams, but certainly seems in the wheelhouse for the Chiefs. Seems to fall into what they'd like to go for. Can't imagine Violet would have been particularly eager to get on towards something like a Ziggs, so he's probably not too disappointed to see that one go over to the Chiefs. We do have the Viego picked up for Peace, and actually an Ezreal for Violet, which is not something he's played at all this split, and I'm almost 100% sure he didn't play it last split. Certainly a bit of a departure from the normal champions that he likes to look for, so that is an interesting one immediately.
He could definitely play the Ezreal. It's not too far away from his wheelhouse, but yeah, he does have the preference to the Zarya and the Kai'Sa, 2 big standouts in terms of priority. Seeing the Ziggs on the other side, Ezreal's pretty free to farm with, and Karma, a pick that I've mentioned a couple of times now in all of these drafts. I really like the choice by the draft lord himself on the side of Peace, because you put an Ezreal with a Karma and you do actually get to navigate around the push of a Ziggs nicely, and it does make the Ezreal lane a bit stronger as well if that's the lane they choose to put it in. And we also know that Appy is a highly capable player of supports and enchanters, so I like the flexibility that they've gone for here in their first 3 picks. I think Peace overall, strong start to the draft. Not that the Chiefs have a weak start to the draft either. Diana Lee Sin is a powerhouse duo.
Yeah, especially when it's Lee Sin that we're talking about, that more than likely will be headed into Kisei's hands, and it's sort of been his signature champion so far this split. He's played it 4 times already. This will be his 5th out of 8 days of competition, so he's certainly leaning towards that champion quite a lot, if that does end up going to him. Can only imagine that it would be. Obviously, Diana into the jungle. We'll see where things do end up going, though. Got a Yasuo ban through from Peace, which is probably an interesting one, not something we see every day. Kindred and Xin taken away by the Chiefs. They don't want to be seeing any of those powerful junglers heading over into Peace's hands.
So the thing is, right, with the Ziggs priority that we're starting to see more and more of, you've got a pretty strong AP damage source down in the bottom lane in terms of like scaling AP damage. So you can realistically go Diana Yasuo as an insane teamfight combo with the Ziggs.
Yeah.
And being able to play AD mid laners becomes more powerful when you're able to draft the Ziggs in the bottom lane. So that's something that I know the Chiefs have got in their wheelhouse, because we see the Heimerdinger go bot lane, right? And we see the double AD from mid and top lane. So it's not unfamiliar territory for us to see. I'm not shocked that it's a Yasuo ban.
Looks like it'll be Galio for Dragku. A lot of roam potential with that champion. And that sort of plays into his playstyle as well. He likes to be all over the map. I feel like Dragku is the support that actually tends to spend the least amount of time in the bot lane. And having a champion like Galio will certainly assist that. He's got good engage, good lockdown, and obviously once he does hit level 6, that ultimate as well just assists him in getting all over the place as necessary. Hecarim through for Babip is not a bad choice either. Definitely a strong champion these days, and we've seen him, yesterday picking up the Hecarim as well. So something that he's been prone to piloting over the course of this split.
Okay. If they choose to go for a mid laner here, this does confirm that it's the Ez-Karma bot lane that I was speculating. This should put Appy on the Viego top side. And once again, does give a bit of extra team fight utility for the side of Peace. We mentioned Dragku being the Galio. It's definitely possible that that's flexible.
Yeah.
And the Galio could just be in the hands of Kisei. The reason that I bring that up is because we have seen pretty unsuccessfully, actually, the Chiefs when they put Kisei on a Galio champion supportive. So we don't want to see it. I'm really glad that that's not the direction that they choose to go, and they instead give Lived his Trundle. which was massively successful yesterday, and should be in a decent matchup to fight again today.
Yeah, so let's keep an eye on the bot lane here for Peace, actually, because yesterday we were talking a lot about Lisa with that Nautilus having a really good game, and now he's gone for a completely different champion. Karma, look, I will say it's probably not the most difficult of supports to play. I actually almost feel like Nautilus kind of requires a little bit more brain power in that bot lane than what Karma does in a lot of instances, just because you need to be sometimes a little careful with your engages. So if you can make the Nautilus work, I've got all the faith in the world that he can make the Karma work here, to be quite honest with you. But it is something to note, just a little bit of a change up down there for him as he sort of navigates his way through this support role. Quite interested to see how that one does go. Also interested to see how Violet does on the Ezreal, because again, like I mentioned, not a champion that we've seen from him at all so far in LCO. Obviously got faith that, you know, being such a solid marksman player, that he's going to be able to make this one work. But it is, again, just a bit of a departure. So a few change-ups here for the Peace roster, you know, in the mid lane, in the jungle, in the top lane, nothing too crazy to shout out. I mean, Halo on the Orianna, definitely, you know, tried and true. Combo that with the Hecarim, I think that can definitely work quite nicely for Peace. So definitely not a bad roster put together for them. The Chiefs, I'm also happy to see Swaith kind of on another one of these quote-unquote carry junglers. You know, when Diana gets ahead, she's a real pain to deal with. So it looks like both teams have got a pretty solid draft. I think both teams are pretty happy with how that's panned out.
You know, the one thing that I will say about the Karma as well is if you play against someone who off-rolls and they play Karma support, they're often someone who throws the nuke Qs, right? They Mantra empower just their Qs, but this is a competitive game and you're expecting the Mantra shields, the Mantra E, to be going onto the Hecarim for move speed, the Ezreal because it's Violet that is going to be the carry for them. So very interested to watch how Lisa does perform down there, as he is against the other off-roll, you know, transition player, Drag, who was a top laner before a support.
Yeah, well, I can only imagine it's going to be an exciting matchup. And one thing that I'm super excited about, Rusty, is the man, the myth, the legend. We've got Kuden for an interview once again. I know the people are very excited to hear from you, Kuden. So I want to start things off by saying I think it's pretty obvious at this point that Chiefs is the #1 team in the LCO at the current moment. But my question is, does that make you the #1 coach in the LCO?
Of course, always have been the #1 coach, no matter where the Chiefs stand.
Okay, that's good. And to follow that, I wanted to know who do you think is the second highest coach? Who do you think is the #2 coach? You know, if you're #1.
Doesn't matter. Nobody knows how to coach except me.
Doesn't matter, everyone else is trash. That's fair enough. I think I respect that. Anyway, let's talk about this matchup in particular. Last time you guys played in week 1, you did actually lose to Peace, but feels like a lot has actually changed, not only for yourselves, but obviously for Peace as well. So how do you guys sort of feel going into this matchup? I'm assuming you're obviously considering yourselves the favorites.
Yeah, I think Peace are looking like the bottom 2 team without Aladoric. Aladoric was their best player by far. To be honest, if Aladoric could play a different role on Peace and probably be better. That's how good he is. So yeah, I'm really confident now.
Interested to see how that works out.
Without Aladoric, they stand a chance.
We'll see. All right. The other and final question that I did have actually for you today, Kuden, is in relation to the Chiefs playstyle. Obviously, it's a little bit contrary, I think, to what most teams are opting for in the LCO. Obviously, looking towards that weak side bot lane as opposed to, you know, what might traditionally be like a weak side top or something like that. I wanted to know, like, what's the driving force behind the Chiefs playstyle and ethos behind the game? Is it you, or is it the players, or, you know, how does it all sort of come together within the Chiefs camp?
Whatever it takes to win. There's no weak side. We're all strong. We all play as one. There's no place. There is no style. We have no style. It's on your head. There's no such thing as style.
Fair enough. Interesting. Well, we'll see how this sort of pans out then for the Chiefs. Okay, thank you very much, Kuden. Appreciate your time.
Justice for Aladoric.
All right, we'll have a chat next time, I'm sure, with Kuden, and he's always an interesting one to get the insights from, Rusty. But looking at the game so far, really not a whole lot to chat about.
Yeah, I mean, a pretty calm start so far. Leash on the bot side was a blue to full clear for the Diana. Similar thing can be said towards Babip as well on the Hecarim. And while there is no sides to the way Chiefs play League of Legends, there's definitely a weak side on the map right now, Jordan. And there has been the entire split in season, so we'll see how their weak side becomes not weak as the game progresses.
Indeed, and look, I don't necessarily disagree with him in that they are all strong. I think that we've been seeing some great stuff from the Chiefs so far this split, and so I'm looking forward to sort of seeing how that one does pan out.
Comes back to the initial point, though, just quickly on the draft as well. It's very difficult to play a Ziggs and a Galio very early in the game against a Karma. Ezreal is basically untouchable, and Karma commands the lane effectively by herself. So, in essence, it should just be playing out the way that it currently is. They'll push, they'll give priority. Peace also path from top to bot. This is the second path from top to bottom. So there's waves of opportunity, like now.
Well, nice taunt in there from Dragku, but he didn't get the knock up from the E. And so he'll actually be forced to flash away. And that's, you know, one of the difficulties of playing the Galio is that when you're in, there is no way out. So you really have to make sure that you're making that commitment and it's going to work.
Absolutely. And Lisa also passes the vibe check for support Karma. He actually does Mantra W. So it doesn't go for the Mantra Q and try and do high damage. He actually understands the lane trading. And again, is starting to impress me more and more.
It's good to see. Up in the top lane, though, maybe what might not be too good to see for Appy is just getting punched away. In the end, he'll be able to get out relatively comfortably. This opens up the door a little bit for Peace. Looking for the dragon. But here comes Dragku, a dragon of his own, and well, has run into Lisa. Now, remembering there is no flash available right now for Dragku. Looks like that won't be too big of a deal. He'll just wander out to safety. But the first dragon of the game goes the way of Peace, a very early one as well. We get the ball rolling nicely.
Yeah, I definitely do. Super early dragon as well. At the end of the day, playing towards the correct side of the map, if you're a Peace fan, is what you're seeing from them so far. Pretty solid. You know, while there's no gold swings or advantages, it's not something you would expect to see. The one place where there is an advantage is actually against Appy. So, again, we've been highlighting a lot of the bottom play style. It hasn't affected Mboma in terms of farm. It's very difficult to stop a Ziggs from farming. Not as difficult to stop a Viego on the weak side of the map from farming at all. Swaith wants to really hit that home on this cannon wave.
Dive in the top lane, teleports coming through from both sides. Appy low on HP, a great shockwave though from Halo. Should surely net a kill, but it won't. Swaith walks out alive. How on earth is that possible? It's not. Babip arrives and looks for more. He joins them on the Blast Cone journey into the river, and now this is bad news bears for Kisei. Halo decides he wants to flash over for the kill, and he gets it. 3-1 for the Peace lads, and that is going pretty swimmingly.
I mean, you see the play, right? If you are Chiefs, you also have read the play if you are Peace. They were prepared to teleport. The reaction time from Halo was actually quite fast, and the response from Babip on his reset was very fast also. Excellent shockwave from Halo. Really no way for Appy to do anything there, level 5, and, you know, just resign to death. And, you know, the fact that they're able to get the command dissonance on top of the ghost and the movement speed on the charge there from Hecarim actually buys him enough space and time. You know, he's able to get onto the blast gun with them, which all but secures 3 kills. And that is now a 2-0-1 Babip on Hecarim. He is going to be a monster.
Certainly is, when he's got a Karma and an Orianna to think about. We're seeing some interesting stuff, I'd imagine, this game from Peace. And already a rougher start for the Chiefs, so we might have thrown our lot in with the wrong team. But as has been the case in this split so far, I don't think you can really judge Chiefs by the first, 5-10 minutes of the game. I think what we're going to expect from them is when things really start to ramp up, how are they going to sort of work through with that, and what's Mboma going to be able to do once he starts to scale on this Ziggs. So it doesn't look great right now for Chiefs. They're at a bit of a deficit in terms of the kills, but as far as the gold is concerned, they're actually even. In fact, they're slightly ahead. So I think it's actually better than it looks right now for the Chiefs.
There was most of that it has to be through top lane, right? Like the size of the waves that Appy missed as a result of that fight was significant. And for what it's worth, like this is what happens top lane, I never looked at it and actually reflected that internally towards the Chiefs. I actually just looked at Peace and said that was really well done. And that's a promising sign, because again, we're looking for signs of life from this squad, and that was another big sign beyond the bottom lane, which is the expected result.
Well, I think when you're going to get Halo onto Orianna, you're always going to have a solid performance from him. And so far, so good. Babip as well, comfortable on the Hecarim. Well, Liv looking for some trades up in top lane, not able to actually get the better of them there, but we do see the Rift Herald going over to Swaith. And I am quite interested to see where he does head with that. Now, in the direction of the top lane, doesn't necessarily mean he's going to use it there.
Hunting for opportunities. Trundle Pillar is a massive tool that Appy has a hard time dealing with. I feel like the Trundle... Oh, hang on.
There it is. That might have been the step forward too far for Appy. He's forced to ultimate out. Now, does Swaith commit the Rift Herald? Doesn't look like it. Kisei won't survive. QW combo through from Halo, and obviously the chase in there from Babbitt. Bit too much. Kisei doesn't look too pleased.
Trying to minimap read that play was difficult, but I believe there was an Onslaught of Shadows used, and Kisei tried to flash his way under turret. You know, the fact that Shockwave wasn't even necessary to secure the kill does scream that Babbitt did most of the work there. Halo's able to pick that one up for himself, of course. We'll see this one more time. It was a slow to start. Kisei ward hops. Yeah, it's just a flash follow-up. So this is what we saw of it. Well played from Babbitt, realistically.
Indeed. Business as usual down in the bot lane. Jakku hasn't really moved a whole lot just yet. And I think normally by the 10-minute mark, we would have expected to see him out and about. But he has hit level 6 now, and I almost feel like that's the point in the game where it starts to become a bit more acceptable for the supports to roam. Especially for Mboma now with Mega Inferno Bomb available, should be able to make sure that he clears waves that are being a bit too much of a pressure point for him. Although, being a Ziggs, unlikely that's going to be the case. Still, we do see Jakku leave the bot lane, head towards the Dragon. Looks like Chiefs should get that one for free. Babbitt, I think, just came off a reset, so not really much he can do about that. But it is just a cloud.
Yeah, he'd shown his hand in mid lane as well, used the ultimate, gave opportunity, and Swaith didn't stay top lane to summon the Rift Herald. Was actually just helping to clear the wave. Bot lane going to have another little trade, but again, nothing really doing. Ziggs with just a lost chap that doesn't have one hit potential just yet. And Lisa also with the cleanse if he feels threatened. Swaith, however, the tried and true strategy at this point in the day, isn't it, Jordan?
Yep.
Find the Ziggs, place the Herald where the Ziggs is, get the charge off, and try and break the turret.
That was almost very awkward timing on that mine, by the way.
That may have been perfect to like the single digits.
To
Not
the
just
frame.
in timing of the satchel, but the damage to the turret was really close.
Oh, Shockwave in the mid lane. Kisei, what's he done that for? Babip dives right on top with Onslaught of Shadows, but Swaith is there. Well, I guess Kisei knew that Swaith was coming, so either way, it was going to be a 1-for-1, maybe a 2-for-1. Does Swaith have enough to even survive against Halo? Maybe not. Bit of an overcommitment. Very easy to underestimate the damage an Orianna can do, and I think that might have been what happened.
Yeah, let's just take a second to appreciate that it is a 3-0-3 Orianna now, and you cannot afford to make those plays. Lisa is going to get smacked, but it's not going to result in a kill. At the end of the day, this is still pretty favorable for Peace, more than anything else. Mid is just winning. It is just winning by itself. Kisei does have his Gore Drinker, so does have some wave control, but the state of every Lee Sin lane is effectively, it's this. Can I step up to hit the minions, or do I die for it? And the answer is right now, you die for it.
Nice trade again from Lived. Certainly doing a bit of bullying up in that top lane, but he's not really being able to stretch that lead all that much. Only the 9-10 CS gap, which is really nothing to speak to. One thing to note, the Luden's Tempest just finished off for Halo. And, if you thought that was a lot of damage coming through from the Orianna just before, it's about to start really popping off now, because I always feel like the Ludens is the point at which Orianna goes from being, a bit of chip damage to actually starting to be some significant burst. Liv might be in a bit of trouble here. Does have everything available to him, though, and Babbitt perhaps quite aware of that. We'll just let him wander away.
Yeah, Babbitt with no ultimate as well. It does mean that he's not going to be able to get behind him to push him back towards Halo. Halo without flash means closing that distance is pretty difficult. Trundle just works the ground out and runs a little bit faster and is able to get himself out to safety pretty successfully. I think the game right now, strategically, while Drakes are important and there is one up in 2 minutes, I would still be looking at Herald if I was a Ziggs composition. So probably just play calm and measured around your ultimates, around summoner spells until such a time where Herald is the objective to put all of your focus towards.
Looks like that is going to be the name of the game right now for the Chiefs. Bit of back and forth between the two bot laners. Who
Miss
are
a bomb, get a thumbs down.
Incidentally in mid. Well, that one didn't miss, and Lisa's probably not too happy about that, although got to put 2 and 2 together and think, yeah, there's a ward there.
If this is a best of 5, I think that's currently a 1-1.
Yep, I'd say so.
Oddly invested in a Ziggs versus Ezreal, which is a very boring matchup where they realistically just shouldn't be interacting. The name of the game does revolve mostly around Swathe. Lived also going for this Trundle twice in a row. I do think the Divine Sunder Trundle is extremely oppressive.
Happy. Nice flash. Gets caught by the Moonfall there, and he might be in trouble, but he's okay. Still, the pressure continues down in that bot lane for Lived. He's able to keep crashing those waves on the tower.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about Divine Sundera is, for me, it's more so that you can build whatever you want after it, right? You have one item, you can build tank, or you can build full carry, do like Blade of the Ruined King and split push till the cows come home. But it's that first item that's just so insane, being percentage of max health damage, so it's consistently powerful through the game.
There's that Rift Herald you talked about, and the Chiefs, unfortunately, will not be able to contest it. They had Mboma back in base, and Kisei on the reset as that Rift Herald did pop. So I guess they'll have to look towards the Dragon.
It's obviously a big win for Peace overall, however. Denying the potential of a free turret execute on the mid lane outer. Something that we haven't seen done too successfully in the past 2 games of the night. Navigating the map pretty wonderfully so far overall, I would say, Peace. You know, Chiefs are trying to make plays, they're being proactive, they're seeing their windows of opportunity, and they are executing on it. It's just that, you know, Peace continue to weather that storm and continue to fight back with resolve.
Well, how does Chiefs get into the river here? They've got Liv down on the bottom side, so they have that flanking angle, but is he enough of a threat to pull the rest of Peace away?
We should be watching Halo.
Half HP at the moment. Well, Halo does have that shockwave, as you say, and that seems to be enough to actually zone the Chiefs away. They'll try to go for the mid tower instead, and that's some nice zoning from your boy Ziggs. So they might just get this tower, courtesy, again, of the Ziggs W. Tower for Dragon, not too bad.
Yeah, particularly because it is only the 2nd Dragon of the game for Peace, while it is the 3rd overall. Ocean Soul, clearly going to be a significant deal for both compositions. I'd say because looking at team fights, you've got a Diana, you've got a Ziggs who can combo really nicely with Galio. A lot of that's magic damage. And your Trundle and Lee Sin being the physical damage, to me, I would favor Peace team fighting overall. I think it's pretty easy to build magic resistance and team fight if you were Peace. So with that in mind, Ocean Soul makes it really easy to be an Ezreal and to be a Viego if you're dealing with set members of the enemy team, right? Certain resistances, you can sustain through easily.
Jarku just walked over a ward, gave him a thumbs down. There you go. Well, Riftmaker is completed for Swathe, so big old mythic item picked up after the Nashor's Tooth. Starting to come online for the Diana. We don't have the Divine Sundera coming through for Violet on that Ezreal, which has been, you know, a common build, but starting to fall out of favor a little bit, I suppose.
Yeah, it got, what, a 3% damage nerf on ranged champions, which does seem to have tipped it over. Trinity Force has always been pretty good. It's just that item-wise, Divine Sundera was clearly a better option. There's also the Essence Reaver build, which most people seem to have veered away from in favor of the Trinity Force, which is curious. But this is 2 days in a row now where the only Ezreal build we've seen, I believe, is a Trinity Force.
Yeah. I think that's correct. Babip looked like he wanted to go for a run for a second there, but Dragku was well gone. Still, this could be interesting. The pillar knocks Babip up, but luckily he's got Onslaught of Shadows, and he will disappear pretty quickly. Appy able to jump out of there as well with the move speed provided, as he teleports right into the middle of the Chiefs. Not a huge cause for concern overall. A couple of big cooldowns utilized, though, by the Peace roster. So, Chiefs overall, a small win.
You take every win you can find at this point. No real significant advantages otherwise that start to be gained, right? So that's why you are able to take those small advantages. It's, what, 1,000 gold between the teams, but you've got a huge Orianna, so you've got clear points of disadvantage. We have to just quickly mention this because it's becoming more and more of an issue. The farm difference between these junglers is absurd. And looking at a 1,000 gold lead, I can't help but feel like most of it's there. Like, yes, there's turrets that have been taken. It's 2-0, about to be 3. But, like, you can see it reflected in the total gold, right? Like, just compare where Babip is to Swathe. That is an obnoxious CS difference for 19 minutes in the game. Like, he is on the clock. He is keeping up with the Ziggs.
Yeah, that's not easy to do when you're a jungler. Another pillar right on top of Halo. Won't stop him from taking the tower, so it's a trade for the bot tower and the top tower, which Chiefs did actually just manage to grab. Meanwhile, in mid, the shenanigans continue, and by shenanigans, I really mean not a whole lot. It's just Mboma and Violet farming.
It feels like we're starting to wait for second item spikes more than anything else. You know, dragons are going to be the excuse to look for combat.
Yep.
And I don't think either team feels massively pressured to force those engages. This could be one of those games that does start to just scale a little bit more. And so we can take a second here to talk about maybe the itemization more than anything else. It's not just the second items. We'll hold the thought for now.
Well, Halo certainly is in trouble. Shockwave to try and get himself anything. Actually did prompt the teleport down from Kisei, which in hindsight looks a little bit unnecessary, but maybe they were preempting a response from Peace.
Oh, that blue trinket, you can see it just at the bottom of your screen as it goes away. He's not in the bush. You were talking about really tragic little 1%ers that could mean a difference. That is definitely one of them, because it's not going to see someone walking in to flank you. That is just a very sad ward that does nothing. It could be a part of why the kill happens. In saying that, I do believe that Halo is quite illegally positioned in general and has given over a shutdown as well. Like,
gets
that
a
was
parking
necessary. Yeah.
Ticket Inspector Rusty says no thanks for that one. Teleport back into the mid lane, this time from Halo. It looks like Peace are really quite prepared to contest this drag, and Kisei tries to get something done in mid. The flash and the kick is not enough to actually find the kill on the Appy. Chiefs are in trouble now, 4 on 5. They have the health advantage, and Mboma could put that to good use, but overall, not the trade that Chiefs were looking for.
They get quick flashes away from everybody, though. You know, it was a really nice combo that was potentially about to happen. It just misses. Peace with enough health to consider contesting, but I think they're just going to be a little bit too late to the fight. So the dragon does go over. But we just saw a Diana ultimate into a Ziggs ultimate hit 0 people. That's just because the quick fingers of Peace to disengage. They knew the state of that fight.
Yeah, but now they're down 3 flashes. So next fight could be a big deal. Swathe cops the shockwave and then some. Can't survive that.
Yeah, he may have a flash. He doesn't have an ultimate and definitely just does not deserve to be in the position that he was in. Gets caught out nicely again. Peace. It seems like Chiefs make a play. Peace respond. And that does seem to be the game plan that we're pretty consistently following here. And that 1,000 gold lead that the Chiefs had has dissipated. Baron has been started.
Yeah, well, Swathe is going to be a long way away. 14 seconds on the respawn. Obviously doesn't have teleport to get back to this fight. So Peace are feeling confident in this Baron take, and it's going to have to be, 4 on 5, but Lisa's almost dead. Mega Inferno Bomb is doing a lot of damage right now. Certainly enough to keep Peace off the Baron. He almost got one shot.
Here's the thing. If that was a Luden Ziggs, that was probably a one-hit.
Yeah.
Right, extra magic penetration from the Luden's mythic passive, but it's not going to be the case. They've got a dual magic damage comp, and I think he's opted in to go for the Leandries. The other day, they're going to walk away. Baron's going to be started. Nothing's going to be doing beyond that point. And I just wanted to take that second to bring up the Leandries, because the ability haste is really nice, right? By the end of the game, like when you have 3-4 items, your ultimate cooldown at level 16 is like 30 seconds. But at the same time, you're missing out on that extra damage, which is something that a Ziggs clearly should want. You know, hit a single bomb, half health someone instead of just burning them down. There's not a lot of tanks on the side of Peace either to warrant a Leandries burn. Yeah, look, for Swaith, that's the other place that I just wanted to briefly touch on as well, Jordan, in that he's gone for the Rift Maker instead of the Rocket Belt. For one of the primary engage sources on the side of the Chiefs, I do think that he might have wanted Rocket Belt, but this gives him a little bit more sustain to get through the fighting.
Yeah, which it seems kind of required by the Chiefs actually at this point, because some of these fights are sort of prolonged engages. And if you survive through the initial bursts of the Peace roster, then how much is there to follow behind that? I mean, I guess Violet is starting to become a bit more of a threat the longer this game goes. He's now finished off 2 items, looking for his third, and funnily enough, a little bit of magic resist finding its way into the build with the Hex Shrinker. So that's already, you know, something that we had noted, that there was a lot of magic damage coming through for the Chiefs, and the itemization will obviously show that for the Peace roster. Now, Chiefs have found themselves in an interesting spot here. Dragku finds a nice engage, and Mega Inferno Bomb undodgeable this time. Into the back lines goes Swaith, and he survives inside Zhonya's. Somehow gets out of there still alive. But are there enough legs in this fight for the Chiefs? Well, it comes down to Lived and Kisei, I'd imagine. They're deep on top of Babip, chasing him down, trying their best, but in the end, Lived will fall. No, he won't. He'll just get back on out, but Violet is the one that is the threat. That Ezreal, when he is uncontested, starts to put a lot of damage through, and I mean, he doesn't get anything out of that fight, but he certainly sort of flexes his muscles a little bit.
I mean, if I'm going to be perfectly honest with you here, Jordan, all he did was flex his muscles. I hope we get a replay of that fight, because I want to actually put a lens onto Violet. After the ultimate goes wide, and it's not a very positive lens. It's the Chiefs that engage the fight. Nice little pick on the Lisa. Again, removing a lot of the shield is important there. Shockwave not available for Halo, so he's just going to try and run away. And now just watch Violet. This is what Ziggs does to you.
Yeah.
What do I do? Well, I'm going to E over. Well, I've thrown a Q and it's missed. What do I do? I've hit another of those mines. Oh, I'm zoned. Meanwhile, his team, maybe this was winnable if he was dealing damage, right? But
oh, definitely winnable if he was doing damage.
Just looking at the outcome of the health differences there. But yes, a very tragic fight from the AD carry of Peace. Because he builds the magic resistance, right? Builds the team fighting items. And just doesn't get a chance to team fight.
Well, I'm sure there's plenty more opportunities where that one came from. And you already started to sort of see what he could do if he got the opportunity to fire a few Qs in there. It was like 2 Qs that connected that put Mboma down pretty low. So keep an eye on Violet in this fight, because Babip is going to send it. DoorDash delivery maybe here for the Peace lads. Onslaught of Shadows gets him right in there, but Swaith is also looking for some. A nice ultimate from him, but there's really not that much follow-up for the Chiefs. Kisei's there, Lived is there, but Mboma's not, and Dragku was dead. So it's a bit of an awkward, messy fight for the Chiefs. They don't like that one at all.
Yeah, not a big fan of that team fight if you were the Chiefs. Lived is going to be spotted here by a control ward. Lisa and Babip going to try and work together, and Mboma is just going to try and keep them at bay. Maybe look for the Dragon steal, but at the same time, if you look at the minimap, Baron's being done.
Yeah,
so the Chiefs have shown their hand in responding to the Dragon, and they're not going to be able to do anything about either objective, it seems, unless... Yeah. No, there's not even an ult, yeah. No. That's just both objectives gone from the team fight.
Well, while that Baron goes off, we'll have a look back at this replay here, and it's a rough one for Dragku. I think his E got cancelled by the wall?
Yeah, it did. He E'd the wall. And at the same time, you know, Swaith's able to get a combo in, but it was in a losing situation. You don't have the Galio to follow up your zone of control. You don't have the Trundle Pillar set up appropriately. You know, there's just nothing following you. So he does what he can, Swaith, but it was already a losing situation. And you would say the best course of action there was just don't be there in the first place.
Well, slowly but surely starting to see this game fall away from the Chiefs. Lived has been caught out. What is the response going to be from the Chiefs? And is there even really the opportunity to have a response? It just doesn't feel like it. If they push this mid lane in, Rotation will be through from the Chiefs in that, from the Peace roster in that time. And Violet's obviously untouchable. He's an Ezreal. So maybe they can get this tower down low enough for Mboma to use a satchel charge. They can. All right, well, again, not the worst trade in the world for the Chiefs. But it's what happens after that's the main question. Now, what's the response from Peace? Because it's a game of tug of war right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a kill for a turret, but a Baron buff Peace will be able to use that kill and translate that to a lot of lane control bottom. And then they're going to turn that towards mid as they push all of the Chiefs roster away to the top side river. So that's a couple of inner turrets that'll fall as well as the kill. And while Chiefs do get a turret themselves in mid lane, the result is still a net significant loss.
Well, it could be an inhibitor as well. Swathe only just getting back from his reset, and there is no potential engage for the Chiefs. So they just have to give up the inhib. Kisei and Liv are occupied down in bot lane. Oh. Shockwave is so good. Well done from Halo. Onslaught of Shadows. And there is just nothing to be done for the Chiefs. When players are dying like that, it's a rough time. Peace are going to get their second inhibitor. And the Chiefs just, it doesn't feel like they can fight.
Yeah, they're really on struggle street now. Peace have just broken 2 inhibitors cleanly. They're going to disengage for free here as well. And the snowball that they've had just gets accelerated faster and faster. They're stealing the enemy jungle on their reset as well, completely uncontested. This is one of those moments now where, you know, one more teamfight loss, it's game over, you would have to say. And that's even considering that you've got an Ocean Soul for them in 2 minutes, as if they needed that extra cherry on top.
What's Swathe up to? Not sure he wins the fight against Appy. Appy with GA as well. He's going to spot him out. Chips in a night, they do go past one another. Although I suppose not unnoticed, so maybe the analogy does fall flat. Rotation coming through in the jungle here for Peace. Not afraid of the Chiefs at all. Babip is just leading from the front. I mean, you look at how confident he is. 5-1 and 9. He's not dying anytime soon.
So this comes back to my point that I made a long time ago, right? Build magic resistance to win team fights if you are Peace, and the opportunities for Chiefs are completely limited because their AD, their physical damage is just useless, realistically, right? You can't split push as Trundle and win the game, so what are you going to be able to do? The enemy team has stacked magic resistance, so your Fed members are going to be struggling. However, there is at least 2 Void Staffs online for both Mboma and Swathe, so they are going to still be able to do some damage.
I mean, the thing is, for the Chiefs composition, if you hit that combo, you're still going to do some pretty significant damage. So that's kind of what they need right now. Good damage coming through. Babip will cop the Sonic Wave from Kisei, but able to walk away relatively comfortably. You just want to see the Moonfall with the Mega Inferno Bomb comboed on top of one another. And, you know, maybe a Hero's Entrance in there as well if Chiefs get really the perfect fight. Cancel on the reset. Mega Inferno Bomb again on cooldown now for Mboma. It is a 66-second cooldown, so we're not quite hitting some crazy cooldown numbers just yet.
Yeah, not with the forced Void Staff third. Missing a bit of potential ability haste there and your other itemization choices. And Chiefs have picked a bush. They've been spotted in the bush by a sweeper. And unfortunately, that's it. Fight's on.
Babip decides now is the time to go, and he does go, but he's really running around in the Baron Pit or the Dragon Pit, not doing a whole lot, so he's going to have to wait, see what Chiefs can do with that time. Again, another good shockwave from Halo, and Appy will exterminate Dragku. Now it's on. Babip joins the fight once again. Appy, essentially 2 versus 1, and he's winning it. And in the end, there isn't really a whole lot here for the Chiefs. Violet eeing forward, feeling supremely confident. Liv will not survive. Violet has that cooldown done and dusted. And I'd say, Rusty, that might well be the end of the game because Appy has teleported up into the Nexus. And he's taken down that tower already. The rest of Peace will join him. And Peace will once again hand a defeat to the Chiefs. They've only lost 2 games this split, but both of them have been to this Peace roster. And that is some food for thought.
Yeah, I mean, this was a massive win for Peace, right? That's not only 2 games back-to-back for them. They have proven twice in a row that they are the kryptonite for the Chiefs. and that they are able to get the victories against what is consistently at the moment our best team. And not only do they do all of that, they tie themselves in the standings at first in win-loss record, and head-to-head should put them outright first. So that's a massive win for Peace.
Massive win for Peace indeed. Mac, what are your thoughts on that game? It was a pretty prolonged one. The Chiefs really tried their best, but it never felt like they got control of that game at any point.
Yeah, it never really seemed like they were ahead, so to speak. Peace, really keeping them thinking the whole time, and it just eventually got to the point where a couple of team fights didn't go the way that Chiefs wanted, and, even towards the start, there was a few times when I was just looking at Halo, and he was just, I don't know if he was gifted a couple of outplays or if it was just, him just outplaying his opponents, but he was having a pretty good time in the mid lane from the start and then hitting some pretty decent shockwaves throughout the game as well to set up those team fights. So, I'd be looking at him to have that DoorDash player that delivered, maybe, as just from my opinion. What are you guys' thoughts on the player that delivered?
I mean, I just wrote it in the Discord at the same time, so I'm glad you asked. I personally would like Babip, I think, because he was... he's not the person who has the teleport, but he is the person who's always in the right area, He is the one actually giving the kills to Halo, and I think it would be, and this is just my opinion as someone who plays mid, I think it would be a crime to give it to Halo when Babip did so much work for him.
Yeah, and it was just, even like this play here where Appy was able just to run rampant, and that's when you can really see the power of him coming through there on the Viego. Just so many things going right, and it felt like Chiefs were just a little bit all over the place in this match today. So they certainly did not get the justice they were looking for, but they did get an L, and now they are going to be tied in first place. However, not really. And look, head-to-head now, Peace have won 2 of the games against Chiefs. So no matter what happens in the round robin number 3, if both these teams end up at the top of the table, then Peace is going to get the win head-to-head. So that was a very big victory for them to get today on the board. Jordan, though, tell me about these numbers. They look pretty good.
They do look pretty good across the board there for the Peace roster. I mean, you've got obviously Halo leading the charge. He did a fair bit of work on the Orianna. Certainly was enabled to do so. Violet obviously sort of chiming in there as well. I felt like he didn't really have as much impact in that game. Certainly not as much as he had yesterday. But overall, I don't think you can complain really across the board there for Peace at all. And
I have a question, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Can we give the DoorDash player that delivered to coaches?
What's that?
I just think that Midlord probably deserves it.
I don't think the player that delivered can be given to coaches. Just
no,
purely
I got confirmation.
Players
that we cannot.
That makes me sad.
Well, they're not a player. So
I know,
they can't be the
like,
player that delivered.
But like he's delivering draft, Oh well.
Oh, well, look, maybe Midlord can make his debut in the DoorDash LCO at one point. They've been swapping up the players every now and then here for Peace, so maybe Midlord's next in the Rift. What do you reckon?
Halo's job is in jeopardy.
We'll find out if he really is a Lord of Mid after that.
Okay, well, gentlemen, because we've already discussed the player that delivered, we are going to be awarding that to the big man, Babip. So congratulations, Babip, for the performance in the jungle. Certainly getting that dub and, setting the team up for victory. 84% kill participation, running around like a maniac there on the Hecarim and just doing God's work, Rusty.
Yeah, I mean, Babip was my choice, as you all heard moments ago. For me, it's his presence of mind to be in all of the right places at all of the right times. He was very proactive in where he was positioned, and this is a Babip that we kind of expected a lot more of, right, when he joined the Peace squad. And it's the type of game where you saw in the damage as well. It's not just the Violet show. This was a Peace win, and this was a very comprehensive Peace win, and he is a main part of the cog that keeps the wheel turning.
And he's got himself a $100 DoorDash voucher as well to buy himself some either late dinner or maybe some dinner
something for Midlord.
Buy something for Midlord. Yes, share the love. You're all in the house together. Just split it. What's like 7 ways. You can
$100, by the way, is more than one person's worth of food. So
yes,
when you say buy some for Midlord, definitely, I reckon that's a play.
Especially with the Dash Pass, and you're getting 2 meal deals from Red Rooster for the price of 1.
Wait, you could get $16 for two meals. How many meals is that with a $100?
It's a lot of HSPs without salad as well.
Yeah, true.
Wow. Well, speaking of HSPs with salad, Let's bring Jubes back into the conversation. That's his favourite DoorDash
That doesn't
order.
make sense at all.
Jubes is back in the conversation.
You weren't here yesterday, Elfish. So
no, I wasn't.
Jubes was worried. He's like, "Oh, did I commit a sin? I got a HSP, but I got it with salad." And I was like, "I don't know. It's fine with me."
That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but I mean, like, I don't trust the guy that puts tomato sauce on his HSP anyway.
Yeah, but hang on. What are your thoughts on rice on HSP instead of chips? I know you guys talked about that yesterday too.
Even worse, apparently I got violet. Violet, I had to get out of that situation. I don't know if you heard, but they're talking about like tomato sauce on HSPs and whatnot. Don't even worry about that. What a win for you. How are you feeling after that? Love to see it.
Yeah, we're feeling like we were super happy about that win, because honestly, like, we have been like in-house scrimming like the past like few days, because like we wanted more practice with Lisa on support, because I honestly like I was like a bit like nervous about the role swap, because yeah, I mean Aldoc's like a great player, so I was like really nervous playing with a new support, and like we had to build up synergy, so we did some in-house scrims and they weren't going so hot, so like we just tried our best and we ended up with a dub.
Sometimes I find when you perform the worst in scrims that actually just you flourish on stage. I don't know what it is, but the other thing I wanted to I guess talk about, it feels like individually you all hit your stride this game. I mean, Halo and Babip, maybe the best performances that we've seen from them in a Peace jersey this split. Is there like a breath of fresh air, maybe a little bit of a resurgence? How's the feeling now? I guess even though you've got the wins, a little bit of relief, but in terms of individual performances, it felt so good.
Yeah, I think like last split, like the game was like more bot side meta, so it was like really easy for me to carry games. Like last split, I pretty much just shot on all the other bot lanes, like in the LCO, like it was piss easy. But I think like this split, the meta isn't really so bot orientated, so it's like I'm pretty much just like a last option to carry. Like I'll be like the last line of defense, but I'm really happy that my teammates were able to like turbo smurf and carry me that game.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, now this actually takes you to equal. I don't know if you follow the standings as a player, and if you don't, I'm sorry. Well, now you know that you're equal first, but because of head-to-head, you're actually on top of the Chiefs. Do you feel now with where you're at? Obviously, Lisa being slotted in. Are you now the best team in the league? Is that how you're feeling? Is that the or do you think you know, still a bit of figuring out to do?
I think I don't like tend to think about standings too much, to be honest. Like I just think about like I'm always confident about like my own individual skill. I think like I'm like currently I'm the best bot lane in the league by far, and I don't know, like as long as like I play my heart out, like every game I don't go into like games thinking that I'm like first place. I go into games thinking that like every game matters. I have to try my heart out, but I still have like full confidence in my abilities to win every single lane, every single matchup. So.
Well, it's always a pleasure watching you style on Summoner's Rift, and you know, congratulations on the win, and I'm sure we'll see you on Friday again.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jeeves.
Thank you.
You could hear the excitement in the background there as they found out who the player that delivered was, as well as the stream went live. So good to see that the boys from Peace are certainly getting behind themselves. But look, ladies and gentlemen, we do have one more game this evening, and thanks to Warner, we do have Slumber Party by Ashniko for you guys to listen to at least one more time before we get into the final game of the day, which is going to be Dire Wolves taking on Pentanet. Let's see how this one goes just after the break.
They've been spotted in the bush by a sleeper, and unfortunately that's it. Fights on.
Well, Babip decides now is the time to go, and he does go, but he's really running around in the Baron Pit, or the Dragon Pit, not doing a whole lot, so he's going to have to wait, see what Chiefs can do with that time. Again, another good shockwave from Halo, and Appy will exterminate Dragku. Now it's on. Babip joins the fight once again. Appy, essentially 2 versus 1, and he's winning it. And in the end, there isn't really a whole lot here for the Chiefs. Violet eeing forward, feeling supremely confident. Liv will not survive.
I'm not shy, I'll say it. I've been thinking about you, baby. I'm a little faded. You look like Renaissance paintings. Big doe eyes, amazing. She's everything I've been praying. My heart palpitation. She looks like the type to break it. Me and your girlfriend playing dress up at my house. I gave your girlfriend some kisses on my couch.
I'm the Nelly in the party with some rocks for ears. I'm a slave for you, baby, Miss Britney Spears. I'm a Clover, she a Taurus, bring it on for cheers. And I'm sexy like Christina when I dip below. Not an H-Town girl, but I rodeo. Yippee, yippee, Kaye, welcome to the show. It's an all-girl party, clothing optional.
Me and your girlfriend playing dress up at my house. I gave your girlfriend some kisses on my couch. She cute, kawaii on her body that excites me. I think she really likes me. As politely can I? Slumber body. Slumber body. Slumber body. Slumber body. My girl look like Wednesday Addams. Eyes go black when she tied your back. She likes to stab them. My body she likes to grab. Matching pajama birthday suits. She tastes just like juicy fruit. She do that thing she usually do. Spell my name with her tongue like Me and your girlfriend playing dress up at my house. I gave your girlfriend some kisses on my couch. She cute, kawaii on her body that excites me. I think she really likes me. As politely can I? Slumber body. Slumber body. Slumber body. Slumber body. I'm shy. I'm so shy.
Let's just in love. Let's just in love. Let's just in love. Baby, we could catch a flight, go around the world, leave our troubles at the gate. We should have a life with some twists and turns, 'cause it keeps you wide awake. In the middle of the night, we can move just a little light, so we can see what we're doing. We got to live life. No, we cannot. We can't think twice.
Stop! Before we get into the final game of the day, we do have a sick meme created at home from the fans. So let's quickly jump into that before we get into the final game discussion of the evening. How the LCO games today feels like beautiful. That's a roller coaster, by the way. So, which would be a roller coaster of emotions, I'm guessing. Am I right, Rusty? You're the analyst here.
Just remember, too many loop-de-loops can be lethal. So we need to keep within reason here on how much of a roller coaster we're on.
Is that true?
Yeah, I think it's like 7 in a row.
Oh.
Oh, is
I
it
don't
something
actually
to
know
do
the
with
number.
oxygen in the blood and then clotting or something like that?
God,
or?
I wish I knew
Maybe
the
blood
answer.
going
I
to your
used
head. Something like
Yes.
Do
Too
you want
much.
me to Google it? I can Google it.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
you
do it.
Google it, and we will talk about the teams for the final game of the evening. First off, let's talk Pentanet. Jubes, you love Pentanet. You live in Melbourne, right? So you're very fond of a few of these players that are down your way. Have you met them before?
I've worked with the majority of them, 3 of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So who's your favourite?
Well, Pabu. Only because he's like the
Jungle Bias.
antagonist in all of the games, in all of the hype up.
Yep.
He's got that cheeky opinion, but he actually wholeheartedly believes it. But this team, I still have high hopes for, right? You know, they've stumbled, they've tripped, maybe they fell, and they've had a few rough games. But I'm actually a firm believer in it's important to lose. Like, you lose, you learn a lot more. It either makes or breaks you, right? And I think this Pentanet team isn't the team to break. It's going to make them. They actually, pretty much had a perfect season last split. And in all honesty, you can't really learn as much as you learn when you lose. And so this may be a little bit of an eye-opener. and it might force a couple of them to work a little bit harder. So, yeah, I'm expecting a really big bounce back from Direwolves. I just saw their name, so yeah, I'm expecting a big bounce back from Pentanet rather, and a very big performance from them. Maybe a statement game.
Well, we've heard Jube's thoughts from the team. Now we can hear from the team themselves in this nice looking, beautiful, pretty, spectacular, marvelous, eye candy-esque team profile.
Pentanet has it. Sven doesn't have it. He's chased back. He's probably going to be killed. Ladies and gentlemen, Oceania will not go silent into the
Does
night.
he have?
They will find their first win of the Rumble stage, and they will defeat Cloud9.
Every team's going to look to take us down. I think that's the biggest thing because we're like the one team that has done like the best internationally, especially in O's. But I feel like we're always going to be on top.
The experience of going to MSI was pretty surreal. We scrimmed some really good teams and we got to play a lot of games. So.
A big punishment for us when we were there is like we would get these advantages and we would just kind of relax. So we lost a lot of our early matches due to that. Once we're winning, we have like control. If we've got these early game champions, like we're just going from minute 1 till the next is explodes. Like we are just going and not giving you a chance to chill. We're not waiting for items. Like we're in your face.
But nobody's looking to try and get themselves on that clock because that's Biopanther being huge. Gets himself a triple kill, Rusty.
We kind of just shit talk each other into a point where it's just a meme, and then that meme carries on to like, you know, the good vibes, good emotions.
We robbed ourselves of a perfect split. So anything less than playoffs would just be a complete failure for us.
Only thing I'm looking forward to is winning again and going to China. I don't know if you know this, my team talks a lot of shit. So yeah, people get riled up, you know, people want to beat us. So I think there's definitely a big bounty on our heads.
I want to cement myself as like the best mid, and there's like me and then everyone else is like down here. No matter like what matchups I'm playing, what champion I'm playing, I want to be able to do everything and I want to be able to doing it the best.
You guys couldn't beat us last split. We're coming into the split with the same hunger we had last split, looking to go Worlds.
It doesn't really matter who we verse. I think we're coming in as the strongest 5 players in all 5 roles, and our team cohesion is way better than everyone else.
Well, we've won before and we're going to win again. So that's the only thing. We're going to win and you're not going to stop me.
To stop him. Where's the CC? Stop and prevent him. It just doesn't matter.
It's over.
Pentanet are going to Iceland.
Well, remember, that was filmed before the split started, so it seems like Pentanet's run has not gone as smooth as planned so far, but it's still been all right. They're still towards the top of the ladder, and that's where they need to be. Now, let's have a quick chat about Direwolves. Rusty, tell me why you know him, why you love him, and is only going to summon any demons again today?
Hopefully he doesn't tell the opponent jungler to pick a specific champion so that they can lose to it in a very bad way. So we'll move beyond that. Direwolves at the moment are not a team that I'm very high on. And I think the problem is we constantly have high expectations for this team based off the roster alone. And the reason I like them is because I've always been a Claire fan, but his transition to top lane has been tumultuous at best. And that turbulence has not gotten any better in the second split, even though the meta has shifted towards more of his play style. Only's had moments of brilliance, but hasn't really been able to keep it up beyond like the 15-minute mark when the team play is more important. And we've had the obvious bottom lane issues from them that has been quite an issue to address that hasn't really gotten better with time. And time's the only thing they really have playing for them at the moment.
And what about you, Jordan? What is your favourite thing about Direwolves at the moment? Look, let's be positive. Let's think about what they're doing right rather than what's not going right for them.
Well, man, I guess for me, probably the tenacity to sort of just stick with it, right? It's been a bit of a rough split so far for Direwolves. They obviously had to start off the first couple of weeks not playing with their full 5 core, and they did relatively reasonably there. Now they've had the change. Obviously, Cupcakes come back in. It hasn't really helped out all that much, unfortunately, for Direwolves. But I think the way that they have to think about this split is that they are only 1/3 of the way through, right? It's a 3-tier round robin, so they're only 1 round robin through the thick of things, and things can very much change over the course of this entire split. So I wouldn't get too sold on the position that Direwolves are in just yet. We'll have to wait and see until we get a bigger sample size as to where they're going to end up this split.
All I'm calling for today is I want to see Gunkrab back on that ADC, and I want to see some of these players as well down on the side lanes. Jubes, do you have some there?
Yeah, I've got a couple. They go by the name of Shock and Decoy. Thanks for joining me, gentlemen. Decoy, I never thought I'd actually get you to an interview. So thank you for coming down, okay, before the game. So, gents, Shock, I'll start with you. Talk to me about today's game. Obviously a very big one. Wanting to get Direwolves, I guess, back on track. How are you feeling?
Yes, I think like everyone knows Direwolves is like a trash team at the moment. But obviously we don't want to stay a trash team.
Come on!
And beating Pentanet, I think, is a good way to like start turning our season around. They're looking a little shaky, so I feel pretty good about today's game, yeah.
For what it's worth, I don't think you're a trash team, okay? I think you're good players.
Oh, I do.
Decoy, okay, well, Decoy, talk to me about today's game as well. Obviously lost to your old mob, Gravitas Glory. How are we feeling now?
I think yesterday's game was really rough. I think I performed really poorly. So this win, like getting a win today, is super important for us, for the morale and going into this round robin. So yeah, hopefully I can stomp Shock.
Now let's focus on some positives, because I feel grim. I want to cheer everyone up before the game. Decoy, what are we gonna do well this game? What are we gonna do well this game?
Look, we're not gonna int lane pre 5 minutes like yesterday, and from there we're just gonna smurf. There we go.
Lovely, lovely. Shock, what are we gonna do well this game? Are we gonna put a lane kingdom on in the mid lane? Are we gonna synergize well with the jungler? Tell me.
Well, normally when I verse Chaz, he's got all his goons with him. He gets like level 3 ganked by Parba, and sometimes Decoy roams up too. So I might take him out 1v3 this game. We'll have to see how it goes.
You know what? I believe it. I like the conviction you say it with. Honestly, I've been watching your capping or gapping series, so you have to think about the content piece you're going to get out of this, okay? Now, last question from me. Shock, a win here. Are you looking towards Friday, or are we just focusing on this?
I think like we're actually focused on this game a lot. To be honest, like a lot of the other teams have lost a lot of games as well. So even though like we've lost a lot, we're actually not that far behind in points, and it's still like easy for us to make a comeback. And if people remember last split, like we started 1-3 then, and then we won like 7 or 8 games in a row. So even though like our games so far haven't looked that good, like we know we have a lot of potential, and like we'll always come back, right? So we're pretty confident that we'll make playoffs anyway.
And lads, before we send it, I'll leave you with a little bit of a dime piece. It's a marathon, not a sprint, okay? Still a long way to go. Gonna see you guys at the top. Good luck today.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
That was lovely that you gave a bit of advice to two more of your favourite players.
I feel like they didn't even believe you. They're like, oh, yeah.
They were so like beaten. They were so beaten. I wanted to just, come on, man. Let's go. Come on, guys.
You did have a couple of dejected Dannies.
Let's go straight into the predictions. You're right, Jules. Let's jump in and see where we're going to be leaning for this one. I'm excited to see what Twitch chat's going to choose, because they chose Chiefs for me and threw me down one again. So I'm not onto the 20 bomb yet, where everyone else I'm pretty sure is, other than me. So I guess we'll see once we get to page number 2. But Pentanet for Rusty and Elfish Guy here. Jubes, let's have a look at what you've decided to pick and tell me why.
Yeah, I think I picked Pentanet just because a little more consistency throughout the year, albeit not very consistent, but just a little more consistent than Direwolves, right? We use the quarantine hangover and the MSI hangover as a little bit of an excuse, but I definitely want to see them start to pick it up today, and I think they will.
Okay, and Rusty, what are your thoughts in terms of the draft that we're about to go into? Do you think we're going to see any picks coming out of left field, or is it going to be more towards the meta, more towards what we're expecting? Pentanet yesterday with a couple of blinders, which were counter picks, but just didn't work for them.
Yeah, so I think for Pentanet, they're trying to be more aggressive early across the board, and that is the one thing in draft that may come back to backfire pretty big and give Direwolves a potential chance into this game. Just because, again, like they went for their counter picks even on blue side. They just didn't play it well. And that is the bigger issue that we're currently facing. So for draft, I expect more aggression from them. I don't dislike the Kalista pick. I actually really like it. I spoke about it at the top of the show today. So I like to see more of that and just see it be successful.
Okay, well, we'll see if that happens. Jordan, you're looking like a snack. If you guys at home want a snack of your own, exclamation DoorDash in chat. Make sure you order something good for me too. You know, I'm hungry. I'm still hungry. Always hungry. Need to keep the metabolism up. But the game's ready, so won't keep you any longer. Final game of the day. Direwolves going head-to-head, toe-to-toe with Pentanet. Here you go.
Speaking of snacks, this one actually might be quite a tasty morsel. Pentanet versus Dire Wolves. Both teams with a pretty rough run of form so far this split. I mean, Pentanet, I guess, doing a little bit better of it at the moment, but considering the high highs that they were at in Split 1, it's hard to see them at a 4-3 scoreline and say that it's the same team. Of course, it is exactly the same roster, but they're not performing the same way. So maybe a game here against Dire Wolves, who, you know, definitely haven't been up to scratch either, is what can get Pentanet back up on that horse.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. Both of these teams desperate for a win to really shift the momentum going back their way. So I think you're on the money, but we could also extend that to their opponents also here. And Dire Wolves have gone for the LeBlanc and Shinzao as their first picks. So something that they might be taking a play from the Gravitas book. It just feels funny to say, but it's absolutely true. LeBlanc is a really prolific skirmisher. And is very good with siege composition. So you give her a Shinzao, they'll never lose a 2v2. Put it in a team fight with like your Ziggs bot lane or whatever it may be, your Ezreal bot lane. You'll have a hard time dealing with them when they get a lead.
Surely we don't get 4 Ziggs bot lanes in one day.
I mean, probably not with a LeBlanc. I'll say that. There was a chance more so. Like Gunkrab is a Ziggs player. I will leave you with that.
All right, well, we'll see how that all sort of turns out. We do get the Dr. Mundo through for Pentanet. And the Lucian, which I could imagine is probably going into the mid lane to match up with the LeBlanc. So that'll be an interesting one for Chaz to hang on to. Dr. Mundo up to top and Diana into the jungle. It looks fairly straightforward for the Pentanet roster. So far, Diana has been a champion that Pabu in particular has been very vocal about on Twitter. He's saying, you know, Freelo and whatever, but is it Freelo in the LCO? Well, I mean, he's picked it up a lot so far this split and hoping to do so again today and have a good performance with it. Do get the Lee Sin through from Dire Wolves as well, so both teams having now locked in their top 3 picks and we're just waiting for those bans to come through.
Yeah, looking at things that can be banned away, the center ban is interesting. Dire Wolves do seem to be one of the most prolific center playing teams. It does open up some creativity for Gunkrab. You know, remember yesterday was a Malphite center bot lane. So I don't mind getting rid of that. Just getting rid of the chaos, right? The unpredictability of a Dire Wolves draft as a result of a center simply existing. As she really is the crux of all of the wacky creativity that you see down in bottom lane right now. Kai'Sa going to be taken away with that, so a lot of AD carries now starting to be addressed. And with a Karma and a Lulu already gone, options for these enchanters are dwindling.
Yeah, certainly aren't too many other ones to speak to that we see a lot.
There it
Ziggs is taken away, so we're not going to get 4 from 4 tonight. And quite frankly, Rusty, I must admit, I'm happy to see that. I like to get back to something a little bit standard in this game. See what Praedyth and Gunkrab can throw our way. Thresh not an option for Dire Wolves, which is obviously something that they've liked to go towards quite a lot. So we do have to wait and see actually what the support pick will be for Dire Wolves. It's not often that you get to see the 5th pick support.
Very animated moment there from Cupcake. Yeah, I mean, getting support counters is rare, but at the same time, you're just looking at what it is that Dire Wolves can do to win. You know, right, that Pentanet.gg have been playing aggressive bottom laners, and you can snowball by having the best support option or AD carry option into the mix, and it's easier, in my opinion. I am a support main, and so are you, so you'll probably just agree with me. It's a lot easier to just pick an AD carry and then pick a winning support for the matchup.
Yeah. Much rather do that than, you know, pick your support first and then your AD carry locks in an absolute int champ. And you go, well, we lose this lane now.
And listen, my key here is always pick Zyra. So Ezreal Zyra is a nasty bot lane duo. Nautilus might throw a bit of a spanner in that works, but...
I mean, I don't think Zyra's the worst matchup into Nautilus, is she?
It's a case of if you get hit by a hook, you lose.
True. Just don't get hooked, forehead.
Yeah, exactly right. And then just all the Varus spells as well. It's not the easiest lane. Plenty of other normal options, I would say here also, such as what you're seeing right now in the Braum being locked in. Ez Braum, super safe lane. And not going to be a strong side. Can be, but not going to be a strong side duo.
Yeah, nice big front line there for Gunkrab to hide behind. And I can't imagine that we're going to be seeing too many kills down in the bot lane. The same cannot be said for the top side of the map. Obviously, when you look at the Dire Wolves composition, there's, as you've said, a lot of skirmishing potential. The Xin combined with the LeBlanc. Very, very strong 2v2 potential around those Rift Scuttlers, and Claire able to hop all over the place as well is definitely going to be a factor in those fights. Doesn't feel quite as strong maybe for Pentanet, just with the Mundo factor taking a little bit longer to get into the game, but you know, the mid-jungle presence from Pentanet with the Lucian and the Diana combo still also very, very strong early on in the game. So should be quite an interesting contest actually here. I feel like we've got some similarities on both of these two teams and what they want to achieve. In the bot side, probably not a whole lot to be happening. And most of the fighting and most of the early game skirmishing is going to be happening up on the top side. So that will definitely make things a bit more exciting than maybe just the usual Ziggs shenanigans that we've been used to today.
Yeah, I think for PGG, there's a lot of necessity for the inclusion of their bottom lane, right? Like, you're probably going to have Danny doing his level 3 roams towards mid lane, just smoking it up the river. We'll see. But when it comes to team fighting, right, Varus and Nautilus are your team fight core for the whole 5v5 that they have going for them. You've got the Mundo top lane. And I do want to quickly note, and I can't state this enough, Biopanther is the Mundo player, and he has picked it, so it's a big deal. I think because he would be the biggest critic on if it's a pickable champion. So not only is Bio known as the tank player in the LCO, he has historically been the Mundo player. It's a very exciting moment for us.
That's interesting. Not something that I knew, but it certainly seems to be the kind of champion that we've seen from Biopanther quite a lot, so it makes sense. You know, I guess you've got the Mundo player, you've probably got the Diana player there as well, with Pabu being the one that seems to pick Diana more often than anyone else, and so we do have a couple of nice comfort selections there for Pentanet. And that actually might be a good little segue into an interview here with Charlie, who is obviously the coach for the Pentanet roster. Maybe we can start off there. Maybe we can talk about this draft and how some of these champions, at least towards the top side, have been the comfort champions for both Biopanther and for Pabu. Was that something that was sort of influenced by the players, or is that just sort of by happenstance and you've kind of got them just because?
Yeah, well, we just think Diana is very strong on the current patch. Interestingly enough, like, this is only his first Xin Zhao game this season. It's not really a champion he leans to a lot of. He actually likes the Diana as well, so we thought we were going to take it away from him in that respect. Mundo is a really good flex pick. You can play it top, mid, and support, so it's a very nice champion to take at the top of the draft when other champions like Lulu and Thresh are off the table. It's harder for them to straight up counter pick Mundo like it was in the past. Player's taken Lee Sin into it today, which is definitely not the best matchup in the game. It'll be able to get pushed early, but it will definitely be getting outscaled, and in general, yeah, we will outscale this game.
Yeah, I think it's something that we're quite eager to see from you guys. Obviously, 2 losses in a row. I hate to bring up, you know, the rougher times so far for Pentanet, but I think it's pertinent to talk about it. It's quite uncharacteristic, obviously, from what was a championship roster last split. What is the mood in the camp right now? Is it a little bit perturbed?
I don't want to say perturbed, but we're definitely not taking the losses lightly. Since our international showing, we haven't really had the same amount of time to really reassess and bounce back as other teams have. We're still kind of on the same track as we were when we left to initially go to MSI. I think that the meta has really come at us fast in a lot of ways. We're definitely trying to push ourselves with how we play as well. You'll see tonight we're going back to like a little bit of what we're good at. We're playing more of a scaling composition where we can fight those 3rd and 4th dragons and win, but you saw in games like yesterday and previous weeks, we're really trying hard to push ourselves, playing stuff like the Xin Zhao, playing Kalista Thresh bot lane, stuff you wouldn't have seen us play last split. So we're still on that process of trying to expand what sort of compositions we can play. But tonight it's time to get a win on the board, so we've drafted something that we can hopefully do that with.
Yeah, I feel like you've just answered my 3rd question for me there, and I was going to ask, you know, what's sort of been going wrong for Pentanet, but I'll angle this towards the current game a little bit more so then. What are you sort of hoping to achieve with this draft? What are you hoping to achieve with this composition? We were talking about it in the context of maybe you having a strong sort of mid-jungle presence here. Is that, you know, the methodology for yourselves, or what are you sort of aiming for in this game?
Yeah, so Xin Zhao and LeBlanc are probably the strongest mid-jungle duo in the game at the moment. They can very easily gank champions with the setup from LeBlanc and the easy gap close from Xin Zhao. Like, it's very, very hard. Like from level 3 onwards, like Chaz will have to be very scared in the mid lane, right? So we picked a champion like Lucian who can play rather safe in the laning phase. Like he functions well when he just gets a lot of CS. And then as the game goes on, we have more tools to start fights and to play like forward in those fights. Whereas Direwolf's composition lacks engage. They have the Braum, they have the Lee Sin, Ezreal. These champions want to kite backwards, whereas our composition with the Nautilus, the Diana, the Mundo, they want to go forwards. So we'll see if we can get into mid game without falling too far behind, then we will definitely have an advantage when we group up.
All right, well, great to hear your thoughts once again. Appreciate your time, Charlie, and best of luck.
No worries. Thanks so much.
All right, Rusty. You know, that was one of the more difficult ones because there was so much going on during that that I wasn't sure what I should be talking about. What should I be watching? Should I call this interview off? Because there was just so much happening.
Yeah, it was a pretty full-on first couple of minutes of gameplay, and I'm a little bit sad that we don't get to... The big thing for me, as we are seeing a trade in mid, is the decision from Only to make the play at level 1. They kill Praedyth, right? But they start the fight onto the Varus at like 1 minute 30. So he's 10 seconds late to even get to a camp. And he's going to have to do it solo. So if you're Pabu, you're watching that, you're like, I'm sorry, Praedyth, but this is amazing. I could do whatever I want. It starts to just command the whole enemy red side jungle. And as a result of that, you know, Biopanther has a 10 CS lead. He's in good stead.
And Pabu wants to take the fight too. Only, it would seem, nicely dodges the W, gets behind Only. Good trade so far from Pabu, but is there enough damage now with Claire here? It seems that Pabu has overcommitted a little bit. It looked so good until it didn't.
I mean, it was looking great until Pabu flashed to try and secure the kill with no knowledge. But you would assume the knowledge of where Claire is. Once again, Biopanther's going to ring his phone and say, good luck in laning phase, Claire. But Only now finds himself 2-1, and a significant jungle advantage is forged.
Yeah, so we have to look maybe towards the top lane and maybe the mid lane as to where we can find some advantages for Pentanet, but that might very quickly change with Only arriving up in top. Now, Biopanther, does he have the chops to get out of this one? Can he find a way to turn it back around? Spell immunity, always going to be a problem when you're trying to gank a Mundo. And Chaz teleporting up into the top lane, also a bit of a problem. But Pabu is looking for revenge on to Claire, and that's gone wrong. It's gone wrong again.
What a disaster for the jungler of PGG. Pabu just back-to-back deaths. That's the 2-time int. Oh, that's the worst way to play, especially because it's not even a teleport. It's the slow journey back towards his jungle after inting the enemy red side jungle twice in a row.
It's a real toughie. It's a real toughie. I'm not sure how you come back from that, but I know Pabu is the kind of player that can do it. Yeah, I think he really just needs to slow his game down a little bit here. Oh, that's a nice hook in from Decoy, right on top of Gunkrab. Of course, Braum exists, so Decoy doesn't really get to play the game. And overall, it ends up being a relatively even trade.
Yeah, still pretty favorable for Praedyth. Lots of control in the lane. Both AD carries have gone for tier, so just keep that in mind. They're pretty casually farming their lane. And I think their happy state is definitely just CSing and pushing. For Decoy and for Cupcake, obviously hitting spells is nice, but it's not going to be the be-all, end-all. You don't win with a single play. Only currently hovering bot side, level 6. Very fast level 6 as well, keep that in mind. Has 3 kills to his name, so he is the spookiest man on Summoner's Rift. And if you're someone like Chaz, remember Charlie mentioned this in the interview, you want to be pretty safe from level 3 onwards. Well, just keep in mind now that they've hit level 6 instead. Much more potent, given that there's 3 kills backing the Zins out.
Only looks for the steal, and he's going to get it. The woes continue for Pabu. He might not even get out of here alive. Shock, Cupcake, they're both there. Kill goes the way of the support, but I don't even think it matters. I don't think Direwolves really cares. It's more about continuing to put that pressure onto Pabu than anything else.
Sadness is real, and it looks like Pabu currently, 0-3, just being tracked, just being measured up everywhere he goes. He's not going to have support from his team again. Like, as much as we could look towards the rest of PGG and say, where is my backup? Try being Chaz, knowing that Only is nearby, and try stepping up, right? Like, there's no actual winning situation there. And I think Pabu knows that. Like, these deaths feel bad, but it's just accepting reality, moving on, and trying to get to a stage where you can fight is the only real game plan he has. He's keeping up in farm, but yeah, pressure completely gone.
Just an interesting tidbit that was brought up to me by Mr. Witherby, the producer. The first blood fastest in this split, 1 minute 32. The previous record was 1:47 by Kisei in week 2.
Are you going to hit that eye or what, man? Thank you.
It's all right. He's getting through it. Don't worry too much about it.
That was a really long time between hitting the eye and not. Herald jukes a lot. It's not quite Rift Scuttle levels of like faker jukes, but it's really annoying to deal with sometimes.
He's got it done.
It's gone. It's
He's
done.
got it done.
Yeah.
Where is it going to go, though? There isn't really a huge amount of prio in the mid lane. We are seeing Pentanet kick off the Dragon. Don't know that that one's going to be stolen away by Direwolves. In fact, Shock is going to be forced to get out of there pretty damn quickly. The culling invested by Chaz forces him away. Now, Shock doesn't have teleport. So we can see Chaz start to shove that mid wave in, and Shock will lose a little bit off that.
Yeah, and everything does just kind of dissipate. Right now, taking the Dragon is really nice from Pentanet because they are the ones who you would say are in the losing situation at the moment. Bot lane stability, of course, does ebb and flow. And with that, they found their chance. So full credit to them for still finding that moment. And that's the thing, right? Like, we highlighted what a disaster it has been for Pabu, Jordan. I think that's still comprehensively just the facts. But he's a very measured player and can keep his calm through a lot of that adversity. And is able to, you know, go 0-3, died his red buff, but still find a moment to play around his bottom lane and make the correct plays on the map.
Gore Drinker completed for only. Always a nice power spike for Yazin. Finish off that first mythic item. A lot of sustain from that item. Crossfire Gauntlet, you know, you can start to talk about a few mythic items actually starting to pop up here for both sides. It's a big one for BioPanther. It's been having a good time up in top. It hasn't been anything astronomical from BioPanther, but I feel like, you know, become accustomed to that slow burn from him, where he'll just chill up in top, maybe TP around the place every now and then 20, 30 minutes into the game, he kind of 1v5s you, and you're like, well, where did he come from? We might get that today from BioPanther.
I actually don't doubt that. Bio is one of those guys who wins by, you know, death by 1,000 cuts is his play style. He's very aware of how he plays minion waves and balances map states. Nice trade mid.
Might be more than a nice trade. It might be a nice kill. Chaz flashes away to safety and now only is in a spot of bother. Decoy might look for another hook. Oh, what was that? Only flashes forward, catches him. Well done. That was impressive.
Yeah, really nice win becomes lightning. Not enough lightning reflexes available for Chaz. Does just drop. And the jungler from Direwolves putting the team on his back, playing very nicely. But the setup was there from Shock, right? 2 chains connect back to back, all of the time purchased. Now 5-1 in scoreline, and Direwolves, they're starting to run away with this one. However, I will caveat that by saying most of the money is on the jungler. It is not a full team gapping at the moment. It is just a gapping in the jungle.
Let's have a look at this replay here. Keep your eyes peeled for only. Very, very nice flash from him a little bit later on. Thought he was in trouble here, to be honest, but turns it back on its head.
Yeah, it was a nice little flash. I mean, the fact that you can W flash is amazing in and of itself.
I love that interaction, by the way. I feel like they've removed a lot of those kinds of interactions. You remember you used to be able to death sentence flash, and a few other champions had that kind of interaction.
I'm really glad the death sentence one's gone, to be fair.
The death sentence was a bit OP.
Yeah. Because it kind of cancels the whole animation, which is like the purpose of Thresh. But like I do agree, I like skill expression. I think adding flash, because the game's been balanced around flash existing, right? It is like a known mainstay. I like that they can balance abilities around it. So Xin Zhao being able to do that is kind of cool.
Turret plating will soon fall.
With a replay of up in the top lane.
What did we miss?
Did we miss a kill? Looks like he's about to die.
The briefcase has been given to him. Yeah, just gets smacked.
Even flash there as well, so that's not fun. Just perma slows.
Yeah. I mean, death by 1,000 briefcases.
Yeah, they call them the Cleaver, but I think the briefcase is a bit more deadly. Not to mention, with that Frostfire Gauntlet, you really just can't move. Once the first Cleaver connects, you're kind of donezo. Even as a Lee Sin, with Flash.
There is tax returns. He's coming for us all, slowly but surely.
We did see the Duskblade finished off for Praedyth down there in bot. A little quiz here for you, Rusty. I thought it was more customary to move away from the Duskblade and move towards Prowler's Claw. Has that changed in the recent patch, or is that just how things are now?
Yeah, I forget the exact thing, but there was a change to Prowler's Claw.
So Prowler's Claw got changed in that you can't use it on creeps anymore. You can only use it on champions. I don't imagine that was the biggest of deals, though.
The reason that it was initially picked up is for sure the fact that you can... like the mythic passive is flat lethality,
yeah,
which is usually why it was picked. Duskblade was always the choice before it, and even when Prowlers was the choice, there was occasionally people still going Duskblade. I don't know necessarily if that tipped it over, but we might have to hold that conversation because they're posturing very aggressively.
Well, Gun Crab, you can see not being able to put too much damage through just yet. Has actually gone for the Manamune first, which is not always the case. See if he ends up going towards Trinity Force or towards Divine Sunderer.
Yeah.
Cancel out for both.
I mean, it's a really fast stack when you complete the full item.
Yep.
So just prioritizing the completion of the Muramana before the 2-item spike, and 100%, you know, when he has 2 items, he will have Muramana stacked. And will be at the ultimate point of strength that an Ezreal can be at before, of course, your Serilda's 3 items slow. I don't mind it. Again, like we highlighted, bot lane's actually just nothing doing at all. So they're able to afford to just farm like this. The game is pretty heavily just revolving around, first of all, junglers, because there's clearly an absolute lethal weapon running around on Direwolf's side. But mid lane and how they actually situate themselves around the map, because we haven't really seen any action around turrets. Claire has, of course, the top lane outer turret has fallen, so Claire's got some freedom to move. But AD carries have kept their feet planted bottom for so long that we've really seen no change in pace.
Been very hard on the attempt to get this mid tower down. Only is going to go again on top of Pabu. Gets a knock up at a nice time. Reconnected on the W, but can't chase over the wall. Never mind. He's managed to catch Decoy. There was always going to be something. Only flashing over the wall has flashed to his death. Chaz with the culling, getting the majority of that damage there. And, well, BioPanther is here for the routine interview. Just wandering all over the place. Doesn't really care too much about what's going on around him. He's still surviving. Staying alive. Down in the bot lane, the 2 ADCs playing with one another. Just sending it backwards and forwards is what it is.
Yeah, they've got their own little mini game going on down here. Just chilling. Muramana has been completed, so a bit of a spike there, Duskblade. As you can see, they're hitting each other. It's not completely non-interactive gameplay. It is not wet noodle tank fights. Just AD carries postured on the wrong side of the map for where the fighting is happening. Only gives a shutdown as well there. So I think you'll be pretty happy with that one if you are Pentanet.gg as a trade. Even though it started pretty poorly. Yeah, exactly. Money in the right hands and a shutdown at that.
See what he can do with it. Gale Force is on cooldown, so we won't expect to see too much from Chaz in the next 20-30 seconds. Always feel like that Gale Force, once it is online, really enables a lot for the champions that do opt to go for it. Again, BioPanther happy to just find himself in the top lane. Slowly but surely clearing the creeps.
So we are at a point now, though, right? Like not only has there been a bit more stability purchased by PGG, they've started to equalize some of the fights. You can see the total gold now. Chaz has worked his way up the list. BioPanther, the slow but steady. Ooh.
Well, it's a bit of a messy fight here to start things off. Decoy does drop, and that might actually be all that happens. Never mind, I've spoken a bit too soon. Pabu over the wall, and Praedyth is in there as well. This is starting to look better and better for Pentanet. Only can dash away to the creeps, but he can only get so far, and eventually chased down. BioPanther does want those taxes, and he's going to get them. And in the end, this is looking very nice for Pentanet now.
Bio once again gives them the business, and while it looks like it's a pretty rough start for the side of PGG, they just have numbers faster and already in the area, and that is just a bit of class coming out of the squad, right? Direwolves have sat at that same bush, and they've stopped them, they've tried to staunch them, but ultimately, too many people there, too fast, and they continue the fight.
They're still not going to get that mid tower either. Direwolves have been trying desperately to open up that mid tower, and it's so low. But it's still surviving. A little bit of a question mark ping on top of Praedyth and Decoy as they appear right in front of Shock there. He thought he was going to get it. I think it was a bit of a frustration ping. Shock's going to go over the wall. Locks up Decoy for a second, but back to safety as he does spot Praedyth out.
So the Decoy is showing right now that he's effectively useless. He'll hit the hooks and he'll have an aftershock, but he is pretty much, and I think we can acknowledge that, destined to die in a fight. Just given how much damage can be littered towards him. But still can do his job, so it's not of massive concern.
Yeah, I think it's fine, especially when you see Biopanther roll in behind him and, okay, maybe Decoy will die, but I tell you who's not going to die at this point. It's Biopanther. He barely seems to be taking any damage and has just finished off his second item as well. So he's really feeling quite comfortable and pretty tanky in all of these fights, which is great news. You mentioned that he's a very confident Mundo player, and that seems to be ringing true. Now let's see what Claire can do to survive against Pabu and Chaz. The culling on top of the Moonfall will force the kick and the flash from Claire. So he'll get out alive.
Herald to be summoned, however, so Claire being forced to base, it could be a charge onto an inner turret, and we'll see how Direwolves choose to play this one. Only teleport available is in fact on Claire, and Decoy has been mostly missing, is about to show for the first time. If that's 2 turrets, for the cost of the mid lane outer turret and Dragon, you'd say that's mostly an even trade, right? Now that they've given more money towards this structure, there's an actual tangible gold benefit to pushing here.
Yeah, it looks like Chaz is going to get it.
Yeah.
Down in the bot lane though, Direwolves will respond with one of their own. Dragon's also not a bad pickup.
Well, it's 2 turrets apiece, right? Plus the Dragon. So you'd say it's a net win for Direwolves overall.
Yeah.
But still, it's like, for me, the reason that I call this out is because it does seem like Pentanet are kind of matching them now. It's only 1,000 gold difference. They are still well and truly within a fighting chance. You've got your 0-3 Diana, but she has a stopwatch, so Diana is ready to team fight. That's just the way it goes. Probably be Zhonya's rushed second, because that makes sense. You want to still be relevant all game, and Zhonya's is a broken item.
Yes.
I stand by that statement for all time.
Trinity Force for Gunkrab again, so another one for another Ezreal. Seems that Divine Sundra certainly has fallen out of favor. Do you have the 2 Gore Drinkers for the Direwolves, top and jungle respectively? It's a lot of sustainability.
Yeah, and speaking of sustainability, it's the Bloodthirster for Chaz. Which overshield's nice against burst champions like LeBlanc. It's nice to sustain against poke champions like Ezreal. Of course, Praedyth has neither of those things readily available, given that he has lethality. But I do think this actually puts Chaz in really good stead.
Oh, Claire. I mean, he doesn't really have any recourse there, does he? Biopanther's just sitting under the tower saying, what are you going to do?
You can't even chunk him out. He's got Warmogs.
Yeah. Well, Only's found Chaz, but Chaz has Gale Force, and so he's over the wall.
Gale Force relentless pursuit at that. The W did connect, but I think not knowing who's on the other side of that wall is a pretty spooky territory to venture into blind. Doesn't want to dash onto that one, even though the challenge was issued.
I did see a little bit of a combo coming through from Gunkrab earlier on onto Praedyth, the ultimate and the Q. It's starting to ramp up the damage, so I always like to keep an eye on the Ezreal as that 2 item mark starts to tick over, because I think that's where it starts to be pretty relevant in terms of his damage. And so we are starting to see that mark being hit by Gunkrab. And while things have been a little bit slow in the last few minutes, there's still movements being made by both teams. I mean, Pentanet, they're largely, I feel like, getting their advantages from Biopanther right now. Wherever he is on the map, there seems to be a turret falling. The Direwolves are looking for openings as well. Shock actually gets hooked up by Decoy, who is going to flash out to what would almost be considered safety, but given he's so squishy, certainly not the case here. Claire did have a Sonic Wave available onto Praedyth, chose not to go for it. And so it's a 1-for-0 for Direwolves so far, but now BioPanther's decided he wants to play the game, and the rest of Direwolves are probably not too happy to see that, because he is very tanky indeed. It's a bit
Claire.
of a dance, isn't it? Oh, there we go. Pabu has found the entry that he wanted, but Direwolves respond in kind. Praedyth is dead again.
Wow.
It's down to Chaz, it's down to BioPanther, and well, BioPanther is really just not taking any damage at this point, does he? Briefcase onto Gunkrab. He's going to E away, but where are you going to go? Oh, maybe to safety, it seems like, because BioPanther finally has been brought down. That Juggernaut is dead.
That was actually really interesting as a team fight because the timing of Pabu going in coincided with Claire doing the exact same thing. So both teams engaging on each other, and the fight completely flips on its head. You know, front lines become back lines. The only thing that remains true is that BioPanther is a tank. And he did 4,300 damage in the last team fight as a tank. Shout out Decoy for getting a free blue buff. I mean, that's an absolutely absurd figure to just look at, and I'm sure we'll get to see him dealing damage in this entire fight. But the person I want to look at here is Claire, because this Q ward hops to Praedyth, and it was a nice engage from Pabu, but Praedyth instantly dies, right? The person who's meant to be the safest on the back line, Claire gets free access to that one and is able to influence this team fight massively. Because think about how different this could have been, right, if the kick was on anyone else.
Yeah, just felt like Pentanet didn't quite have the legs in the fight that Direwolves did, and granted it was pretty much a 4v5 from the outset. I think they did relatively well considering. BioPanther a very big threat, so is Chaz. True Shot Barrage will go through, doesn't really connect onto much. And again, Pentanet starting to posture. They have to be so careful. LeBlanc has been a real factor in this one. 3-0 on 5. Shock on the flank. They know where the LeBlanc is, but doesn't stop the mid laner from being a threat here. And Shock just blows up Pabu. Now, that's exactly what I'm talking about. You know where she is, but what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, and can you even stop her, right? It's only the third Drake of the game, so it's not something that I think PGG needed to force their way into contesting. But they positioned themselves in a way that did feel like they were ready to force. Shock just shuts the door on that one and says there's no chance that you're going to get into this to contest that at all. And Direwolves, not only do they get the Drake, they'll get a kill. They'll also be able to flip the map to topside and reset, deploy towards Baron buff, and have a lot of potential control there, as the 0 and 5 Pabu just could not quite get that zonies off in time, it seems.
Yeah, that's never a fun time. Makes you fearful of going anywhere, whether you know where the LeBlanc is or not.
Yeah, unless you're this guy, you're afraid. That's where we're at.
And I mean, LeBlanc isn't even the only threat on this team now either. Gunkrab's finished off those 2 items. He's starting to get rolling on towards that third, 286 CS. He 0-0 and 3, but he's doing some real damage. Only 5 kills. I mean, he is a Xin, so he's kind of starting to fall off in a sense in terms of his damage and output in that respect, but I think you still have to respect it.
Yeah, the thing is, like, Xin Zhao, we've had this conversation a few times across the whole broadcast, but Xin, he drops off, right? But look at the enemy composition and things that will be damaging him. He doesn't really drop off. If the Dino was fed, you could probably still say that he is going to drop out of this game. But you've got Lucian, Culling's not going to hit. Lucian at range is probably not going to be hitting him. And dashing in is pretty dangerous against Direwolves. And you've got a Varus, who's a lethality poke Varus. So there's a clear window where the Xin Zhao ults and you just do 0 damage to him. So I would consider that really good scaling. Because in the same sense that I think Azonia's Hourglass is broken, I think being completely invulnerable to certain sets of damage is also really strong.
Look, it's also one of my pet peeves. Wind walls and anything of that that manner. A little bit how you going, I think.
Yeah,
Gwen's in, you start to see it come through. It's a bit of a trend that's coming up these days lately, so I'm thinking,
Samira.
Yeah, not sure. But anyways, topic for greater minds than mine. Claire is actually going to engage onto BioPanther. I mean, I guess he's won that trade, but it is a Mundo, so inevitably he's just going to heal that HP back on up and say, well, okay, cool. I guess that's fine.
I mean, these trades are not fruitful for Claire. They exist. At the current moment, Bio has been taking minion aggro, so Warmogs was it on, but back he goes, full health.
Yep.
Nothing doing. Chaz currently actually is the gold leader. That's quite a big shift. Both mid laners, of course, getting a lot more farm as you hit mid to late game. Getting a lot of priority from their team, starting to pop off.
It's a very slow and steady game. Nearly 30 minutes in. Ocean Soul is a factor. That's going to be popping up in 2 minutes, and so that'll be an important fight for Pentanet. They didn't really get the opportunity to contest the last dragon because Pabu just got blown up by Shock. So they'll definitely be looking to do so here. I gotta say, I think Claire's handling himself relatively well in the side lane against Bio. Oh, that one's not going to be a connection.
You said it.
A bit of a caster curse there. I was just, you know, I wasn't minding how he was sort of going about it, clearing those waves, but now he seems to be in a bit of a problem because, I mean, what can you do against a Mundo that's this strong? The kick won't push him away, and Biopanther gets the kill. I mean, that's the caster curse of the century.
That's a really big caster curse.
I'm sorry, Claire.
It's terrible luck. Biopanther also has teleport, and you can see the Direwolves were responding to him. This is actually currently a monstrous bio-gapping. Baron basically gone. They're looking to push mid instead, maybe still a red buff away. And the correct call here is contest and take some gold away. Don't contest the Baron, because that was hopeless.
Yeah. Look, what I was trying to say was that Claire's just been sort of... He's been dealing with the Mundo. Like, he hasn't been winning the lane or anything like that, but he's been keeping him in check. And it has meant that there wasn't a lot of side lane pressure until that point. And as soon as there is that massive amount of side lane pressure, Bio gets that solo kill, you instantly see what the response is from Pentanet.
And what we've learned is don't make business deals with Mundo.
Yeah.
You can't deal with him. You just have to accept reality. Biopanther, definitely a monolith in this game. Very hard to take down. With his third item completed here as well, Jordan, is basically impossible. Because that shield is going to be huge.
Well, what are they going to do about it? What's Shock going to do about it? He's 4-0-5 on this LeBlanc.
Well, they've got 3 people flanking and no one defending the turret. So what are they going to do about it?
Well, that's the question. And the answer is, at the moment, nothing.
The map is flipped. Why is the map flipped?
Direwolves are trying to clear the creeps in mid, but that's not going to save the inhibitor. Cupcake's behind. Guncrab is close by. Ooh. Just Arcane shifts out. Engage onto Cupcake, maybe not exactly what Pentanet is looking for. They don't commit for it. The culling forces Shock away, and you just think about the ease of execution right now for Pentanet versus for Direwolves, and it just doesn't seem like Direwolves can find the angle for the fight. Whereas Pentanet, all they have to do is say Biopanther, walk at them, and that seems to be pressure in itself.
Only may want to int to try and steal this one away.
Praetor's used heal, by the way, just now.
Can't get in, that's Ocean Soul denied, fights on.
It certainly is. But is it really? Because Pentanet don't seem to be committing to it just yet. There goes Decoy straight in on top of Claire with a hook. And he might fall, but the rest of Pentanet is going to get out of there alive. Might have spoken too soon. Claire with a Sonic Wave over the wall does get the better of Pabu. And now the fight's on for real. Now Direwolves are in for the chase. True Shot Barrage connects onto Praetor. And all of a sudden, Guncrab activates. That's a couple of big kills for him.
That's
Ezreal
huge.
always a factor.
Wait, they also have a minion wave here. So consider how long the death timers are. 25 seconds on Pabu. Decoy not necessarily relevant for defending a Nexus. I'm just saying, like, I don't necessarily know if they'll go to end. If I was Direwolves, I'm pushing to end here.
Oh, I think that's a risky prospect.
Absolutely it is. That's what I would take.
They're not going to.
Such a dicey situation. For PGG, they deny Ocean Soul, and you want to say it's a win, but for the cost of 4 members' lives and an inhibitor, it's definitely not. We'll watch this one more time. You can buy, obviously, is unkillable. Cupcake flashes in, and it's just about locking members down one at a time. The sticking power that Direwolves have is unreal, right? You've got Lee Sin, LeBlanc mobility, Ezreal mobility, and they just keep coming for you, time after time. It's one person after the other. Massive Ezreal ultimate here as well from Guncrab. Looking at Biopanther and hits the no-look ult onto Praetor. Big stuff.
Yeah, just when Pentanet gets an advantage, you C1 pulled back by Direwolves. It's a very back and forth game. Decoy really wants to make sure that that blue's going to go to Pentanet and not to Direwolves.
If there's one thing he's secured this game, Jordan, it is blue buffs.
Yeah, Pabu gets that one. And now Pentanet look to respond. So, a few supers heading in their direction, but that's not going to stop them from taking the turret down. How much further can they push this, though? Panther's in the mid lane, so I don't think Direwolves should be too scared of this fight.
Big damage as well, and that's on someone who can't sustain. So that's probably going to be enough to deter them, honestly. You've also got Claire, whose wave in the top lane is now starting to actually crash. And you'll most likely see a full reset come in with a deploy to mid. And the thing with bottom, I like what PGG did there. There's nothing on the map to stop them from pushing the wave where the super minions are. So what is effectively meant to be a persistent point of dead Pabus.
Wow.
Pressure for Direwolves wasn't. It is now. Geez, shock.
I really want to see Juice interview Pabu after this game. That would be a fun time, I reckon.
You reckon it'd be fun?
We'll see. We'll see if Pentanet can win. I mean, he's not getting an interview if Direwolves finish this game off, you know? And it kind of seems like Direwolves is in the driver's seat right now. Shoving that top wave in, they're putting that pressure in mid. Panther's doing what he can in bot, but it's kind of a non-factor at the moment. Unfortunate as it is to say.
Yeah. I mean, he's obviously currently a non-factor. He's dealing with super minions as a tank, and cleavers only do so much. Right now, we've got a 24 Magi stack LeBlanc. No deaths on both LeBlanc and Ezreal for Gunkrab and Shock.
Oh!
Shock!
Has he bitten off more than he could chew? Well, if the culling was angled correctly, he might have. Chaz won't get anything from that one, though.
Baron in 30 seconds is the play here. Shock has teleport still, so that's not a horrible trade in the end. And Chaz has sustained, so I think neither of them are super upset. The play is around Baron. Biopanther has parked himself in bottom lane for so long to ensure that they have control of bottom lane. And here we go again.
All right, Claire is going to try and take it to Biopanther. Now, again, it looks like it's a good trade, but Biopanther just walks off for 5 seconds. He's full HP again. Man, look at that. Fast healing. Didn't use ultimate either, by the way.
No need. You know, they've with the changes to Mundo's ultimate, I think it's just better to use it when you're low health. So you'll never really see the moment Bio presses ult and is unstoppably large. Usually you'll see it used to give a bit of rejuvenation in a fight.
Yeah. Well, Shock is doing a lot of damage. I think that was only 1 Q onto Chaz. Only might have been caught out here, but there's barely any damage going down on top of him. The ultimate was too good, keeping him alive. And then to the back line goes Claire. He's got a huge shield to play with. Shock on the flank is going to be a factor in just a second. Biopanther down, Decoy down. Frontline is gone for Pentanet, and they are on the ropes. They're running, they're doing what they can. Pabu might try to turn. He's really got no other option, but that's never going to work. Praedyth was caught off screen as well, and that is a clean wipe from Direwolves.
There's a teleport flank here from Shock, so the mid laners are about to duke it out.
Oh! And I almost thought Shock was going to hit there, jumping right into the culling, but never mind, because he's just got so much damage that Chaz is dead, Pentanet is dead. That might be the game.
And Direwolves, the team that we touted as 7th place in the LCO, have taken it to pentanet.gg and put them potentially 0-2, or confirmed 0-2 on the week, Jordan. Crazy outcome.
Yeah, Nexus towers are going down. Direwolves, they've been hunting for a win, and they're going to find one. A 3-5 scoreline for them now in Split 2. The issues compound for Pentanet as well. It's a big win for Direwolves, but it's equally a massively crushing defeat for Pentanet, where you just look at them and you think, what on earth is going on?
Claire definitely is going to be someone sitting there, patting the rest of his team on the back and saying thank you for that one. Huge, right, captain's performance, you'd have to say, coming out of Shock. Gunkrab just being solid all game. Cupcake seemed fine as well, right? Like there was no inconsistencies there from the Braum. The team fights were good. At the end of the day, Direwolves did look like the better team. And it started strong early. It's just that there was that mid-game massive set of hiccups back-to-back that really put the ball in Pentanet's court.
All right, Mac, let's bring you back in here. Let us know what you thought about that game. It was a rough one for Pentanet once again. And
Mate, look, let's not focus on the negatives. Let's focus on the positives. Direwolves, they're back. They're looking good. We finally got to see Gunkrab on the ADC, and look what can happen. Am I wrong, Rusty?
I mean, you saw them win. He was on an ADC. I'm not going to argue with you on that point.
Beautiful. That's all the points I got. Now, you tell me why this happened, how this happened, and break it all down for me.
I mean, most of it happens not around Gunkrab being on an ADC. Just to quickly bring that one back, a lot of this was early leads made around the jungle. Only with a huge early start, right? They get a level 1 kill, late invade for a kill on Praetus. Results in a red buff and vertical jungle start, but it just kept going, right? And then Parbu back to back. And it's the most tragic thing you've ever seen. Just goes top, dies, goes top and dies, and the amount of time that he's wasted, right? That was just a comprehensive lead for the jungle role, and that was all Direwolves needed. Barring the mid-game hiccups and chances that they still gave to PGG, it wasn't clean, but Direwolves still had enough gas in the tank.
And also, just while we're on the point of that first blood you mentioned, it was now the fastest first blood in this split at 1 minute and 32 seconds, or 1 minute and 32 seconds. So big dub there for Direwolves, now making history in Split 2 of the LCO. So doing good work and, you know, taking a early aggression, which got them a dub. So, you know, even though they were in 7th, we may see them move up to a tied 6th spot now. I believe we will see them shuffle up there. Yeah. So, interesting. Jordan, anything to take from the stats here, though?
Oh, feels bad, man, for BioPanther, you know? That's one of those games where you're playing solo queue and you're just like hard carrying and there's just nothing you can do. I mean, he was getting so much work done in those side lanes. He was tanking up so much. He's even dealt more damage than everyone else on his team. And he still doesn't get the win. So, yeah, definitely a feels bad man moment for BioPanther.
Yeah, Brom as well, you know, the pick there for Direwolves. Was it the answer to the Naught in the end? I saw a few times it did a couple of saves there as well, Rusty.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't an answer to the Nautilus so much as it was just a good pick for Direwolves. And I think actually what Charlie mentioned early in the interview was the most important thing here. One comp was meant to go forwards, one comp was meant to kite backwards. And a lot of these fights started as a result of someone just getting caught by the one person of Direwolves that can go forwards. And what a difference that makes.
Okay, well, let's bring Jubes back into the conversation. Jubes, what are your thoughts on the game initially here?
Oh, it was an absolute barn burner. It was going both ways. It was going the side of Pentanet. Like, okay, this game's as good as done, and then Shock would come back and play a little bit like Faker on the Blanc. Only would come in and do things, and it was a tug of war until it wasn't. Until Direwolves got a firm grip, and the moment that I think was the turning point was when I checked in with Shock and I saw the book, and the book had about 15 pages in it or 14 pages in it, whatever it was, and he was really just starting to take over that game.
There you go. So who do you have for the post-match interview?
I have the man, the myth, the legend, Cupcake.
What's up, man?
How are we? How are ya?
Yeah, feeling good, feeling good. It was a much needed win, so yeah, good spirits.
That was going to be my first question. I mean, it was going to be how are you, but then also it was going to be, what did the Wolfpack have for breakfast? Because this was a completely different team.
Honestly, we had like a motivational video that we all tuned into on Discord before the match and we watched it. And, you know, maybe we're just going to have to do that before every match now. It just kind of struck a chord. And yeah, we were definitely hungry for the win.
Release.
Definitely.
What was the video? Obviously, if you can't say, you can't say, but...
Right. No, it was like emotional and hype moments of Worlds in all of the past years. Just like the interview with Dyrus and then like Reckless and then like awesome Worlds plays. Yeah, just got everyone in the mood, so and we also want to win and not be at the bottom of the table, so that helps.
Fair enough. I respect that. I respect that a lot. Trust me. So have you guys been doing a lot of work with a psychologist or psychology, or is it more or less just I think this will work, guys? Let's give it a crack.
It was just impromptu, to be honest. Our coach just whipped it out of nowhere, and I think it helped a lot for us to take a bit of a shift in the draft because we were having a lot of lanes of like losing priority, and we finally picked some more standard front to back and kind of back to our roots from the first split where we had a lot more success than we are currently having. So we're just trying to tweak a few things and find our footing again to make it in time for playoffs.
Yeah, and do you have anything to say, I guess, to either your team, your fans, the supporters? I know you guys, being veterans in the scene, have so many people watching, supporting, fingers crossed, hoping for that late surge. And I mean, I say late surge, but we're really only one way, through the first round,
right.
First round robin. So yeah, anything to say to them?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, anything can happen come playoffs, and we're going to make sure we're going to make it to playoffs, and we're going to find our footing, we're going to find our identity. And yeah, the 7th and the 6th place doesn't mean anything in the long run, so keep watching, we'll bounce back.
It's good to see you back, Cupcake, and really happy for you, the boys. Yeah, pass on our congratulations. I'm sure they're probably watching the VOD back anyway. Shout out to the team, good job. But yeah, thanks for joining me.
Thanks, mate.
Getting another dub, and gracious in victory. So there you go. Now, let's talk about the player that delivered it. Jubes, I noticed that you probably didn't see it. Do you have anyone you would like to name as the honorary player that delivered, which may not be?
You might want to check Discord and see what I actually said.
Oh, well, you've seen it then. Anyway, so the player that delivered from DoorDash was, of course, Shock for this game, the final game of the day. Shock just tearing it up in mid lane, 72% kill participation, no deaths, 8 kills and 8 assists as well. So doing a huge amount of work there for Direwolves today at mid, going toe-to-toe with Chaz and making light work of the game. Although it wasn't easy in the initial stages, it certainly was a game that he probably won't forget for a while, because he didn't sound super hyped at the start of the game in that pre-game interview, but he certainly brought it in the server, Rusty.
I mean, we know the potential that Shock has as a mid laner, and it's definitely really rewarding to see that, if not for just one game coming out of the mid laner of Direwolves. And I think ultimately what I would be asking here is, Juves, do you want to say your quote from the Discord out loud for everyone?
No, I'm happy to say it. I said, if Shock doesn't get the play that delivered this game, I quit.
Oh, okay. Well, looks like you certainly enabled Shock to get the DoorDash player that delivered today.
Well, I mean, the way he played the game, like, LeBlanc is, if you don't mind me going in a quick rant, up to you. Do we have time?
Rant away. Rant away.
LeBlanc is a champion that also, like, it can one-shot you. Like, Pabu got one-shot many a times that game. But also, it's more or less like a poke champion now. And what I mean by that is, like, she distorts in, she lands a combo, she uses the ultimate, and then she goes back out, someone's on half health, rinse and repeat, and you just dance around objectives like that to the point of which they're all within lethal range, at least the important members. And I think Shock, you know, at a point, didn't have that many kills, but the influence he was having just from chunking those members down, whether it was the Varus, whether it was Pabu, he just found those windows. And I think for me, like, when you find those windows and those 1%ers, those 5%ers, you really just change the tide of the game. And I think Shock was just key to that.
Well, he did such a good job. Now, let's have a quick chat about the play of the day. Do we have any nominations from you guys here on the desk? Rusty, you first.
I can't think of anything. Could you go to me last?
Well, you can be last. Okay, we'll do the reverse order. Jubes, you're first.
The player of the day would probably have to be one of the Direwolves. Dude, I'll be honest with you, it's all a blur for me at the moment.
All right, well, Jordan, do you remember anything from today?
I need to start writing it down.
Nah. Nobody remembers anything. What a crazy day of games.
It's peace.
I was thinking
with
peace
a team
as well.
fight.
I think Halo had a couple of nice shockwaves.
Piece of the team fight the dragon. Late
at
game.
the dragon. Well, it might be at the dragon. Jordan, you're on the nail on the head. You're on the nail on the head, and I hit it, so you got squished. But it is Halo with the 3-man shockwave somewhere, but it's on the other side of the map. It looks like it's over on the top lane, and it is big enough. Let's have a look here. Jubes, you got the Jubes by Jubes ready?
Yeah, I mean, so Halo really just living up to his namesake in this passage of play, if you know what I mean. We'll let this one just fizzle out real quick because it is a little bit of an extended one. Little Babbitt, Horsey goes for a little bit of a ride here.
I love how Halo just stands there and thinks, should I flash? Should I flash? Yeah, I want the kill.
Anyway, so Halo just TP's in here. Diana goes in, Swathe goes in, and you think, oh no, it's all over for the Peace Esports. But Halo comes in, and I can see Halo, lands the Swampera, hits the ultimate. Babbitt just comes and picks up a donation, speeds the Horsey, and he goes, nay! And then Babbitt gets over the wall, hits level 6, absolutely does not need to use the ultimate. Halo flashes on over, gets the kill, and yeah. You like that sound?
That was
very
ready.
impromptu.
How'd you manage to do it again? Do it again. Do it again.
Do it? I'll show you. Watch my lip.
Do you do it on one side?
Yeah, one side.
How can you do that on command without like grinning and ruining your flabby cheek?
Because I actually, I'll be honest, I did want to give it a crack to be a caster one day, and I was like, well, if I'm ever casting a Hecarim game, what do I do? And then if Hecarim's just charging in, I go.
I can't do it on command though because I can't help but grin, and then you just can't go. You know,
a few too many nays at the current moment for me.
This is feeling like an order.
Come on, Rusty, you got to have a crack.
No, I'm getting uncomfortable. This is not an ASMR stream.
The best way to get through the uncomfortableness is just join in, Rusty. Look, go ahead.
No, I can't get through the pressure now.
There's no pressure.
No,
no
there
pressure.
is. There's too much. I'm not doing it.
You've only got a dog in your room, mate. There's
Hey,
no
producer,
pressure at all.
are the standings ready? Do you want to bring them up for me? Just engage this.
I think
they could be
I
ready.
think producer actually
Oh,
said
amazing. We've got the standings.
Producer said there was a technical difficulties.
I had a
and
bus.
it's not
I had a
ready.
bus I wanted to throw Rusty under. All right, I wanted him to be part of the boys. Don't be left out, Rusty. Now it looks like Peace aren't left out on the top of the leaderboard after that dub today either. 6-2 up there with Chiefs right now. Third, we only have 2 of those now. Gravitas and Order 5-3. So get them while they're hot, or they're going to be gone. We might have a second. We might have a fourth. Imminently. 5th, Pentanet sitting there at 4-4, so only just in playoffs contention at the current moment. Direwolves with a W, putting them in 6th, up with Legacy 3-5, and Mammoth still yet with a W, although it was close today in the second game of the day. They did just fall short. So I'm going to throw this one over to you, Rusty, considering you didn't nay. What would be the craziest situation on this leaderboard right now?
Well, from the moment that Pentanet.gg got verified on Twitter, they haven't won a single game.
Oh, wow.
So let it be known that social media is not good for your health. That's my takeaway. Currently 5th in the standings is my standout. Peace, of course, having head-to-head is the most interesting thing coming into the consecutive round robins, however, as they're both looking at front runners for first place.
Oh, and at the moment, so that could be something that might have influence later on in the split, is Pentanet and Direwolves now are 1 apiece. So if something happens and they're both hovering around the middle of the leaderboard towards the end of the split, then head-to-head could still go either way once we do get into that third round of the round robin. So anyone else want to put their hand up and have a quick chat about that while we look at the schedule coming in for Friday? Of course, it is the Super Week. We are going to have 3 games here. Jordan, quickly before I go through them, which is your favourite game here?
I mean, I got to say, I'm instantly drawn towards that Pentanet versus Peace game. And I think maybe that's just a little bit of the split one bias kind of showing through because, quite frankly, the way that both teams have been looking at the moment, I don't know that it's going to be an amazing game. I really hope that it will be. And I think a lot of that does rely on what Pentanet can do overnight for the next couple of nights because they do have a lot to work on. If they show up like that against Peace, they're going to get demolished. So... We know that Peace and Pentanet have had some really, really good, battles in the past, and I think Peace, they could run into a pretty difficult opponent, but a lot of that really does just depend on what Pentanet's going to get up to. The rest of the matches, I think Order and Legacy actually could be quite a good one too.
Yeah, I think that I'm looking at that and thinking it might be the closest one. I kind of hope that Peace and Pentanet is the closest and best match of the day. But from the form we've seen from both the teams at the moment, I'm not even sure if it's going to be. Even that first game looks like it could be a bit of a pop-off game as well. So I'm really loving this split. All these teams, like all the bottom, have just lifted up so far. The top seems to have fallen a little bit. And it just makes the competition so much more interesting when you go into all of these games.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that. If you're a fan of League of Legends, you have to be watching the LCO, and not even biased, dude. You literally you grab your grandma, you grab your grandpa, grab your auntie, your uncle, you plonk them down on the couch, you chuck it onto the TV, and you put this league on the TV because it's undoubtedly the most hotly contested league. From 6th, and even from last to first, anyone can win. And to be honest, if it's not a family affair and there's no DoorDash involved, what are you doing?
Well, I have one question before we do close the show, gentlemen. What are we going to be doing with our days off tomorrow? Anyone?
Playing League of Legends.
Oh.
Probably.
Safe
On
bet.
stream, by the way.
I'm
saying.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah? Do you want to just plug that quickly?
All right. I mean, look, it's just because you asked. Twitch.tv/ElfishGuy11. I'm actually about to hit Plat 1. Pretty good at the video game. Might even hit Diamond this season. Really depends on how hard I try. It's easy for me. I don't ever get team gapped. I just win every game.
Right, what about you, Jubes? Are you going to be streaming or are you going to be working hard?
I've actually got football.
Ooh.
So I need to go play some football and build up the cardio strength to actually do the sounds that are required of me when I cast a video game.
You're back to 100% from the injury, Juice?
Definitely not. I'm crippled, I'm limping, and I'm doing my best.
He's the goalie now.
Hopefully you stay healthy through that. What about you, Rusty? What's your plans for the day off?
Just a quiet day in a country town, mate. Not a lot to do out here, let me tell you.
Yeah,
how humble is he?
It's a bit bloody boring out here.
How humble is this guy? Quiet day in a country town, instead of saying, yeah, I'm just going to bloody deadlift my absolute max. Might be double your body weight, but that's fine.
Don't get me started on the gym. I'll talk your ear off.
Yeah, just a quiet day. You know, walk the dog around the town a couple of times, see some roos, you know, as you do out in the country. Of course, I'm just going to be sleeping and energizing myself for the big third day of the Super Week, which is going to be Friday. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it for the DoorDash LCO today. We will see you on Friday for much more action. Look after yourselves, stay safe tomorrow, and we'll see you on Friday.
Gravitas looking for the end.
Well, Legacy's going to have to do something about it. Mega Inferno Bomb goes right on top of Safa, but he was safe. Didn't take any damage, and I just don't see it coming through right now for Legacy. Nexus is open. Gravitas looking for it, looking for another win on the board, and there they have it. Legacy will move to 3 and 5, and Gravitas to 5 and 3. Disappear.
Pick the push. They have picked the smallest push.
Well, they waited patiently for the Dragon, and now they've got it. See if they can actually secure it. This could be big for Kevy. Mega Inferno Bomb combined with Kevy's Smite results in an Ocean Soul for order.
Chiefs have picked a bush. They've been spotted in the bush by a sleeper. Unfortunately, that's it. But
well, Babip decides now is the time to go, and he does go, but he's really running around in the Baron pit or the Dragon pit, not doing a whole lot, so he's going to have to wait, see what Chiefs can do with that time. Again, another good shockwave from Halo, and Appy will exterminate Dragku. Now it's on. Babip joins the fight once again. Appy, essentially 2 versus 1, and he's winning it. And in the end, there isn't really a whole lot here for the Chiefs. Even there's barely any damage going down on top of him. The ultimate was too good, keeping him alive. And then to the back line goes Claire. He's got a huge shield to play with. Shock on the flank is going to be a factor in just a second. Biopanda down, Decoy down. Frontline is gone for Pentanet, and they are on the ropes. They're running, they're doing what they can. Pavu might try to turn. He's really got no other option.
I'm not shy, I'll say it. I've been thinking about you, baby. I'm a little faded. You look like Renaissance paintings. Big doe eyes, amazing. She's everything I've been praying. My heart palpitation. She looks like the type to break it. Me and your girlfriend playing dress up at my house. I gave your girlfriend some kisses on my couch. She cute, kawaii on her body that excites me. I think she really likes me as politely can I. Slumber body. Slumber body. Slumber body. Slumber body.
It's getting hot in here. I'm the Nelly in the party with some rocks for ears. I'm a slave for you, baby, Miss Britney Spears. I'm a Clover, she a Taurus, bring it on for cheers. And I'm sexy like Christina when I dip below. Not an H-Town girl, but I rodeo. Yippee, yippee, Kaye, welcome to the show. It's an all-girl party, clothing optional.
Me and your girlfriend playing dress up at my house. I gave your girlfriend some kisses on my couch. She cute, kawaii on her body that excites me. I think she really likes me as politely can I. Slumber body. Slumber body. black when she tied your back. She likes to stab them. My body she likes to grab. Matching pajama birthday suits. She tastes just like juicy fruit. She do that thing she usually do. Spell my name with her tongue like Me and your girlfriend playing dress up at my house. I gave your girlfriend some kisses on my couch. She cute, kawaii on her body that excites me. I think she really likes me. Ask politely, can I? Slumber body. Slumber body. Slumber body. Slumber body. I'm shy. I'm so shy.
It's not too late. Are you feeling me when I say you're tempting fate? Double back, check your facts and get it straight. I promise you it will be worth the wait. This altered state. Can you hear it louder now? Trying hard to knock us down. Noise is getting louder now, but nothing gonna take us out. We in this altered state, it's all blurry. Don't matter when we gonna wake, I ain't worried. Stay with me in this altered state. We all blurry, and I don't wanna wait. I don't wanna wait. Just stop. Aren't you tired of always waiting for the drop? 'Cause there's more to life than all the things you got. Hold you hostage 'cause you think you need a lot. You got one shot to start fresh. Working on the part that's not just blood and flesh. Find the quiet place where you can start to bless. Maybe all these thoughts are from imagination. And don't stress, we'll find this altered state.